very
GG,
much.
Chris.
Good luck, Zero.
Good luck, Zero. Good luck, good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So apparently a 2:47:36.
I will.
I'll take that.
Hey, it's better
yeah.
than my PB.
I'll let the 12 commentators take over now since 12 is running. So thanks, guys. See you guys later.
Thanks.
Was that
Thanks,
a go
guys.
from
GG.
Saffron?
GG.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go.
Thanks.
Okay. Good
Good
job,
luck on
guys.
the Final Fantasy 12 run.
It was an entertaining run for sure. And congrats.
Yeah.
Good job.
So welcome to FF12. The first two runners starting for Team Choco and Team Tonberry are Zero Scar for Choco. Wants to say hi, go for it.
Hi.
There he is. And Roosta for Team Tonberry.
Hello.
And then we also will have Hoishin starting up for Team Mog in 20 minutes or so.
Hello.
With me on commentary, I have Alec, I think, at some point. Well, he's having Discord issues, so he'll be in a little bit here.
We can
commentate
with you though.
Yeah, well, of course. And then I think Blue Harvey might come in later. I'm not sure where he's at, honestly. Anyway, so starting off FF12, you start off as a character named Rex. He's very important to the story, at least for the first 3 minutes. This is just a tutorial zone. The first 10 minutes or so are all tutorial all the time. The strategy for this fight, you want to Rex casts Thunders because it does a lot more damage than his regular attacks, but one piece of tech you can do is when the boss is casting an ability called Remora Strike, you want to switch to an attack because it doesn't... it's not with the same ability queue system. I guess I should first start talking about the ability queue system. So FF12, because of technical limitations...
I'm here now.
Can you mention? Oh, there's Alec. Hi, Alec.
Yeah, I had
So
some technical difficulties with Discord trying to output audio to a place that would have caused echo, and
good times.
I've already tried to reset it in the past to different.
Can I just take a second to say I just got one of my best ever air cutters, and air cutter's name is Tonberry, so I don't think that's a coincidence.
Team Tonberry wins. I forgot that name was Tonberry. I haven't watched that cutscene in ever. Anyway,
Yeah.
so FF12 came out near the end of the PlayStation 2's life cycle. Not like only a year or so, I think, before PS3 came out. I forget exactly how long, but so they were pushing the hardware of PS2 to the limit with this game, and unfortunately, this caused them to have to put in some limitations that were almost primarily because they couldn't push it any further due to the hardware. And one of these systems is the ability queue system or effect capacity system. It goes by a couple different names. And basically what it does is it's trying to limit the amount of animations that can show up on the screen at any given time. Because otherwise the PlayStation 2 would lag out and probably, I assume it would just crash if you tried to have too much going at once. So each ability takes up a certain amount of effect capacity to a maximum of 8. Some abilities take up 1, some take up 2, and some take either they can take up 1, 2, 4, or all 8. Once that hits the maximum amount, if another ability would cause the effect capacity to go over 8, then the game delays that ability from happening until something else is done and it frees it up. So it
and it's queued, and it's queued in order too. So if you have an ability that would fit in, but there's a larger effect capacity ability that is queued before that, that lower capacity ability still has to wait until the previously queued animation happens. And one of the things that is a bunch of us FF12 runners excited about the Zodiac Age is the fact that in one of the demos we can see a Scathe mode and the spell Shock being used at the same time. So it's, if not removed entirely, it's at least heavily modified.
Yeah, one piece of tech that you'll notice a quick difference between Zero and Roosta here is You notice how Zero was able to drag the first rat down into the bottom water area. This causes the third rat that Rooster just killed to move down into that middle water area before killing the second rat. So basically, Zero saved about 5-10 seconds by killing that rat faster. Like 5 seconds. So a little bit of a AI manipulation that just helps. There's a lot of little things like that in this run, and probably even more since I've last seen a full run of this.
Yeah, that fight seems to be scripted from what we can tell, and that probably just kind of confuses the game, so it gets the rats to head down early if you get the rat that normally would head down second to attack you. And sometimes that manipulation doesn't quite work. It can be a little bit finicky, but if you take just about a second's worth of delay, it suddenly becomes really consistent. So it's one of those cases where giving up a second will consistently get you that time save, but if you try to cut it close, where we're at the point of optimization where that's starting to become something that you would want to do in this run, that you can get burned.
So if you're wondering where Rex went, he died. Spoiler alert, 5 minutes into the game. So now we have their actual main character, depending on who you talk to, Vaughn. And you'll be seeing a lot of him throughout the course of this run. So if you don't like blonde hair, I'm sorry. You're going to be seeing a lot of it.
But then again, the spray paint amps make up for everything.
Oh, I mean, of course. I'm hoping someone gives us a nice glimpse of the spray paint abs. And they're not getting rid of it for Zodiac Age, so that'll be nice. So now they're doing a tutorial on the licensing system. So the licensing system is the primary progression system in Final Fantasy XII. In short, it's this giant grid that expands as you unlock nodes, and unlocking nodes either upgrades your character in a way or causes you to be able to equip and or use magics or weapons. Or accessories, etc. Any kind of item. In addition, there also will unlock Gambits, which we will go through when we get a chance to look at the Gambit system. There will be another tutorial for it, so it's nice that we have these handy tutorials. But other than that, this tutorial is just scripted. You can't skip it. You just have to spam through the text. You have to actually go select the license at one point. It's fun.
Yeah, there are also augments, and those are very, very important for the run. Some of them are really simple, like more HP on this character. The Gambits are also in the augment section of the license board. And there are other augments that do certain things, like give you MP regen when you do certain things, and we'll get more into MP regen and the various ways you can get it as it becomes appropriate as part of the run. And there are also abilities there that give you completely different things, that more damage, for example. One of the ones that's going to become really big later, because that kind of makes the run the way it is possible. It's one of many things that would drastically change the run if it were not there.
For sure. So we're approaching now our first and only hunt of the game. Final Fantasy XII has kind of a hunt system where you can accept bounties for monsters, etc. And there is as part of the kind of tutorial, it forces you to accept this first one to continue the story. So you have to do this one. We do actually turn it in for the reward later because it gives us a very important item called some teleport stones, or a teleport stone. And a little bit of money, but the money isn't significant enough that it would probably be skipped if it wasn't for the teleport stone, honestly.
Yeah, also a fun fact about this Rogue Tomato fight that you see Zero running up to right now. There are two little phases of this, and in the Japanese version you only get LP for it once, but in all other versions of the game you get the 3 LP license points that Rogue Tomato gives you in the first phase, and then again in the second phase. So that's actually pretty useful early game.
Yeah, it's also a possibility that you can. It only takes you 3 hits to get Rogue Tomato to the second phase. Roosta might actually do it. He hit high enough damage rolls. Oh, he got it.
Yep, he got
Very
it.
nice.
Yeah, but I have to
Very
potion.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did get the wolf attack though.
Yeah, there are.
Zero had the potion too, so you're good.
Yeah, there are other strategies where basically you can run away from a wolf a little bit, but it costs a few seconds if they're in the positions that either of these runners had them in. So in most cases, it's more worth it to potion and take that slight time hit than to run way out of the way. But you can get there without a wolf and do this whole section without throwing a potion at all.
Yep. So what happened on the first phase of that for Roosta is the cutscene to get to move Rogue Tomato down to the bottom section is just at a HP threshold, and if you do near max rolls for the first 3 hits, you can phase it. I believe it's. I think you got the minimum damage necessary with. I think it was a 33, 32, or 23, 22, and 22. So whatever that maths out to be.
Yeah, 23 is effectively the maximum damage. You can technically get 24, but it's incredibly rare.
Yeah, 67 is the HP for both phases.
67, yeah. So now that that's done, I know I said we're turning it in, but it won't be for a while. Hunts, most hunts you can finish and do, and you don't really have to turn them in to progress anything or advance. Some of them you do, but it won't really ever come up in the 80% run, so...
Yeah, it comes up in the Order of Ambrosia run, which, for those of you who
Quite
don't
a
know,
bit.
it's kind of like a 100% or more accurately in all achievements run of this game, and it is long, but the goal is to complete the Sky Pirates Den, a whole bunch of other things that are required for the highest clan rank in the game, Order of Ambrosia, and then beat the game. So that does include fighting Yasmat even.
Yep.
So there's a lot you have to do in that run, and some of those things you do have to turn in quests at a certain point to make other ones appear, or to get certain rewards that are required for one of the items, or essentially achievements in the Sky Pirates Den.
Yep. Actually, I want to switch over back to 10-2 for a second. Looks like
Phoenix
Mog got...
tail. Yeah,
Did he get tailed? Yeah.
he got tailed
That's
pretty hard.
unfortunate.
That is
He's
really
giving it
rough.
another go, and it looks like he might get it this time.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Second try
through.
is at least not too bad. Okay, good.
And
Yeah.
it wasn't all in one game this time.
Yeah, but this is basically all out of his control. Every time he dies to tail, it's not his fault. It's just,
Just
the creatures
random, yeah.
deciding that they don't want to deal enough damage in order to pass it.
Good times.
Yeah, he got it this time. Sweet.
Okay. So, anyway, back to FF12. Right now the story is there's a bunch of... the Imperial Empire has it's kind of forcefully annexed the country of Dalmasca that they're in, and they're coming in to kind of try to appease the people by like throwing a big parade and stuff. So the city's kind of on half lockdown. That's their reasoning for making you not able to access every part of the city, at least initially.
Yeah, and they also have patrols in certain areas that you would otherwise be able to access in the early game. And, basic RPG, you can't go here yet, block off type thing. But right now they have to head to the Giza Plains and get the Sunstone in order to rob the Ravenaster Palace. And in order to do that, there are crystals that they will be charging up. You'll also get to see Penelo, Vaughn's friend, join the party for a little bit. She is useful for 2 reasons. She gives you 3 Phoenix Downs, first and foremost. That's actually really, really important.
Very
And
important.
Second, because there's a slight technique that you'll see them do in about a minute and a half, maybe, that saves about 5-6 seconds. And you can also sell her equipment for gil, which is usually important.
Yep. So you'll notice they'll be picking up some chests coming through here. They need to get a certain amount of gil in order to afford the rest of the Phoenix Downs that they need for an upcoming session. And Right, coming up, and then after this, they need to do a side quest to advance the story that involves a fun little mini game of charging a Sunstone in order to access the underground sewers I think it's technically to get into the palace or unlock something in the palace.
Yeah, it's to unlock the vault in the palace.
Yeah, correct. So this is the first major RNG session, or RNG time loss that can happen. The crystals can charge anywhere between 25% and 60%, roughly. I don't think any of us are sure of the actual max anymore, but somewhere between 25 and 60. So it could take anywhere from 2 to 4 crystals.
55.
Is it 55 only? Okay, well, either way, 2 to 4 crystals. The vast majority of the time it's 3, just by laws of averages. But if it's a 2 crystal, you save like 45 to 50 seconds, and if it's a 4 crystal, it'll lose about a minute, or a minute and a half at least.
And it's worth mentioning that other than 3 crystal being by far the most likely, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I want to say it's about 80-85%, somewhere in there. The 4 crystal is more likely than the 2 crystal, so that's a nice fun thing. I've had 2 4 crystals in Belias races, and that was
you and your racing.
I have the worst luck whenever we try to race this game, I swear.
Another first showing of a trick that will be used quite a bit actually in this run, and I think more and more every day. It's going to be happening right after this zone transition from Zero. He's going to throw a potion with Penelo in order to make her stand still while Vaughn goes to target and charge the Sunstone at the first crystal. And then once that cutscene's over, he can switch back to Penelo, and she can run back through the zone line, and thus basically saving all that time running back and forth. 26% for the first crystal from Zero, so he's in danger of getting a 4 crystal at the moment.
Yeah, it's still not guaranteed, of course. He could get a 50% in the next one, and it would be guaranteed 3 crystal, but 26 is only 1% off the minimum, so that's not good. We get to see Roosta also getting the crystal here. Looks like he got a
31.
Slightly better number, but not a lot. He still could get 4 crystals.
Still in danger, yes. So this is one of the main benefits of being able to change your party leader at will in 12. You don't even have to go into the main menu to do it, so it's a very fast process, and party leader swapping will be happening all throughout this run. It's very important. Looks like 61 for Zero. Better second crystal, but still, this should be a little bit of butt clenching for the last crystal to see if he gets enough to finish.
Yeah, watch him get 99% or something like that. I've had that happen to me more times than I care to remember.
Yeah. Roosta, meanwhile, got up to 85, which is almost a max roll. So, Roosta's fine. He's guaranteed to get 3 crystal at this point. They're removing a piece of armor from Penelo here in order to sell it for some more money. And also they removed all the items from Penelo here. 4 crystal for Zero. That's very unfortunate. Like 3%. Well, marathon luck, guys. Or relay race luck, I guess. So he's gonna have to run all the way across to the other side of the
Team Tonberry wins.
Yeah, Team Tonberry is actually in the lead now because it was 4 crystal by 0.
And our lead switching has continued. Anyway, so both runners also removed Vaughn's armor, and this is to set up for a fairly precise damage down to be upcoming in the Dustia farming that's happening in the next 5 minutes or so. So the biggest way there's kind of I don't know if I call it an exploit. It's basically an exploit. That's primarily used for the start of the speedrun is some bosses mostly of a certain class of monster.
Bosses? You mean
rare units, rare games, sorry.
It doesn't even have to be just rare games, but it's really only useful in most cases for rare games.
Correct. So if you kill a monster rare game and then leave the zone before its XP and LP markers show up, the game will still count you as getting that XP and LP, but you can then respawn it, whereas normally it would be despawned until you left the zone completely and came back in, or left the entire area. You'd have to go at least a couple zones away.
Right. Basically, the flag for that enemy being killed at this visit to whatever area you're in is not triggered. So in this case, it doesn't work for every rare game or every enemy that it could theoretically work for, but it does work for, in this case, the right one. Because Dustia is very easy to kill even at low level as an undead monster that is not immune to instant death. So you can just toss a Phoenix down on it and bam, it's dead. You get a bunch of XP, 3 LP per kill, and you can chain it. It also has nice drops. It has an uncommon drop of Book of Orgain, which sells for 532 gil. You're going to see the runners want to get at least 2 or 3 of those. More's obviously better.
So are we saving? What do you think, Zero?
So this is inherently a dangerous thing, because to spawn this rare monster, you have to attack yourself down to 10%, or get attacked down to, sometimes as the case may be, to below 10% HP. Otherwise, Dustia will not spawn. So sometimes you can get randomly comboed, or an enemy will decide to combo you to death. So things can happen, and it's definitely very easy to die.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a meme in this game called Hero Wolf. So that wolf is pretty much guaranteed to target you unless you run a few seconds out of your way on your way to spawn Dustia. And it throws off the damage down and takes it from having a chance of being a sure thing, or at least being very close to a sure thing, and makes it a little bit more complicated if it hits you, and it can hit you more than once sometimes. It can do all sorts of things that will mess you up. And in a race, we mentioned my horrendous luck in races. I once had it mess me up twice trying to
Phoenix is
damage down for
fishing up,
Dustia.
so...
Yep, looks like Phoenix is on Shuyin now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, kind of, the next runner be ready.
Yep. Yeah, you guys, if you guys want to do this one real quick, go for it.
Yeah, so this is just like the last fight. He's going to fight like all other fights and try and get Assault so he can skip Terror of Zanarkand, which is Shuyin's main move. If not, he will get that and kill Shuyin within like 6 hits, and the game will be done after last hit, and 12 will come up for Team Nod.
And then it will be a 12 Fiesta.
So, quick, Zero, do you want to save or no?
I'm not saving.
Alright, I won't save you then.
Ooh.
Well then.
Living on the edge, boys.
But are you both going to potion after Dusty? That's the question.
I will, without question. I have never
Unless
died
the
to
wolf
hero.
is very far away.
Yeah. So enemies in this game also have a couple different movesets. They can either do a regular attack, which takes some time to charge up, or they can do a instant attack, which comes in various different names, depending on the type of mob and what it is. Instant attacks, though, are very dangerous, especially, like I said, especially in this case, because at 10% HP, they will get one shot by any move. And so if instant attack happens, they will die, and that's bad. That's all I got for that, really. One interesting thing, actually, while we're talking about attacks, is they can both attacks and instant attacks have a chance to chain. So basically, if you attack, it'll just keep attacking until an internal number. This is affected by a few various things, like how low your HP is and the weapon that you're using. But the other interesting thing about instant attacks is, even though there's no visual indicator in the game that they can chain, and mobs can chain instant attacks together, so they'll just keep instant attacking you 3, 4, 5 times in a row, which is fun. So you see Roosta starting Dustia now.
And he already got a book too, so that's good. You notice he took the battle speed all the way down to the minimum. That's actually really important here because if Dustia hits you once, obviously you're dead and that's game over. So by turning the battle speed down, Dustia's moves take longer, but because all items charge instantly, they are like an instant move in that regard that they have no charge time. You are able to throw Phoenix Downs and kill Dustia before it's able to attack you.
Yeah, fortunately, Dustia always opens with dark,
Time, go.
which is- And now we
GG.
can start. GG, Phoenix.
Okay, yeah,
GG.
we'll completely pass over to you 12 guys now. Good luck, everyone.
Yep, good luck, guys. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having
Good job,
us.
guys.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Oh, unfortunately, Zero got damage rolled on his hit down the first time around.
Yeah,
So he
so
needs to do it again.
that's another reason that you always want to have at least one potion here, because sometimes you can just not end up in the correct damage range. It's more likely to happen if Vaughn has 84 HP. If he has 82 HP, you can at least know that on the second attempt, if Hero Wolf, well, regardless of whether Hero Wolf hit you, it'll work. But if Hero Wolf doesn't hit you, then you could be guaranteed first try with 82 HP.
Yep, so they're both killing 8 Dustia in order to get to a very specific level, actually. And hopefully getting as many drops as they can in between. I believe Zero actually got Phoenix down from a chest in Lowtown. Because I noticed he only bought 4, so I believe that happened. And
Yeah, you got one.
so this helps save a little bit of money. But they're all hoping for as many drops as they possibly can from this in order to help the next section go a bit quicker.
Yeah, it looks like Roosta's getting pretty good drop luck here.
Yeah, I have
overall.
4 already.
Yeah. I think that's the second for Zero.
Yeah,
First.
I think so.
Is that only the first?
Okay.
Okay. So ideally, actually, I'm not sure what the current route. What's the ideal number now for? I mean, other than as many as you can get.
Basically, you really want at least 2. Beyond that, the more you get, the more time you can save in Barheim Passage later on, which is the next big section where we kill a bunch of enemies and steal from them. There's a little bit in between there, but not much. And most of the money that you get for the next section of the game is from Barheim Passage, as opposed to Garum Scythe Waterway, which is right before it, and that's where Roosta is heading now.
Yep, looks like Zero is up to 3 now. Nice run. Another interesting thing about the loot system here is they could also potentially have Flame Staves, which is the uncommon drop. Because both books and staves can drop from the same, but they don't both show up right away in the indicator on the top. Usually you will zone before you can actually see if a flame staff dropped. So they could potentially have an extra 1200 gil and not know it at the moment.
Yeah, and where things get more complicated is that this uncommon drop, Freddy quoted, is the less common of Dustia's 2 drops, but it is not at the what we would call uncommon rate. It's actually at the rare rate, and
3%, I believe.
yeah,
Right?
yeah. There are 4 different rates. There's common, uncommon, rare, and very rare. Each successively less common, ending in very rare at only 1% at the first chain level. Chain level is something we can get into when they come back to farm Dustia again later. But basically, there are 4 tiers of drops, and also there are tiers of steals, and you'll see that come into play later on in Barheim Passage and Garum Scythe Waterway a bit.
He tried to kill me.
Hero Wolf tries.
Oh, it's the G potion.
Yeah.
Yeah. He lunched me, but so I would have died.
That's why we call him Hero Wolf. Because
Yes.
potion isn't especially slow, but it's definitely slower than not using it. So
Yeah, if you're wondering why we call it Hero Wolf, that is indeed why we call it Hero Wolf, because that wolf is more hero than Bond.
one note here is you'll notice them hitting crystals or not hitting crystals later, but this causes hitting crystals causes them to completely refill HP and MP in this game. So a lot of times they'll hit a crystal not to save, but just to heal up. And later in the game, because for reasons we'll talk about later, but they'll be most of your party will be at low hit points, and you don't really want to heal them off at low hit points. So a lot of times they won't hit a crystal just because they need to keep them low. So that could make certain parts more difficult or more slightly scarier since this is a race.
There are 2 augments in the game, one for physical, one for magic, that double your damage when you're in critical HP, and we take advantage of the magic one for pretty much the whole run.
Yep.
Yeah, as soon as we have enough LP to use it, basically, and have the right party members who are going to be using it over the course of the game, we get it, and then that is one of... Not every boss is dependent upon that for the rest of the game, but most of them are.
Razor Fin.
Razor Fin! First time. Every time. So this
Except
is
when I do it, and I want it.
I know. Well, first try at any percent.
Exactly.
So this is our rare game. Rare games have various different spawning conditions. This one is just a % chance to spawn when in place of one of the other fish that are there. And it's infamous because in the 100% run, Order of Ambrosia, you have to kill all the rare game, and it just happens to be the most convenient time by far to kill him when you're first going through there. It's Vaughn. But if he doesn't spawn, you have to reset the game and go back through it. So sometimes it can take upwards of 9 to 10 tries before you actually spawn it, and that's 10 to 15 minutes at the start of the run.
Yeah, when I was testing out the route before any runs had been done, I spent like 45 minutes trying to spawn Razorfin. And you wonder, why don't you just zone in and out a bunch? Well, they're like Freddie said, there are different spawn mechanics. And this one is a replacement, and replacements are decided the first time you enter that zone, and all the enemies that are there are decided, as opposed to one where it can just spawn or not, and it doesn't replace another enemy, whereas you can zone in and out a bunch of times, and eventually it's statistically inevitable that it will appear. With a replacement one, you have to keep completely refreshing the zone to get it to appear.
So they're working on the second minigame now, at least Roosta. Second little kind of side minigame to help progress the story. This one's extremely simple. It just requires running around in a bit of a grid, moving guards around in order to be able to pass through where you need to go.
It's a puzzle!
The meme about this one, though, is that Vaughn has a chance to say a few different things, and our favorite one tends to be, "Hey, Buckethead."
Hey, Buckethead.
Because,
Hey, Buckethead.
The guards have buckets on their heads, obviously. Also, hey, Buckethead.
Yeah.
So, basically, the run is not actually a run. It's definitely a fake run if no Bucketheads happen.
Yeah.
It's very important. Yep. So you see that he was yelling at these groups of guards. They're kind of running down, and you can kind of see it on the mini maps there. In addition, he also has to use the Crescent Stone in this signet here. This is, I believe isn't this a Sunstone, or is this something else?
This is the Sunstone, I believe.
Yeah. So this is why they had to do that whole crystal mini quest or side quest thing.
We used the Crescent Stone to unlock the palace, and we needed the Sunstone to charge up the Crescent Stone.
Hello.
Have you always done that this route through here, Rista?
I started doing it because in IZGS it's hard to turn corners with the speed up, so this route must be long.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the International Zodiac Job System is an alternate version of this game that
Hey, Bucket.
thus far, Zero got it as well.
Same spot.
Yeah, up to this point has only been released in Japan. And it's basically just a different. It changes a bunch of mechanics, but most of the stuff in the game is the same. Introduces a job system, changes the way chests work, and a few things like that. And some of us also do runs of that. I don't, but Roosta has. I believe Zero has done at least one run on it.
No, I haven't. Or wait, which category?
ICJS.
No, I have never played ICJS.
Okay. Well, another one of the best runners has done at least one run. I know that, and later on we're going to get the IZJS release on PS4, the remaster. So the Zodiac Age is definitely something we're all looking forward to.
It's like Hoishin's working on Rogue Tomato now. Didn't quite get the 3-hit.
And as suitable for Team Meme, I got 3 bucket heads.
Did you get all
Nice.
three? Did you get 3? Very nice.
Yeah, the dream is all 4 Hey Bucketheads. Nobody has ever gotten it as far as we know.
Yeah, there's like
I've
4
got it.
different things they could say. Have you really? Nice.
Yeah.
Hoishin confirmed. The real runner of FF12.
Yeah.
So now talking about the Gambit tutorial, Roosta's going into that right now. So the Gambit system is basically like almost like a programming language or like a priority-based system to set up your characters to automatically do what you want them to do. If set up well enough, you can basically just only have your hand on the movement stick, and that's about it. Just run around killing stuff. Definitely, especially casually. In the speedrun, you have to pay attention to a bit more and also a lot of times it's faster to not go into the Gambit system and switch for every little possibility. But we will be using the Gambit system fairly extensively in order to set up automated reflecting setups and stealing Gambit and a couple healing Gambits later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it ends up being faster to not input everything manually, simply because there's so much that has to be inputted that it becomes wise, not only because you have so much not only because so many actions have to be selected, but also because there's so much in so many fights that you just have to keep an eye on. It would make an already very difficult run that much harder.
So you guys hyped to see the new Gambit setup, Barheim?
Yes.
Oh, geez, there's no Gambit setup? Oh man. I haven't
Yeah,
actually...
it's all manual on brand.
Yeah, I've
Madness.
only seen it once or twice. It's pretty interesting.
Well, that'll be fun. So, right now, Reese is going through, I think, killing stuff, maybe eventually.
The
so
thing
killing
that,
mostly bats for... Oops, sorry, go ahead.
killing them mostly for LP, but the thing that they're really hoping for is the arm guard steal. Arm guards are worth, I think, 400 GP or gil when you sell them. So that's a really, really nice infusion of gold if you get one of those. But it's the rare steal, I believe, from the stealings. On average, Gignan Toads not only are more consistently killed fast because they're weak to fire, but they do tend to give you a little bit more gil unless you get an arm guard, so more of them are killed usually. Although it varies depending on the strats. We actually used to always do pretty much everything the same way, every runner, but now everyone has their own little variations of a whole bunch of different strats and approaches to different areas. So that's one of the things that has kind of happened in this game over the past year or two, is that it's become optimized enough that everyone has to decide which trade-offs they're willing to make for speed and luck.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be you would set up mostly manual attack gambits on your other characters, but it looks like currently they're only doing... Or actually, Steel got set up on Balthier on Roosta's stream. It looks like Zero's using the slightly older strats that have been used for a while. And just has the Steel manually stealing with Balthier while Vaughn and Fran cast Fire.
One thing to note in this fight is that you don't want Amalia, that other person there, to get any kills. Looks like Roosta had her get one.
Yeah, the guard blocked all my attacks, so.
Yep.
Yeah, in that specific fight, and that specific fight pretty much is the only one where it comes up. You can get robbed of LP by another character who's about to join you,
The situation
getting a
requires
kill.
I accept such
So
help as I
you
find.
missed out on 2 LP
though it
there,
be from
and
thieves.
it's not a huge deal.
I shall accompany you until we
but
find my companions. No
It's
longer.
always nice to get all 4 kills.
Let's think of her as a guest then. Unlike Fran or myself, our guest probably won't be taking
Yep.
orders from anyone
Coming
anytime
up,
soon.
also
And she'll
Hoishin
leave
is
when
actually
she
coming up
pleases.
on the crystals pretty soon here, so
So
pay
we
attention
keep
to
to our
that.
affairs as
Looks
she
like Zero got a
does.
steel, Phoenix
I
Down
doubt we'll
steel
find
actually
her
from
wanting in valor,
swordsman here.
being
The
such
Phoenix Down is the
outstanding
rare
member
steel
of the
from these.
insurgents.
Yeah, it goes.
Resistance.
Yeah, it goes
Yeah,
potion,
rare.
high potion, Phoenix down.
Well,
So getting one of those
what are we
definitely will
waiting
help.
for?
Once again, we're going to be doing more Dustia farming in the future, so all of this is trying to build enough gil in order to afford the 38 Phoenix Downs, I think, now. I forget the current amount, but 38 sounds right.
38, yeah, for the. That's the
39.
number. Yeah.
39. 39, that's right. It's 8 less, not 9.
And it's potion, Phoenix on 100 gil for the steals from the card.
Yeah, that's what I don't know if I've ever seen high potion from the cards.
A lot of other guards, though,
We'll have them.
do
yeah.
have that. They go potion, high potion, Phoenix down, so that's probably where I'm getting that.
Yep. The flan fight that Rooster just finished has a little bit of positioning tech, where you're trying to position Amalia to attack the same thing for the majority of the fight. Because she will only attack the thing closest to her. She's not really... Her gambits are automatically set up by the game, and you can't really affect those, unfortunately. But that will change, or that does change in IZJS. You can actually manually control and set up gambits for the guest party members.
Yeah, another thing that's worth noting is that in IZJS you can actually have the guest party members being the lead of the party, so you're running them around. You cannot do that in this original version of the game.
They also level up in IZJS, whereas they don't yet level up in vanilla.
Correct. Yep, in vanilla they just have a level set based on your party's level when they first join the party.
Oh man, the caramel steal and the combo finisher for 0. Nice end to that clan fight.
Yep.
And Hoishin
So-
was 44, so he has a very, very good chance of getting a 3 crystal here.
Yeah. 1% off of getting a 2 crystal, but oh well.
That said, I've got like 47 off the first one and still gotten a 4 crystals, so you never know.
Things can happen. So Roosta and Zero are quickly approaching. Well, Roosta's actually about to enter the Firemane fight. This is infamously one of the most random fights in the game. Basically, Firemane has a chance to cast his ultimate ability called Bushfire, and he can start casting it anywhere from about 60% hit points to
80.
Is it 80? Yeah.
It's
80%
really
hit
high.
points to really, I think he is basically forced to cast it at 20%. As you'll see here, he can so the way it works is he has a lot higher chance to cast it, or is guaranteed to cast it, if he's on dry land. In addition, while Firemane is on dry land, he takes less damage. Or rather, while he's in the water, he takes more damage than he would normally take. So the goal is to keep him in the water as often as possible in order to do the max amount of damage. The caveat to this is once he casts Bushfire, he will teleport to the center to cast it, and then after that he will just randomly start teleporting back to the center again, even if he's not going to cast another Bushfire. So, and while he's teleporting, any actions that were causing someone to attack or anything will just miss and do no damage. So he can troll by going back and forth for a long time. And it looks like Roosta's actually had a really good fight considering the pretty early bushfire.
Yeah, that was a really solid fight for Roosta. Going back on the the reason why Firemane takes more damage in water, there are a whole bunch of contingent effects based on the weather and terrain that you're on that can increase or decrease damage of particular elements in any given area or against different foes, in addition to their basic weaknesses. And Firemane is weak to water, and there's a terrain effect of water in this area, so it takes increased damage as a result.
Yep, looks like Hoishin got the 3 crystal.
Yep.
So he's fine, and Zero, you're seeing on Zero's screen right now why it can be such a major pain, because he'll just keep going back and forth. He's gotten a couple extra teleports, 3 now, 3 extra teleports, and a second bushfire.
Yeah, Zero was getting really good drop and steal luck from what I could tell, so this is the game just kind of saying, evening things out, and regression to the mean, basically.
Yeah, so after this fight, you get captured by the Imperial, whatever they are. Someone, I saw you chat talking about my Imperial Senate reference. Anyway, so you get captured and have to go into the dungeons of Dalmasca, and someone lets you fight these. I forget the actual story here. Actually, you remember it better, Alec?
Yeah, basically, Vaughn kind of wanders off, and these thugs who are in the Nalbina prison are like, "Hey, let's attack this little weakling." And then Balthier hops in and is like, "You're not going to fight them alone, Vaughn." And then you cast fire on them, and they're roasted. So.
And Vaughn does all the damage in that fight, despite what the story may lead you to believe.
Balthier is helping. It's okay. He can kind of take one of them by himself.
He punches one of them twice. It's, that's basically all we expect from him in this run.
It means Vaughn has to cast fire or attack one fewer time. It's there.
So now they're escaping the prison and collecting on the way out someone from a prison cell. Someone named Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
No, it's Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmascus.
Yeah, good old days. And so he'll join the party as another guest, like Amalia did. As Zero is getting through the Daguda fight here, and soon Roosta will be entering the Barheim passage. This one, first he's gonna pop to the right here to pick up a few chests that have guaranteed gil in them. These first 2 can get anywhere from 1 to 333, and then 1 to 555. While the third one is 777. Yeah, it wasn't super bad luck, but he got under 300, which is not ideal. But because of the very randomness of those, you can get anywhere from 50 gil to like 800 gil plus gil from that.
Like the theoretical minimum would be 2, because those chests go from 1 to 333 and 1 to 555. So you can get anywhere from 2 to 888 gil from those chests theoretically.
Yep. So Roosta just used the immobilize trick, similar to what they did with the potion earlier for the crystal. Vaughn just stays up there and casts Cure a couple times, because you have to go pick up a item from this merchant down here in order to turn the power back on. This zone uses a power mechanic to keep the lights on. And if the lights are or if the charge bar that's on Roosta's screen is below 50%, it starts spawning some undead monsters, which actually kind of start hitting hard. And if it goes below, I think, is it 30 or I think it's 20%. If it goes below 20%, they start spawning ghosts, which can teleport and hit even harder. So a lot of this, to avoid this, you can kill these battery mimics, which handily also give you 2 LP, as you can see, like most mobs do. So a lot of the running through here is making sure to farm as much money while also killing as many battery mimics as possible to keep the charge up.
And
Zero
it's
looks like
worse
you got
in the
pretty
dark.
good
Yeah,
gil
he
for
got-
that, actually.
Much worse.
He got really good gil, and he
Soon,
was one
we'll
gil
get too
off a
close
meme
to one of
number
those
too,
conduits,
so
and they'll suck
that's
it
fun.
dry.
But yeah,
don't worry,
ghosts
it'll
appear
give the energy
only at
back if
really
you ask
low
nicely. Sticking it with
charge.
a
I believe
sword
it's
helps
below
too.
25%,
Clock's ticking.
but we want to kill the battery mimics anyway because you can steal and also get via drops after killing them. Things called scrap, and these scraps.
Iron scrap.
Yeah, the iron scraps sell for pretty good gil. They're weak to blizzard, and that's why he's using that spell there. You can see him filling it up manually on Fran, and then charge goes up. That's a somewhat random amount. It's pretty much similar to the, if not the exact same mechanic as the sun crystals, from what I can tell.
Probably uses the same
Yeah.
mechanic, honestly.
Yeah, so killing one of them increases the charge. Meanwhile, they can suck energy from the conduits and get and lower the charge. So you can see it decreasing when they're at the conduits, but not decreasing when they aren't. That's the gimmick for this section. But we use it, the battery mimics, to get LP. A little bit of XP, although that doesn't really matter, and most importantly, other than the LP, the gil from mostly iron scraps, but they also have other things that we can get from them via steals. Same with the flans that you're going to see them kill in the next area. They can have they have a little bit more gil by default from their green liquid that they drop, but they also have rare steals that can be worth more.
And this whole route really is thanks to Eminon.
Yeah, the basis of this route was from Eminons. So we used to, instead of doing this back when I first started running FF12, we would farm skeletons in the next room by letting the charge go below 50%. And you can farm up quite a few bones relatively quickly, but it ends up being faster overall by just stop and kill a lot of things along the way instead. And you're usually still able to get enough money anyway. Plus, in addition, now we don't need quite as much money due to not killing as many Dusty as we used to. Hey, I took Coffee Hat.
Yeah,
Kappa hat.
The Kappa Hat.
top Kappa hat.
That's the rare. The rare are both battery mimics and flans have a rare drop that is pretty valuable actually. I believe it's Top Copy Hat and Mage's Habit are the two.
Yes.
Both sell for a decent amount. Well, Mage Habit sells for quite a bit. Top Copy not quite as much, but do you still use Top Copy Hat in this route?
Yes.
Okay, so that saves something they'd have to buy later, unless they have to sell it for Phoenix Downs.
We almost likely sell it because how tight the gil is.
Yeah. It doesn't take that much time to buy it back later, and
Yeah.
your money's a little bit less tight later anyway. Well, relatively so.
Oh hey, Rooster got the buckler from the buckler chest too. That's the reason that you go for that chest. The buckler sells for a decent amount of gil, and you can just kind of run over there while that battery mimic is being killed by your other party members.
Yep, sells for. It's one of the most expensive things that you can get out of a chest in this section. I believe it sells for 300.
500.
Was it the 500 one? I think I'm getting
Yes.
confused with
Yeah.
Like
The,
200
flan
gil
one.
is
300.
yeah.
So I got 3 books, so
Okay, that's not bad.
decent amount, I guess.
Dustia is at least waiting to screw someone over, so that's good, I guess. We won't know if it's really good until we see everyone's Dustia 2 gil.
Yep. It's more or less consistent. You can get through this area pretty consistently with Gil. Sometimes you have to farm a bit more if you're not worried about drops, but especially if you don't get too many from Dustia 1, but you can usually make it at least enough to get through to starting Dustia 2. After Dustia 2 is where it starts getting, you start losing a lot of time if you don't get enough. It's like fairly decent steel luck so far from what I've seen from Zero.
Yeah, steel for the common item, which is the iron scraps from the battery mimics and the green liquid from the flans, has a 55% chance of working. If you want to be really technical about it, it's slightly higher overall because of the way the mechanic works with the rare steels consuming RNG values first, but you can pretty much just say 55% of getting something.
I've actually gotten insane steel luck, and then I've gotten the unwanted steel a lot of times from the flans. I have like 5 water stones or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate that they sell for less. Like everything but the common drop actually sells for the most from the steals from these.
Yeah,
Which
I also
is
noticed you
funny.
get an alarm clock from one of the mimics.
Yep.
I think I should be fine on Gil, but just a lot of unwanted rare steals.
Yep. So Bosch has been kind of running around with only his fists and his strength to kill anything. He manages to find a sword at that cutscene that was just skipped by Roosta. So that's nice. Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, you can skip every cutscene in this game. No more waiting through cutscenes or randomly having to set up cutscene skips like in 10 and 10-2. Thank goodness.
Almost every cutscene.
Well,
there are
almost
a
every
few
cutscene.
exceptions, like the one where Balthier was talking about the battery mimics and that mechanic you can't skip, and there are a few others, which in a way is nice because the game does give you a couple 1-minute-ish bathroom breaks, and otherwise you wouldn't have any in this run.
Yep. It's a relatively long run, so 6 hours. Some people can do it, some people can't. So Roosta, this is the last zone before Roosta gets to the Mimic Queen fight. Or the last zone with enemies in it, at least. So he's getting last little bit of heal he can here in LP. Are you killing most of this stuff for LP at this point?
Yeah,
to
actually,
make up for
the
that.
kill, so I decided to kill some
Yeah.
tiny mix.
Yeah, that would do it. So yeah, because he lost that 2 LP earlier, he's just trying to catch up some LP in order to be able to afford what he needs coming up. And we're coming up on the Mimic Queen fight soon, which has you pretty much just spam Blizzard at it. It's weak to Blizzard, so
Whose sound is on stream right now?
I actually don't know. Oh, and Hoishin getting a bucket head right away as well.
So this is all legit runs today, so that's good. Wow.
Yeah,
New route doesn't
whenever
have to hit Crystal before Mimic Queen, Craigasm.
yeah, whenever you fight Mimic Queen, the dream is to get Shock Stormless. Shock Storm is its ultimate move, and you pretty much have to hit certain damage thresholds in quick succession to do that, because Mimic Queen will use Shock Storm at a certain HP threshold. So you need to trigger another move, then deal a bunch of damage quickly enough. And usually it involves getting a combo at the right time, and then
it's pretty much Bosch has to hit a combo at the right time in order to hit it.
Yeah, pretty much. If you pay close attention, you can cast a fire instead of a blizzard and give yourself a slightly better chance, but it's mostly down to whether or not Bosch combos.
Yeah, no combo for Roosta.
Yeah, he was actually one more hit in the last couple rounds of attacks from Bosch away from getting Shock Stormless. So that was actually pretty close.
He had the setup right, but didn't get lucky. There's pretty much nothing that you can do. You have to rely on Bosch to combo on that one at these levels.
But at least it's sub 59.
Yeah, sub 59
nice.
Barheim, not bad.
pretty good.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Yeah, remember when
Where
107
are
was a
we?
good Mimic Queen
The
time?
Esther Sand, by
Good
the look
time.
of it. Let's back
I
to
don't.
Ravenasta before we split them up. By your leave, Captain.
Sub
Yes,
2 hour geese
the hour of
was
my
the dream.
return is already over late. The people may hate me, but that does not
Even
free
1
me
year
of my
ago,
charge.
1 year ago, 101 or 102 was good.
True.
If I remember
That I
correctly.
remember.
Now we get 58.
I remember because winners were getting like 103 and Zero was getting 103 on PAL, so he was actually going way faster the whole time.
So the other thing with the Mimic Queen fight is you turn around not facing Mimic Queen for the majority of this fight because a little bit of FPS lag that is caused by it.
Yeah, it's not a ton of lag, but it's enough that it's worth looking away because you don't need to look at it at all. So why not save the frames?
I think there's also a little bit of fringe benefit in that the ads that spawn don't actually attack either. I'm not sure if that's actually affected by this, but
They would attack Bosch anyways, so...
Zero didn't get lucky, unfortunately, either on that. So Rusta is heading back to a town to... There's two different ways you could go to get to a teleport crystal to get back to Rabanastre. But he goes to the slightly further one here at Nalbina, which is in the next zone here, in order to unlock the teleport crystal to teleport back to later. So the way teleport crystals work in FF12 is basically if you hit one, you can then travel back to it later at the cost of a what's called teleport stone. You don't get too many of them at the start of the game, up until we actually use every single one of them that we get. Oh, Rooster got a hidden flame stuff that we were talking about earlier as well, so I imagine his gil is perfectly fine right now.
Yeah, what he means by hidden is that it didn't pop up on the drops shown before he had already zoned away. So it was what we call hidden because you didn't know you had it until later. So there you see he bought a bunch of Phoenix Downs. You actually like to get a little bit more than you need for Dustia 2 because of the Judge's fight that comes up after that. Saves a little bit of time. You can do one less shop, even though the shop is on your path. That still saves a few seconds worth of time. And
yeah, he actually was needed to sell that and barely had enough anyway because just really bad steal luck and drop luck.
And it's worth mentioning also that you don't even have to hit the Rabanastre teleport crystal at all to teleport back there. It's automatically unlocked. And yeah, the Dustia 2 damage down is, if anything, a little bit riskier than the Dustia 1 damage down, because in part because of mobs that can follow you to the zone line that you use for Dustia 2, which is a different area because of loading times. And the ones there are, if anything, potentially more annoying than Hero Wolf.
His way through Garam Scythe now. He'll be at the guards fight and the flans fight here in a couple minutes. And Rusta is now running to the far zone for Dustia. As opposed to going to the closer zone line that we were at earlier, go to the far one in order to reduce the load. It actually has a less load time to load the zone we're in here instead of the other zone we were just in, because of less monsters or something, etc. And it ends up just being faster to go to this zone line and do it for the number of Dustia we kill. I guess still is the case for even 38. Or 39.
Yeah.
39.
Yeah.
I'm saying 38, don't worry about it.
At 47, it was about 45 seconds. I think it would still be like 35, 40 seconds for 39 Dustia.
Yeah. And handily, 2 blizzards or a blizzard and a fire will get you down to the 10% HP that you need for this. And now that we have Gambits, we can just automatically set up a Phoenix down nearest Gambit, and we don't have to menu anything, and this lets us have the attack speed slightly higher, since the reaction speed of the Gambit is faster than doing it yourself.
Yeah, it's also handy because, as you are likely to see at some point, drops later on in the chain level have a chance to heal you. So that can put you above the 10% threshold that you need to be at to spawn Dustia. So you need to hit yourself and damage yourself back into that hit point range. And so that's one of the other random factors for Dustia 2, in addition to just drop luck and whether or not any enemies will follow you right up to the zone line, which you always want to try to avoid, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's over. The main thing, though, is still drop luck.
Looks like Hoishin had Himalaya kill one as well.
So only 0 got no Amalia kill. Coincidence?
No, it looks like things are a little bit dicey for Roosta here. There's Fideliant, which is another rare game. It can also be killed by things. Oh, yeah.
0, gonna have to reload.
Yeah, Fideliant used an instant there. Fortunately, it was before Dustia 2. You can run back that way and get lunged by Fideliant and lose your entire farming segment. If that's why I never run back that way.
Yeah. We have infamously someone who's unfortunately unable to be with us today. Skate died to Fideliant on the way back from Dustia.
Oh, you make it sound like he's dead.
Fair enough. I mean, Fideliant. They kill Vaughn.
Yeah, he
and that's why you say
is working. He's working today. Whereas I just finished my week of work and I'm going on relatively little sleep and instead compensating with caffeine today, so that's fun.
Yeah, I just took the day off.
Yeah, actually, Fideliant didn't use an instant. He just battle speed is fast. Battle speed is fast there, so it's just he hit 0 to put his fists away because he damaged himself, and he just couldn't get by in time, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he's faster than you anyway, so you can't really run away from him.
There is a backup strat, which is you can kill him with a Phoenix down, and he gives enough XP that it's not a problem, but it's kind of hard to do in real time.
Yeah, the runners you run this game in both fastest battle speed and active battle time system as much as possible in order to, well, go as fast as possible, because you can use wait ATB and it will be used a decent amount later. But whenever you go into the battle menu, it pauses the game, so all that time that you could be attacking is lost just selecting an action.
That's it's still used fairly extensively just because of what you need to do against some of the later bosses.
Yeah, but for the first 3 hours of this game, it won't be used at all, at least. Is it used before Bergen at all?
First time we used wait is Mandy's maybe. Usually devouring.
So quite a while until we get to the first wait ATB usage.
When you're learning, you want to use wait for Barheim and stuff, but as you get better and better.
I never used wait for Barheim, but I mean, I'd already been running the game for a while. I just had to get used to what I was doing there. But yeah, new runner, it's a very easy way to make things more forgiving for learning the game.
Yep, so while they're doing Dustia, 0 got started just fine this time. Hoishin's doing Firemane right now, so that will be... We'll see how it goes for him. So far so good, but all dependent on when that first bushfire happens.
And whether or not it keeps doing that and keeps teleporting and so on.
Actually, that fire meme fight for me was actually really funny because That was both the earliest I've ever seen bushfire on, my runs, and also a gold split for me.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a really good fight because it never really teleported after that.
I just bushfired once. He's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Did I just see a Phoenix down steal from Hoishin from Firemane?
I think he got a potion.
It looked like a potion,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was kind of looking at Roosta's drop and Zero Scar's drop, and I didn't see. I just saw a little bit of the before it disappeared.
I also noticed Balthier throwing, or he's using Balthier to throw some potions. Amalia will throw potions for free. They don't actually use your own inventory. But Amalia does so much damage in this fight is you don't really want her throwing potions as much as possible. Whereas Balthier really doesn't do that much damage in this fight.
Yeah, Amalia does a lot of damage in this fight.
So now that Firemane, at this point in the match, Firemane's almost dead, so he's just going to keep him in the middle in order to avoid the teleporting issue.
Yeah, he just teleports too much when he's low. You can try and pull him out with targeting, but if you keep a fling, he can keep teleporting. It can just be a huge waste of time.
Yep.
Sometimes he teleports and it's just fine, but Hoishin's going for the slow but steady instead of fast, but maybe really slow strat.
Yep, so that was a fairly average Firemane fight from Hoishin, so...
You saw Roosta just get 2 books from that last drop. That's something that happens as you get higher in chain level. Chain level is a mechanic used in Final Fantasy XII where as you kill more enemies of the same genus, every rare game also does a genus, so it corresponds to a normal enemy as well. And that's useful if you're trying to get a rare item from one of the rare enemies. You can chain the generic enemy of that same type and then spawn the rare one. And it increases the chances of you getting any drop. So the common becomes more common, the uncommon works its way up to becoming about as common as the common drop was initially, and so on down the line. Rooster just got a heal there too, so he's going to have to damage himself back down. But another thing that happens as you kill more enemies of the same type is they start dropping multiples of whatever they drop. And so you can get multiple flame staves and books potentially on the same drop.
Yeah, strangely, the number of drops from an item is relatively independent of the actual like chain bonus boosts, like the color of the drop. It's only based on how long the chain actually is.
Right. So you can have a low chain level, but still start getting multiple drops after so many kills. But the drops become more and more likely as you raise your chain level. In addition, the extra effects, things like the heals, and eventually getting Protect or Shell, and then at the highest level, getting Protect or Shell on your entire party, which is something that can be used for these jellies, which is the other big farming section in this run.
Yep, so ideally they want as much money as possible. Ideally the minimum to get everything they want is, I think 19,000 right now, roughly.
About 19 to 20,000 is what you want as a good minimum to traveler early safely. But in order to just continue the run, you only need like 11 to 13k, and you can even go lower than that if you do even more active strats. But the more of that you have to do, the slower it is.
Correct. Let's see how Hoishin fares with the guild today. Not very great. Under 300 as well, so... It happens, it's random. I think someone fairly recently got like 30 or 40 total from the 2 chests.
Yeah, my PB has 25 guild total.
25?
From those chests, so...
So yeah, obviously this guild is not needed, you can make up time. Things happen.
Also, I have 4 books so far.
19 in. That seems solid.
Yeah.
Do you have any stabs?
No visibles.
Oof.
Okay,
So also
I've
ideally
had 3
you want,
total drops.
you also ideally want at least 2 stabs from Dustia, because we'll actually be using stabs as a weapon for the vast majority of the game, and getting them now saves even more than just the sell cost of them later on by not having to buy them. Well, after you get the first 2, the rest can be sold at about extra 1200. So
yeah. Oh, nice 4-book drop for Rooster there.
I just got in 1 drop what Zero got in 17.
Yeah. So it's worth mentioning that not getting many drops early on isn't necessarily bad. It's just worrisome because although you're more likely to get more drops at a higher chain level, and not getting drops will raise your chain level higher, it's still not guaranteed. So if you don't get much money from Dustia 2, that is going to slow you down significantly. But
yeah,
there is always the chance that Zero's luck will pick up, especially now that he's on a higher chain level. You can see he's already at a higher chain level than Roosta is at, so that means he's more likely to get drops. Not that he's been getting them so far, but statistically, it tends to even out most of the time.
Yeah, ideally you want most of your drops to fall after you get to 27 kills, because that's when you have the highest chance for 4. That said, now that they're only killing 39 of them, you want pretty much as many drops as you can throughout the whole thing in order to help average out the amount you get. Rusa is getting pretty good luck, though. He's fairly solid for Manu. Was that your third 4-book drop?
I think so, yeah.
So I guess
Hey, I got the final chain level because I haven't had any drops.
Oh, wow.
at 26. Wow, that's one of the earliest you can actually get it.
Yo,
Yeah.
Zero, nice chain manipulation, dude. Well done.
It's okay, you'll get a bunch of 4-book drops now, or 4 staff drops.
So a meme in the community is if you fail to pick up drops, or if you're not getting many drops, you get the chain level earlier, and it's like, oh, I did that on purpose. It's a chain manipulation.
RNG, it's all RNG manipulation.
Yeah, like I said, it does statistically tend to even out to a certain point, but it's never a guarantee that you're going to get a drop, even if it's more likely, so more drops are good, period.
Yeah, I had like 6 books after 20, what was it, 26 kills?
Something like that,
Yeah,
yeah.
and since then you've got like, what, a staff and 3 books?
Something like that, yeah.
And now you're gonna get like 40 books, 8 staves, and 9 heals in your last 2 drops.
Well, there's 2 more.
Right.
One thing you also notice is when they have to damage themselves down for to get back to 10% from a heal, they'll flee about halfway through the thing. This is in order to try to avoid combos from happening. Have we ever actually confirmed if that works?
Confirmed what?
It must, because we've punched ourselves so many times.
Yeah, we would have gotten
Yeah.
comboed more often than we have, as in, because I don't remember the last time I've gotten combo doing that. So
yeah, I've confirmed it works. I actually did the if anyone's familiar with the old 5-hit chess manipulation method, we have a RNG tool for that now. But I did that
clever.
And was like, okay, I know this 5-hit combo is going to hit now, so I'm like, all right, I'll flee for this, and I cancel it after 2 hits because I intentionally fleed a little late.
okay, cool. So basically, what it does, fleeing stops combos. So
If you get it in time.
if you get it in time, yeah.
Also, for the record, I've gained a lot of time on Zero, but it's mostly luck at this point. It's Firemane and a 4 crystal. That's just a FF12.
And Fidelian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fidelity was the big time loss.
It can be made up.
Easily, actually.
So-
Quite easily. And at least Zero's getting drops now, so that's good.
It's not quite as dire as it was looking. Fortunately, Zero got
think...
protected, so he had to hit down twice.
No, I didn't. It was still one hit.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think that was my first one at this chain level that did not give me a drop, so...
Yeah.
At least I've gotten drops after getting the chain level. For once, it works like it's supposed to be, because usually when I get chain levels, it stops giving me any drops, like...
Yeah, I know, it does feel like that.
It does seem like it does that a lot.
And I got ridiculous skill at chain level 1.
Oh, that's right, you never got past 1.
I'm suspicious that those don't make that big of a difference overall. Except when you want heals. When you want heals, you need the last chain level, like fragility.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. How many flame staffs did you get, Roosta? Did you see any?
I saw 3 at least, but
okay.
I wasn't counting because I have to sell stuff.
Right.
Okay, that.
Oh, nice final drop.
What was it?
4 flame stones.
Yeah, on the final Dustia.
Andy got a courtesy heal. So that'll help.
Yeah.
Should be fairly okay on money now. Cause he already had at least 3, so.
Yeah, the
that's
courtesy
that's
heal.
Straight 4,800 gil by itself.
Yeah, now I can afford Traveler.
Yeah, see, that's the hope that the luck evens out if you do get the higher chain level and you get a bunch of drops, just like that happened. And the courtesy heal, for those of you who,
Zero.
in case you can't figure it out, means that you get a heal from the final drop on the final time you would kill Dusty anyway, so you don't have to post.
So Zero, were you sitting there going like, man, unless this is a 4-staff drop, I can't afford Traveler?
No, I wasn't paying attention to that, but then when I added the totals together, then I realized that I can. Like, I wasn't even thinking about that, but now that I know I have 28 and 7.
That should be enough, yeah.
Yep, it's 20.9k.
Nice.
And I can skip Tomage, so I'm catching up.
Oh, you got the teleport stone steal?
Yeah.
Nice. So see, RNG goes back and forth. It evens out.
Oh yeah, are we saving Leviathan?
No. I have like 5 Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, I can buy a lot.
So now a lot of the next 15 minutes or so is just them continuing the story. Yeah, story stuff. Trying to get to the next zone, which is the Leviathan, where Judge Geese is at.
Yeah. Would you mind holding down the commentary for the next few minutes, Freddy?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll be back by the time it gets interesting again. Sorry, I actually have some stuff to do
ditch
around
me
here.
for the boring part. I see how
no.
it is.
Well, for the part that there's less commentary needed. I mean, this is my job.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, less commentary needed.
But yeah, my
this is.
I just finished my week of work, so I do have some stuff that I need to get done around here.
No worries, man. Go ahead.
We don't need commentary. We just need really good Vaughn impersonations.
I'm Captain Bosch. Anyway,
Don't listen on Doris Lies.
This part is traditionally the part where I just basically almost fall asleep throughout when I do
this is really
12
the
runs.
boring part. Just
like
watch Team Mom.
I'm at least paying attention and trying not to do anything. But then you go from Dustia, which is kind of a repetitive section, to this where you're just literally running through a mine for 10 minutes. It gets old fast.
Yeah,
looks
I
like
24. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like both Roosta and Zero have about the same amount of gil coming out of Dustia, so no real advantages there. And they are all waiting for cutscenes now. At the same time.
This is kind of a black screen simulator.
This really is a black screen simulator. So while you can skip cutscenes, it does take forever to load zones sometime.
be like a half-hour time save on the Zodiac Age, I think.
Oh yeah, just because of the faster load times. Yep. I guess Zodiac Age. Sure, that's something we can talk about. So the Zodiac Age is coming out in a few months now, mid-July.
And actually, the part I'm in now is the demo, right?
Yeah, this is the original E3 demo, I believe. E3 was it E3? I don't remember which. I think it was E3. So yeah, they were showing off this area, this section specifically, even with I believe with Lamont in the party, maybe. Nah, but anyway,
Yeah,
so the new Zodiac Age is, from what we know about it, is basically a port of, or a HD remaster of the Zodiac Job version from Japan, and with a couple additions, like we were talking about earlier. We believe it's pretty much actually confirmed at this point that the effect capacity system has been removed. So that will change a couple things with routing and potential possibilities. In addition, they're adding, in the JP version, there's only a 2x speed up version. They're going to be adding a 4x speed up version in this. So this is all taking advantage of the PS4's capabilities compared to the PS2. So it'll be definitely a quite interesting thing to go through once it comes out. I know I have some plans for it. Also that 1 hour exactly Mimic Queen. I think of what else they're doing with 14. Or I mean, not 14. Zodiac Age. Yeah, honestly, I think because right now the IZJS is a pretty different route from any percent in US, because to take advantage of the speed up, they do mostly attack-based strategies. Also because there is a chest that is manipulatable.
What chest?
Also, chests are the Satan Grat chest.
Memebo.
The Memebo chest. So the other different thing about IZGS is first, the biggest change is the license system. Instead of the single license board that you can see, there are actually 13 different ones, 12 different ones. Whatever, Zodiac. Yeah.
12, I think.
Is it just 12? Okay. Anyway, so there's 12 different license boards, so 12 different classes, each with its own license board. And each of these opens up different things, and you can only pick one at the start of the game.
We'll not be able to take them all. Fight who we must, leave the rest.
So, currently, the JP route uses that, and I'm not excluding certain, but I would not be surprised if the route changed again, either because the chest that we manipulate isn't really as manipulatable anymore, or because the lack of effect capacity means you can get away with stronger magics for whatever reason. Either something like, because a couple changes, instead of only being able to pick up items and gil out of chests in the original version, you can pick up magics and all sorts of other things. Well, magics and techniques as well from chests. The chest system has a pretty big actual revamp compared to how it is in this version. It's going to be a very different run. Especially, and it'll probably be quite a bit faster. Or will almost definitely be quite a bit faster. Despite not being able to abuse some of the glitches that we use in this run. Just by pure have 4x speed up and faster load times. So yeah, Roosta and Zero are both working their way through the mines. The Lusu mines. It's basically the story here is that Pinello got kidnapped by some thugs called Bagamnon and his gang. Because I believe it has something to do with the Imperials wanting something.
They're trying to get Balthier, because Balthier owes them.
Oh, that's right, they're trying to get Balthier. And
I mean, they're trying to get Han Solo, because Han Solo owns money.
Yeah, Han Solo ran apart the Kessel Run too fast, and they need to bring him to justice for that. And since Balthier knows Vaughn and Pinello were close, they saw that, like, oh, we'll take the girl. We'll totally get him to come out for that. So in order to get her back, they have to run up and get her or run into Begamnon and the crew. Get there, find out she got sold to the Imperials for a hefty sum instead, and then they have to run away from Begamnon. You don't actually have to fight Begamnon ever, fortunately. You can, if you want to, but that's slow, so we don't. Have you done that before?
Yeah, Hoishin. Barheim run.
Nice. So ultimately it just turns up into you run through 5 or 6 zones in this, and then you run back out of the 5 or 6 zones of this. Then we get to another minigame.
Yeah, but Gambit can be farmed in pretty much the same way as Dustia, but he gives a lot of LP really quickly.
Yep, he can give a lot of LP, and no XP. One of the original routes of this game 3-4 years ago, if anyone watched the Chris's for Life run of this, used Begamnon farming for a lot of their LP usage.
Marquis Andor announced my execution 2 years ago.
But it's been routed down quite a bit since then, so
compromised.
it's both not necessary and takes too long, and is also very hard to do, as Hoishin will attest.
Rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it.
I mean, I guess Balthier have done backgammon
this?
farming at some point in speedrun setting. Since it is done in 122-333%.
Yeah. Since it
I
doesn't
have
give
not
experience.
actually ever done Begamnon farming.
Alright, you...
Wait,
you-
no! Shoot, that's a lie. I have done
What
Begamnon
do you
farming. I
think?
did it as part of my
That
Balthier
certainly
solo
qualifies as a clamor.
challenge.
Don't
run.
listen to Andor's
Get
lies.
to it. For the girls' sake.
There it
Bosh
is.
leaves.
Oh, I
The
see
more
Alec got
people
back
around
just
to
in time
witness your
to...
little performance,
I
the
did,
better.
like I said, just
If we're
as
going to
things get
reach the
interesting.
Marquis, it's up to
Just
you.
as things-
We'll be waiting here if you need us.
So, we're trying to get a hold of the Marquis Andor. His name is actually Andor. And to do that, Vaughn runs around claiming to be Bosch. Why Bosch doesn't run around claiming to be Bosch, I'm not sure. But Vaughn does it because Vaughn is the hype man. He has a few different sayings. My favorite is "Don't listen to Andor's lies."
And we get it first.
Of course. See, don't listen to Andor's lies.
So, Roosta, are you doing a 2-shout or do I need to?
You have to do it, I'm sorry. I'm not
Did you
at
fail?
that level.
No. Need to work on it. You got 31% off of that first one, too.
I know. I'm too much of a coward to even try.
So there's a certain place you can stand on this on these rugs right here in order to get this group as well as that other group on the far side and do it in 2 shouts total. Instead, it's a lot safer because if you miss it by one direction, sometimes you're not sure exactly which ones you missed. They look at you, so it's not too hard to tell, but it's just safer to make sure you get the one side and then go to the other side.
Yeah,
So it's a few second time loss, but not too bad.
It's not unheard of to miss the 2-shout and then end up taking like 5 shouts.
Yeah,
that's why I don't do it.
More commonly, it still ends up taking 3 or sometimes 4, but it can take 5 if you go to one side and already got those guys and didn't realize it.
So now that the mob has calmed him down about Captain Bosch, because he's obviously not Captain Bosch, now Andor wants to talk to him for whatever reason. I guess it works. And then cutscenes happen, and then they go to a giant flying airship. Because the Marquis decides to hand him over to the Imperials. I believe it's in order to actually help him get to Pinello. Because they...
Well, to Ash, but not
No,
actually Nello, but yeah.
Fair enough. Pinello just happens to be there.
Are you telling me that Ash lives?
Ash lives, yes. I mean, Amalia, sorry.
We're going to save Best Girl.
Asheri Banagan Dalamasca is not, in fact, dead. That wasn't the
Wait, is
best
Ash
Andor
best-
pick.
Is Ash best girl again? I thought Pinello was.
No, it's Pinello. We're going to save Pinello.
Oh, okay.
Ash is just on the.
Yeah, whoever has world record in this game gets to pick best girl. If this were an Order of Ambrosia run, then Ash would be best girl, but that's a different matter.
Or pal.
Or pal for that matter, yeah.
True.
Yeah, we don't have any memes. Nope, not at all. There are no memes in this community.
What are memes?
I don't know, honestly. It's under much disruption, and many people, most people agree that they are a very bad idea. So, yeah. From now on, we will avoid the usage of memes, mostly because chat will take care of it for me. Anyway.
Yes, I see that they are. They're doing quite an admirable job of it, too.
Oh yes, oh yes. So, at the start of Leviathan, you'll see Rusta is trying to kill Vossler, because he's kind of a bad guy. Yeah, in fact, we actually kill him a couple times this. But in actuality, we're using him for... he at critical HP, Vossler uses an ability called Balance. It deals damage equal to the difference between your maximum and current HP in an area.
See that red web of light?
Unfortunately, it does that at a very low hit rate.
It is a mechanism to detect
even with the low hit
intruders within
rate,
the ship.
the area of
Break
effect
one
is
of those
very useful
beams
for
and
the
an
upcoming
alarm will
fight.
sound, summoning
Yeah,
the
the fact
guard.
that Vossler's magic
The alarm should cease
value
after a
isn't
time,
very good.
but it's
doesn't
better to
help.
avoid drawing unnecessary
But,
attention. Come,
the main
Your
point, the
Majesty
main part
awaits.
is that not only is it AOE, but it deals a lot of damage when it does hit. So, although the judge's fight is pretty random, balance. We used to get the dark spell for that fight alone, but that's the fight is pretty close to the same speed unless you get bad luck. But otherwise, buying dark and setting up gambits for it, if you set up gambits, takes a fair amount of time.
Also, I'm pretty sure Zero got that too, the two shout.
Yep,
That we were
I got
talking
the
about.
2-shout with Underslice.
With Andor's Lies. See, if you don't listen to Andor's Lies, people pay attention. That's the moral of the story, really. So, Reese is making his way through here. You see the large amounts of instants that happen from these. Looks like he's gonna pick up these chests for some extra money, a chance at a couple items. Probably the most notable item out of these chests that you can get is a Reflect emote. Do you use the Reflect emote for Gabranth still?
I use it for Vossler now.
Vossler, okay. So Reflect emote, you just cast Reflect on your party, which is a strategy that we'll be using a lot. So having a moat helps things go faster in a couple different situations.
Yeah, there are three main parts where it can use it. Garuda, which is the least useful, and is only used in deprecated strats anyway, old strats. You can use it against Gabranth in one of the final boss fights to reflect him guaranteed before he uses Renew, so it bounces off and hits you instead of fully restoring his HP. And you can also use it in a couple other plays. The Hustler fight is another pretty useful place, simply because not everyone in your party has Reflect, and one of the people who is casting Reflect, or who can cast Reflect, is going to be busy
Fear not their
casting,
numbers.
direct
Take down the
targeted
leaders and the
arrows
others will
guards.
follow.
So there are a few different places you can use it. It's kind of up to choice and depends on what strats you use.
Yep, so Roost is in the guards fight. This fight, the enemies, the judges specifically, can use an ability called Tri-Attack, which just got used by a judge and just killed Vossler. It does damage equal to a third of character's hit points, which will always instantly kill Vossler, unfortunately. Also, in addition, has a chance to slow the party member. So in general, it was a very, very bad thing to happen. And you can go through quite a few Phoenix Stones in this fight if they start spamming it. One thing that happened earlier is we do use Flame Staff on Vaughn, because it actually does a decent amount of damage despite being a staff.
Yeah, that's the thing
compared to any other weapon you have.
that was so surprising to me is you put the flame staff on Vaughn and then you have him attack people with it. You don't use fire.
Well, you use fire to hit Vossler down. One thing about the firing down Vossler, the reason we do it where we do it, instead of kind of along the way in a couple spots, is that first zone counts, gives you a weather effect which increases the damage of fire by a little bit. I believe 1.2.
Yeah, it's a
Nice quit down there.
Modifier, so 20%.
Yeah. So it happens to work math out that you can do 2 fires from Vaughn and a fire from Balthier and an attack from Bosch and most of the time that will get Vossler down to crit right away. And fairly high levels of crit. Or high HP for crit.
So now Roosta's going to buy a bunch of spells and some equipment. The Cherry Staff, like the Flame Staff boosting fire, boosts wind magic. He bought a few curatives, and all of these spells that he's buying here are of significant importance later on in the run. The first ones that are going to be used are Reflect in Dark. That's in the next fight against Judge Geese. You'll see the first use of reflecting AoE magic off your party, sometimes referred to by the name Delta Attack strats. Basically, you're reflecting an AoE on your party means you're targeting all your party members, and because it hits each of them and then reflects off of them, the enemy gets hit once for each party member it reflects off of. So that adds up to a lot of damage really quick.
Yes, it does. So Roosta basically just has to retrace his steps again to get back to literally where he started on the ship.
Also, the next split is coming up for whoever split it in this next boss.
Yeah, they should be paying attention. They've been good about it. Okay, cool. So Roosta and Zero basically just pass each other on the same crosswalk. I like cross-game functionalities. You can actually see like the ghost of someone as you're running past them. Make it so FF14. Or, FF14. Why did I say FF14? Zodiac Age.
Well,
you can go drop from those chests.
Well, 14 is an Evilise, isn't it?
Eorzea. Melissa's.
Oh, not necessarily Evilise, but like the same world overall, is what I mean.
Is it?
At least one of the MMOs is, I know that much. I haven't played either of them.
I haven't played either of them enough.
That's more than I have, because I haven't played them at all.
Fair enough. Okay, so Zero's in the guards fight now, and not having a great time with it. Both Balthier and Vossler have died.
You do want Balthier alive, at least for the Geese fight, simply because he needs LP for Traveler, since Zero should have the money for it. He'll be able to get that. Okay, now it looks like he's getting control of the fight again, so that's good.
Yeah, he should be fine now. Okay. So looks like both of them took a death for a Vossler death in the fight. Can happen. Tri-Tech's a fairly common ability there, so it can miss.
I think it tends to focus on the
nice. Yeah.
They tend to the guards at least tend to focus on Vossler because he's casting magic, balances the spell, and they sometimes will target someone else if they start using items. That's actually one of the reasons that we have Vaughn attack instead of cast fire, is because casting fire will draw more aggro, and if at all possible we want to avoid hitting this save crystal in this next area right after the fight. So we want Vaughn to have some HP for the Geese fight.
Yeah, as chat is updating Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics is the same world as FF12, yes. It's this game. A lot of stats. However, yeah, I don't think 14 is. Eorzea is the world for 14, not Evilise. But yeah, FF12 actually technically has a sequel in the form of a PS, or I mean a DS.
DS.
Is it just regular for DS1? Original
Yeah.
DS?
Original DS. It's a RTS type game called Revenant Wings.
Yeah.
I've played a little bit of it. It seemed okay.
Yeah, it seemed
Actually,
mostly
this
okay.
game was planned to be a tactics game at this RTS, but changed to this kind of game and got into mainline after some development. So.
Yep, so don't really blink on this geese fight. It's going to be over relatively fast. Not as fast as a couple fights later, but he's going to first kill the guards off real quick in order to let Penelo get down into crit XP or HP to start abusing the first usage of both Reflect Strats and Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker is something he licensed in that last menu, which causes a very, very high increase in damage with magic if you are in critical HP. I believe it's 3 times, either 2 or 3 times.
It's just double damage straight
Double,
up.
okay.
So you take the damage that you would normally deal and you double it, and that's literally what you get. As far as that fight and things that can go wrong, if you have Penelo in the wrong hit point range, then she can die, but we have it manipulated so that shouldn't happen. And if you don't quite get her into critical, then you have to make sure you only cast a round of Dark with one of the 2 people who are casting in the first round. Let Geese cast Arrow on himself, and then finish it off with Dark from both cast. Basically, you have to delay. You have to delay the second round from one of the casters. That's what it is. But that's because if Geese kills himself with Arrow, you don't get the LP from the fight.
Yeah. Fortunately, with the strategy currently used, it's not as much of an issue. Usually doesn't happen. Can, but usually doesn't. I was gonna say,
if you don't mess up, it doesn't
happen. Yeah, if you don't mess up, it doesn't happen. Like Penelo does enough damage to almost kill him by yourself, and then add on the other 2 caster damage, and he goes down fast before he has a chance to really arrow anything. And Zero did get the reflect mode, it looked like, from the chest there, so he'll be taking advantage of that. Do you also use that in the Vossler fight, usually, Zero?
I haven't decided.
Fair enough. He will take advantage of that at some point in the run. Let's go with that.
If you use it later, you can skip a license on Fran. Just a 3-second time save.
Fair enough. So now that they're done with, Roos is done with Leviathan, he's going to start running across the Sand Seas, as will be detailed.
Where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Far to the west.
Yeah.
We must first cross the Ogir-Yensa, and beyond that the Nam-Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expansive desert larger still than all of
So where
Dalmasca.
exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
We may have seen
far to the west. We
may have seen this cutscene a few times.
And beyond that, the Nam-Yensa, before we reach the tomb.
Yeah, this
An
is
expansive desert larger still
the third
than all of
unskippable cutscene, I
Dalmasca.
think.
We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take
There's
rest.
a few others.
You don't have to worry about me.
There's like
I'm
5 or
tougher
6 in
than I
total, I
look.
forget exactly the number,
You
but
are at that.
the last one's actually right after Bergen, so...
Yeah, it adds up to less than 10 minutes overall, by a fair amount too.
Yep. So one thing you can do in this is if you get a fairly low roll on gold gil from Dustia, is you can buff up and start killing some of these Alrons here. These little like rogue tomato, basically. You can kill them and they drop succulent fruits itself for about 300 apiece. Both stealing and they can both be stolen and dropped, and you can get a decent from these fairly quickly. It's about a minute time loss or so for an extra 3k gil. Or now,
And if And if all you need to do is steal 1 or 2 of them, then it's obviously a lot less. You're just going with Vaughn, Fran, and Balthier. Steal, flee for a bit, maybe steal from another one later on, and then call it good. And then Zero wrapping up the Geese fight as well. Textbook kill there for him.
Yep.
And Hoishin is running his way through Bujerba, on his way to see Begamnon. He used to actually farm Begamnon and his lackeys for LP. I don't know if you mentioned that used to be a strat or not, Freddy, but Hoishin did that at first.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
But I didn't have to mention it because Hoishin did.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hoishin still wants it to become a thing, but unfortunately, or fortunately, in my opinion at least.
Fortunately.
I hated that one. Literally the reason I started running this game is because Alec cut out the Gamden farming. Because originally I was looking like, oh, this would be fun to get into, but that just looks like an awful section. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And I looked on the forums, and he's like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna cut that out. And I'm like, perfect, done. Let's do this.
Yeah. Basically, the way FF12 speedrunning got its start in the West was a runner by the name of Yokai Dragoon. He did a segmented run for Speed Demos Archive, and I verified it and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then right about then, Crystals for Life was being organized, and I'm like, hey, I can run FF12 for this. I know the game really well. This will be easy, right? Well, it wasn't, but I decided, okay, I'm going to see if I can improve this run a little bit. So the first thing I did was cut up a Gambit farming, and I started working on it. Then other people got involved. Freddy picked it up. Skate for Living picked it up. Not long after that, Let's Get Pitted picked it up, and Roosta picked it up. Zero has been running for quite some time. So before then, pretty much all we had was we had a time from Eminon, but we didn't find the video for a while. And then we had a video from a runner named Kai, also Japanese, who farmed the Gamnon. So that was part of the original segmented run, and also part of the run at Crystals for Life. If you do want to see what the Gamnon farming is like, I can't remember which video it's on, but there is a YouTube channel that you can find pretty easily by searching Crystals for Life Final Fantasy 12. And it'll be in there at that section of the run, about 2 hours in, roughly.
Also, Kai by him or herself figured out how the graphic limitation system and aggro system in this game.
Yeah, he was the main source of that for sure. Like when I was researching that before I came up with
the scientist of this game.
Yep, he is. He was he the one that made that video that explained it as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I actually didn't know that was him. Or I actually didn't really know, because I can't read Japanese very well. But I was going through looking at it, and I found that video by Kai. It was just, it was all in kind of Japanese with some English subtitles, so I was able to at least understand it. And that was kind of where I have my own working knowledge of the effect queue and the aggro system as well. It's definitely a very interesting thing if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of Final Fantasy 12 systems, but definitely not necessary to enjoy the game.
Are we saving for Wraith?
Of course.
I am saving. It's so easy to save.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you save halfway through the setup too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. And Bossler.
Bossler.
Yeah.
Dies to Bossler.
Bossler's easy. What are you talking about? Free every time.
Who would die to Bossler?
Bossler's like the freest fight in this entire run. Come on.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just so everyone in chat knows, we did an anniversary race of this, and 2 people died on a should be pretty free boss of Vosley.
It was even easier than it was now. Like, at least now it's actually almost kind of dangerous because of slightly riskier strats.
Yeah, just worse armor.
Worse armor and stuff, yeah.
Worse armor is the big thing. Also, slightly lower level, so you have a little bit less HP, and that actually does make a pretty
chance for guard
significant
damage rolls.
difference. Yep.
But luckily there are backup strats. There's pretty much one way for every boss to go right, but there's a lot of ways for things to go wrong, and you can recover from many of them. So that's part of becoming an FF12 runner.
A lot of FF12 running is learning how the backup, like, not even necessarily the backup strats, because there isn't really a set backup strat. It's just knowing how to adapt and survive if things are going really poorly. Which things tend to go really poorly in this.
The mantra of the FF12 runner is, I've never seen that before.
And this being a marathon type run, we'll probably hear that at some point. Not now, then let it break in a couple months. Or I guess next month at this point, shoot. We all just like take a moment to realize how fast this year has gone by so far. Thank you, I appreciate it. Anyway, so Russo's getting to Garuda. He's setting up by critting Pinello. He casted Reflect before getting to the cutscene because by casting Reflect there, the cutscene gives you a free heal and MP restore while getting a save crystal. But it doesn't remove the Reflect that you had there, so you can cast Reflect and then get the MP back. And in addition, that lets it so you can cast Dark on Pinello without hurting Von or Ash. Garuda's dead now, and by doing that, it helps save some MP. MPs tends to be a little bit tight through this zone if things go poorly.
Yeah.
In addition, it just makes the setup faster in general. So.
Yeah, there's actually pretty much just enough MP normally to get through this section just fine. Ideally, you have Ash take a little bit more damage from Garuda, but not get killed. It is possible that she will die if Garuda combos and you're a little bit slow in the fight, but that's unlikely. You do want her in critical HP for the next couple fights, though, because he's going to get the arrow spell and start using that with cherry staves. And for the next couple of fights that he uses Reflect for, it A has a higher damage base to begin with than Dark. B, he's using cherry staves, so there's an additional boost to damage. And Ash actually does have the license to be able to cast this arrow spell. So he has another caster available, and one who also has Spellbreaker like Pinello does, or at least will, for the Lias fight.
Yeah, so the next boss coming up, Demon Wall, he appears twice. This is actually a harder version right here, but you can run away from it. You're not really meant to fight this the first time through.
Unless your name is Hoishin.
Unless your name is Hoishin. And but the second one coming up is a lot easier fight, but you have to kill it. It's basically set on a time limit. You have to kill it before it hits the end of the run, or the end of this little pathway here, and otherwise it'll just squish you into a wall and scripted death.
Together we can bring it down.
This one though is pretty straightforward. It will take. Actually, it dies in one round right now, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, it has.
So just like Garuda died fast.
Yeah, it has a longer corridor. It has less HP and is less dangerous in general. But it's I was going to say that you can actually kill the first demon wall here. It just requires a little bit of extra setup to be anything even closely resembling safe. And I was looking into that as a possible donation incentive for the RPG Limit Break run, but it just requires a bit too much setup. Because in order to really make it safe, you want to use Traveler on it, and in order
actually,
to
Hoishin has a strat.
Okay, I haven't seen his strat, but yeah, there's a strat
it
that
works,
I figured
but
out
in
that was really safe.
it sometimes doesn't work. How
Okay.
the first move he does.
Oh, depends on
Yeah.
what it does. Okay.
Yeah, whereas the strat that I figured out was basically 100%. But it's you would need to have Traveler after Dustia too, and there's no guarantee that you'd get the money for that. And other reasons mean it's just not feasible for a marathon run.
Okay, so now so actually with this route you don't license Dark on Ash, so that's why she's just kind of standing here for this fight. And the reason you had to have Penelo and crit for Geese. Otherwise, older routes we used to get Dark on her as well, and you could just run straight up to Geese and kill him in one round, as long as everything hit Geese. So that was where you had a lot higher chance of having him kill himself. If you missed a Dark on him, he would kill himself and you'd be out that LP.
The problem with the old route is that you license Dark and Immobilize on Ash, and she uses them 2 times total the whole run. So
yeah. So yeah, since then the route's been a bit more optimized mostly by Roostalol.
Yeah, he's put a lot more strats that have a bit more risk in them, and has found ways to make them less risky and have more backups so that they're, reasonable to do. So shoutouts to him for doing that, because I had things pretty tight, and then he just took it and made it even better.
Yep, and the other reason Balthier comes out here is the first Demon Wall has a chance to cast Doom on one of your characters, and we don't want that to happen to anyone else but Bosch, really. Or Balthier, really.
Yeah,
You could technically do this with Fran as well, but...
it's one more input for Fran.
yeah, you have to go down an extra input on the menu to get Fran. Save the frames, etc., etc. Fight or run? We better decide fast. Zero, your in-game's coming through a little bit. Also has a chance to annul, which could, but that usually targets Balthier, I think.
Yeah, it actually just happened to zero there. So annul just removes all your MP on the character that it hits.
Yeah, and then the final reason is that reflect timers are fairly specific for, or are relatively tight for the party as well. And having reflect on, or rather, when a character's not in a party, their status effects do not tick or lose any time on them. So if you can cast reflect or any buff on somebody and then take them out of the party, and they'll have that buff ready for the next time they come out.
This is something that we use extensively throughout the run.
Yep.
Hoishin's just starting the Leviathan here, and Zero's fighting the Demon Wall. So, pretty simple here. Just letting Von be in front, because Demon Wall tends to target whoever's closest for its first attack, just because, like, oh, the first person to come into attack range, target them, and then any other thing that happens is going to be an HP trigger that will not happen because you'll kill it before it would happen. So, yeah, that's a pretty safe fight there because of how the AI works for the Demon Wall and the aggro mechanics and so on.
You also kind of block the Q with the 3 arrows.
Yeah, you do. Because the one move that it will generally try to do takes too much of the Q, and so when you're finishing it off, it won't be able to cast it.
Okay, so Zero's running through the tomb as well, working his way to Belias, and Roosta is just about there. He's doing a quick reflect immobilization to pick up that chest, which has a guaranteed elixir in it. He picked up also an elixir in the palace, and we'll be getting a couple more throughout the run in order to, well, some guaranteed, some not. These will be very important pretty late in the run in order to regain MP.
Yeah, you need at least 3 elixirs, and ideally you'll also get a mega elixir that you can sell for 7,777 gil, which is a really nice infusion of money to late portion of the run. The main thing that can go wrong in the Belias fight, which didn't happen here, is also the combo and you knock Belias below 50% HP early, which triggers Firaja earlier than you want it to happen. And there is a back after that, but you can still... It costs time.
That was fairly close.
Yeah, it was actually pretty close. Roosta got high damage rolls, but no combos, so it worked out.
Yeah. So that was the first...
can't combo.
Yeah, Belias can't combo. We're talking about Vossler combo, but yeah. No elixir for you.
No elixir.
Yeah, we jokingly call that the Freddo Warp because when we were looking at strats at one point, I was like, oh hey, there's a 50-50 shot at an elixir there, why not go for it? And then we figured out, okay, you can just leave one of the person's Gambits on at the end of the fight, they'll cast another arrow and it'll mobilize them, and it'll only take a few seconds. And then Freddy's like, for the longest time, like, I don't see the point of this, I'm not doing it, so we decided to call it the Freddy Warp.
If you don't need the money.
Yeah, we decided to call it the Freddy Warp in his honor.
Yep, I notoriously do not like that chest. I think.
But having that elixir could be 3 Phoenix Downs for jellies. So.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Anyway,
Oh yeah, so Odin was actually pointing out that we didn't explain an ATB resetting yet. That was
yes, that's what I was starting to do. That's right. I knew I was about to say something. So that was the first real big instance of ATB resetting. So ATB resetting, the way the game works with the ability system and animations and everything is if you change your gear, the game doesn't want you to like snapshot or something by like quickly changing to stronger but less defensive gear or something. I assume that's the reason they did it, honestly.
I think it's actually because the animations that they have with each weapon, so it has to go and process a new animation. Because you can see that they have.
Well, but how is it with
the
accessories
there? I would guess it's just because it's easier to program. Has the equipment changed at all than it is to do other things? Because otherwise, there are like from a programmer's perspective, there are a lot of little bugs that could slip through the cracks if you didn't program it in a pretty catch-all way.
Yep, so by doing the ATB reset there, it basically completely resets any of your animation, the currently using ability, any animations that are happening from that character, the ATB resets, that's why we call it an ATB reset. So this is used for a few different things. In that specific instance, we used it in order to quickly reset the cast animations for the casters.
So I want to say something funny, or point out something funny, which is for a long time I didn't know that guards in this fight could block magic, and I just got 2 blocks.
Yeah, that was true. You get a lot of blocks.
But good job of not dying.
Yep. Didn't die on
He changed
Roostalol.
target. If he didn't change targets, it would have been bad.
Yeah, but you were able to get Ash behind another character there, so it was pretty safe that he would.
Yeah.
Yep. So now, perfect timing. Zero is doing Belias right now, so he's going to do a round, wait for another round, because even though ATB resetting is faster in-game, it's not faster in time-wise. So he's going to wait for that one, but then because he wants to make sure to get the last round of arrow off before he casts Firaja, he's going to reset right there, which lets him sneak in arrow right before Firaja was about to cast, and kill Belias. If he had not done that, he would have Belias would have gotten Firaja off, killing both the girls, and it would have been a very long and hard ordeal to recover from the fight from there. So this way, it's relatively consistent as long as you're sure. Ha, see, 2 white things in a row. Worst skip ever, or worst chest ever. Anyway.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
The other usages for that ATB reset is to avoid doing damage when you don't want to do some damage. That's useful for fights down near the end of the run. It's also useful for quickly resetting for potion usage. Usually there's a long long cooldown time after you use a spell before you can do something else with a character, or with a item actually rather. Especially potions, you can use a potion and you'll get the healing effect right away, but it takes like an extra 5 seconds before you can actually do anything else. So you can go into the inventory, quickly change out a weapon. You can even remove a weapon and change it to the and put it back to the same weapon, and it'll still reset it. And by doing that, that'll put you back into being able to do either a spell or another potion or something right away. You can do the ATB reset at any time throughout the cast. The only issue is you want to make sure, especially when you're reflecting magic, if you want to get the full damage in, you don't want to hit the ATB reset until you've actually done the full damage.
Yeah, when the spell hits the target after reflecting and the damage starts to pop up is when you can change it. And we have Zero just heading up to the Vossler fight now, and Hoishin going up to the next split here with the Geese fight.
Yep, he's just doing that menu before Geese.
Meanwhile, Roosta is going to be running through the rain in the Chocobo. You can see he's doing some licensing first as well, getting flame staves for Ash and Pinello. That's for jelly farming primarily, and doing a little bit more licensing on other characters, primarily getting Traveler for Balthier, getting shielded armor for Von and Bosch, and Cypress Poles for a couple characters who will be using those against Tiamat. And we have...
Looks like Zero also opted to use the Reflect emote there.
Yep, and looks like he's having a pretty smooth fight. The guards went down just fine, and that's Vossler down for 0. And right as Hoishin enters the Geese fight, we'll see if he's able to get a clean kill there as well. Looks like his Pinello is not quite in Spellbreaker, so he's
he got that damage roll.
Slightly altered. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Pinello died there. There is a backup that you can do. There are a couple different backups, actually, I should say. Right now, Pinello needs to get reflected again and then cast. And so he's resetting Von's ATB there to delay the dark to try to make sure that Pinello would not get hit. It looks like she did get hit anyway. Normally, Geese tends to focus on Ash, but the aggro mechanic does come into play.
That's not good. It looks like Arrow killed Geese on Hoishin's, so he's gonna definitely have to probably kill some extra all-rounds upcoming in this hand season to help try to gain some of that LP back.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world by any means, but it is annoying. It sets you back.
What was your Gil, Hoishin? I missed that one. He's busy. We'll figure it out. Either way, he's probably gonna have to kill him regardless of his Gil situation.
Yeah, it'll help for his Gil regardless.
Yep. There's always more things you can spend Gil on.
You might even get to see him kill the first Demon Wall if he decides to go for that strat of his, because Demon Wall would make up, that first Demon Wall would make up for the lost LP all by itself.
And
then
some
some.
actually. It's 30 and it's 22 for Geese.
Yep.
Yeah, so if something kills itself, then you don't get the LP for it, unfortunately.
Hoishin's sitting there like, I gotta back up for this, boys.
I got this.
Yeah. Or if another non-hostile mob or hostile mob kills one, like there's some areas in the game where hostile mobs will be fighting each other. And if one of them kills another one, you don't get XP and LP for it. If there's like the Ravenaster Watch or a Gareth Adventure running around killing things, you don't get XP or LP for that.
Or Amalia.
Indeed, it's the same. It's the same case there.
Only Amalia before she enters the party.
Okay, so there's gonna be a little bit of running from nearly all three teams for now, with a slight exception of Hoishin killing some stuff along the way. Zero's doing his menu before hopping on the Chocobo as well, and Roosta is now in Jahara to speak with the Gareth.
Where do they dwell?
They're said to dwell
lands
in
of Kurlon.
Kurlon.
Last I heard. I don't know. You don't have any subtitles on, so.
Yeah. Yes. That's why I'm saving time. It's because of the loading time.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those subtitles.
So where exactly is Raycraw's tomb?
That those 0 frames that they cost, man, that's just too much.
Zero frames?
0 frames. 0 smile.
We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about
You know, chat makes me feel like I should have Franker Face Z. I
You
just
should
see a
have
lot
Franker
of-
Face Z.
I just see a lot of Roosta Face and leading Kappas. It's weird. It's like people think they're emotes or something.
What? You don't see his beautiful, beautiful face when I just typed that in the chat there?
What? No. Beautiful. Yeah, sure. We'll call it that.
While Zero's riding the Chocobo, I guess it is worth mentioning that there is a little bit of turbo time tick down when you go through a zone that you don't get to use. So we always try to use the turbo and get the full turbo to run out in one zone so that you don't lose any of that time. Though there are Chocobo rides that aren't long enough for that to be worth it, and you just use the turbo whenever you can.
Yeah, I remember something Skate liked to do is always try to make have the stream guess what time the Chocobo or what time would be left on the Chocobo ride when you got to Jahara. You try to pay attention to see how fast you went.
I got 75.1, so it wasn't that great.
Yeah. It was okay, but
I'm on a really good Chocobo ride right now. This might be the best one I've had ever.
yeah, you've been doing pretty good. As long as Gator doesn't get in
Don't
the way.
choke.
Don't Chocobo. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Ah ha ha.
Sorry,
Oh, wait, that's the
I haven't
wrong
seen
game.
Mufudi in a while. I gotta.
Wait, I don't get it.
Hmm?
I don't get it.
Ha 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 ha.
76.4.
76.4.
these chests that Roosta is picking up right now are worth getting because one of them can contain a golden amulet and the other can contain a red cap. The red cap sells for 2,000 gil, and the golden amulet you need 3 of anyway, and those cost 4,500 gil. So getting one there, even though it's a 12.5% chance, is worth going for if the chest appears. Slightly lower chance for the red cap, but just the gil alone and the fact that you get a turbo refresh by getting on that second Chocobo means it's worth going for if either of the chests are there.
That was actually one of the things that was discovered by you guys, right? By the Western runners?
The
It might have been,
Chocobo?
I don't know.
I thought the Chocobo thing, Western person.
Getting off the Chocobo there might have been, yeah.
I actually retimed it not so long ago. I retimed it not so long ago, and they are pretty much the same time if you get off the Chocobo or not. But if you don't go for those chests, then it's not worth. Like if you skip the chest entirely, then it's not worth getting off the Chocobo. But if you even go and check if the chests are there, then it's worth it to get off the Chocobo as well.
Is it really? I thought it was faster even if you just hop straight back on the Chocobo.
No.
But if you like, I'm talking about if you go straight through that zone without even checking for the chests, then it's not worth it to get out of, or yeah, then it's not worth it to get out of the Chocobo, but otherwise it is.
Really?
Yeah, because you are like in the middle of your second sprint through that screen, so you don't have that much sprint left if you're. But you have to be set on skipping those chests if you're doing that. I mean, at most it's 2 seconds either way, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, so there's really no reason not to go for the chests, even if you have a really good guild, because 2 seconds for the chance of getting even more and being able to cut out jellies as a result is worth it.
I meant 2 seconds if the chests don't spawn. Like, it's like 8 seconds to pick up the chests, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and an extra chance to get the berserks off.
Yeah.
So Roosta's buying. Yeah, Roosta's buying a black belt here. The next boss Tiamat has a chance to cast a ability called Disablega. Just AoE disable. Disable makes it so you can't use attacks, items, magics, techniques. Pretty much you can't do anything except run around.
God damn it, Chad.
It's very unfortunate.
I'm trying to taunt with one hand while running with the other, and Chad's making fun of my typo.
Oh, winning. Yeah, you should winning more. I think it's a good plan, I agree.
Are you gonna go to Winnipeg while you're so busy winning?
Winning? Here to watch my boy Roosta winning?
Yeah, winning in Winnipeg.
Winning every day. Nope. Talking
Luckily
about no chests.
This meme is distracting everyone from talking about being in the bunny village.
What bunny village?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't exist. It's just a forest. See, it's funny watching the head memes because all you see is Roosta head here, Roosta head 2, yes, but there's no actual faces. Yeah, you guys are doing 2P1C for Limit Break, right? It's co-op. Yeah, this is the one issue with 12 is while there aren't many cutscenes to sit through, there is a lot of running and a lot of black/white
no-
screens.
No random encounters in those runs, which is quite nice.
Nope,
That
just
is
random
true.
try attacks.
Random try attacks and lunges and
Pokes.
Knockbacks. Yeah,
Ember
every,
Breath and Flurry Kick and Sonic Fangs.
Yeah, every hit has a chance to knock a character back, which is annoying. Really, really annoying sometimes. Even if it does 0 damage, it has a chance to knock a character back. It's... yeah.
Yeah, and that means it
usually
gets
averages
stopped.
out, but it's not a huge time loss whenever it happens, and usually it evens out over the course of a run, but
And sometimes it'll push you in the right direction anyway, so it's like, whatever.
occasionally, yeah. Even then,
so-
it's slower, because it stops you for that time at the...
Yeah.
So Roosta just got 3 high potions and an ether from that judge, saying, "Hey, protect Larsa with that." And those high potions are actually really useful, potentially for the Tiamat fight, but also for jellies. And the ether, you always want at least 1 ether, ideally more, because there are chances that you can run out of MP in a couple different fights. So you want ethers for an ether available for those. And there's also a section significantly later on in the game where you have to kill a whole bunch of enemies, and that's where the elixirs come into play. And if you have 1 ether, then it just makes the MP management of that section go much more smoothly, and you don't have to run around in circles for a few seconds and lose time as a result.
Oh yeah, also running around regains MP in this game. So a lot of MP... There's actually quite a bit of MP manipulation in specific uses of abilities in order to maximize regaining MP from moving, and maximizing your MP pools to actually be able to afford to cast everything throughout the course of a couple zones. Tomb of Wraithwall is one of the examples of that, actually, which Hoishin actually just finished Garuda, and should be starting on Demon Wall here fairly soon. And coming up very shortly on Roostas, we're going to see the first usage of the Traveler Technic. Technics in this game are kind of like non-magic ability, like non-magic magical abilities only, but for the most part they're very niche in their usage, with the exception of Steel, really. Steel's the...
What, you mean you don't use Sight Unseen all the time?
A lot of... Yeah, there's things like, there's just really weird effects in a lot of cases. Like there's something called Shades of Black, which just randomly casts casts a random black magic spell. So sometimes you'll get Fire, and sometimes you'll get Scathe, which is just a really expensive fire move. It's very, very
It's actually
unreliable.
It's actually non-elemental.
Yeah, it's
There's a
not
fire one. But yeah,
Yeah.
What Traveler does is it deals damage based on your step count. It starts off as set to 0 at 0 steps, and then since last usage, or since 0 if you haven't used it, it deals damage in essentially resetting based on resetting 1,000 step increments. So if you haven't cast it yet, you saw it do very little damage there. That's because Roosta was just a little bit over the threshold for that 1,000
Leading man
steps.
died.
Yep, but if you use it with 990 to 999 steps since the last use, then it will deal 10 times that number of damage. Because the way it works basically is there are increasing multipliers. You take that number since last use, and it will multiply that number by the multiplier at that time. So you get it into that 990 to 999 step range. You get that times 10 multiplier. You're dealing over 9,000 damage, and it's very, very potent, especially because it's AoE. And at this point in the game, it is a very significant amount of damage. So we use it in a few fights.
Yeah, by the way, if you missed it earlier, Hoishin actually did end up killing the first demon wall. So that is definitely go back and watch that later if you missed it. Because I imagine it was cool, but I also missed it. So.
At this point, it would be nice to be able to farm the jellies here. You're going to be seeing this room that Roost is in a lot, but because you don't have the Fire Us spell, you wouldn't be able to farm them fast enough.
Yep, so that was a kind of a preview of the... This is a preview of how annoying it is running to and from the jellies past the dinosaurs. Or Tyrannosaurus is the technical name of them, but I just call them dinosaurs. Yep, RPGD now. All the RPGD now.
Yeah, that can happen. The move Sonic Things not only deals a pretty significant chunk of damage, it also has a 5% chance to just straight up KO your character.
Yep. Okay, so Rooster just needs to Berserk Pinello, or Balthier rather, actually. Getting really old strats now. And so, since this isn't really viable to do reflect strategies against Tiamat, unfortunately, because it just has too much hit points and it hits too hard.
That
in addition
and
to the issue of Disable Go hitting everybody if you group up.
There's also one more thing that makes it bad to, or not as feasible to use reflect strats against Tiamat, and that is the fact that it is weak to ground, absorbs air of wind magic, which is your strongest AoE spell at this point, and resists all other elements. So you'd be reflecting dark. Disable one, but it's certainly not ideal. If you're going to get one of these, one of these characters disabled at this point, you would want it to be Khan. But ideally, no one would get hit with it. And then you see arrow being cast there. That's why the manufactured Nephesite is used, because it has the damage of that. But because Tiamat resists the damage spell that you would be reflecting onto it, it ends up being like a minute or 2 minutes slower, depending on whether or not you have Traveler. So if you have Traveler, it's about 2 minutes slower. If you don't have Traveler, it's about 1 minute slower.
Yep, so Russo is running around a little bit, but trying not to run too much in order to set up his Traveler number to be within that 10-step threshold of getting the maximum damage on it. So you check the menu real quick, because there is a step counter in game to help track it, which is very helpful. And once it hits 20% and starts using his breath ability, he can Traveler Energy over step. Oh, understepped. Ooh. So he didn't get the max damage on it, unfortunately, and now that Tiamat is at 20% HP, he takes considerably less damage. So you can finish it this way just by re-berserking and attacking like usual, but it takes a long time.
Yeah, and that's why you want to use Traveler if you can, because that big defense boost that Tiamat gets at this point, the way the damage formulae work in this game, doubling defense isn't just halving damage, it's actually, in most cases, decreasing it by more than that, unless you're used to an extremely powerful weapon.
Yep, he's getting pretty lucky combos and should be down very shortly.
Yeah, there's Tiamat down for Roosta, and so if you can think if you pay attention to all that time that he spent whacking away at Tiamat after he cast Traveler, that could have been an instant.
Yep. Hopefully we'll get to see the
No, that was
full
a perfect
example
fight.
of
I don't know what
Balthier.
you're talking about.
Nothing went wrong in that fight. That's how it's supposed to go every time. So in the current route, you can actually do, or wait to get Traveler later in the run if you don't get enough XP from, or rather money from Dustia. So the strat is basically just to do this fight like this, without using Traveler at all. And it takes it loses about an extra minute and a half or so. But the run's not over, and you can somewhat make that time back later. Or rather, you can still get a decent time without still doing that, though. The more Roosta and Zero keep fighting over PB, the less likely that's going to be.
Yeah, and he just bought some items in addition to the Fyra spell. Fyra jellies are weak to the spell, and you have flame stabs to increase the damage, so you can one-shot them with either character, although it can take a little bit longer for Ash to be able to do it. And in this case, he was able to get a pretty fair number of Phoenix Downs and Smelling Salts, so that's good. Smelling Salts are because they use an ability called Phantasmal, or no, not Phantasmal Gaze. They use, what's the one they use? But it causes Confuse, and it can confuse your entire party. That's not good. So the Smelling Salts are to cure that. Phoenix Downs are because they can gang up on one of the casters, usually sometimes Larsa, and drop them. So you want to be able to just toss a Phoenix down and continue farming.
It's still Phantasmal Gaze for jellies, yeah.
It is, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was having some weird cognitive dissonance there for whatever reason. Zero is coming up on a point where you'd want to use Travelers, so
Yep.
pay attention to that. He's checking his step count.
Disable good landing, possibly. Nope, didn't. It's good.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
If he was on Bosch, it would have been the end of the world, but it would have slowed down a little bit there. You really don't want it to land on Balthier at that point.
He's waiting for the next breath, and now he can cast Traveler.
And that's how it's supposed to look at the end of the fight.
Indeed.
Another little piece of tech, you'll notice that Vaughn was silenced for both Roosta and Zero's fights. That's because they were equipping a story accessory called the Manufactured Nephesite. It has the damage you take from all elements, but it silences you so you can't cast spells. Fortunately, we don't care about Vaughn casting spells ever in that fight, so... Ooh. A little bit of a rough start to jellies for Roosta.
Yeah, it looks like Pinello got dropped pretty quickly, but since he has Phoenix Downs, it's not the end of the world. In this case, you do want the chain level to go up, so it's not picking up drops right away. And he might not even pick up any drops. Okay, yeah, he didn't get a flashing chain number, which means that drops you pick up don't de-increment the chain counter. So he didn't even pick up any of those drops because you'll get more multiple drops later, and it works out better to not pick up anything at that point. It looks like, oh man, this Gnaw, if it hits, will drop Bosch.
Run fast. No problem. Easy every time.
You've got the X potion though from Larsa, so that's a full heal.
Yeah, Larsa is extremely valuable in this because he has an infinite supply of high potions, and if you're below 10% HP, X potions. So, without him, this farm would be much more difficult, especially at this gear level.
Yeah, you basically need to get Kira on Bosch and possibly on Ash as well, just to make it feasible, and that would mean you'd need more Gil and more LP. So the fact that Larsa is around makes it a lot easier and a lot, like you don't need as much to get to this chain and to be able to do it. Oh man, now we're getting dropped again.
Yeah, especially an issue because... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the other thing you notice is that Ash is not fully killing the jellies all the time when she attacks them. That's okay. It's still worth attacking them with her, because if they get to a low HP, they can use a move called Divide, which brings in another jelly, and you want as many jellies per room as possible to get more chances at drops. But in a moment here, he is going to be picking up an augment on Canelo called Headsman, and what that means is that every kill is going to replenish her MP, so she's generally speaking going to be killing enough jellies with each cast that she will end up making more MP back than she spends. There's another one that'll come up later called War Mage, which is damage based as opposed to based on killing the enemy, and that one is absolutely vital.
Passage may be difficult, but those sea waters may also open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First things first. We should see the river before setting out.
I may need to say this.
Man cannot live by resolving around the princess.
Oh wow, Zero getting wrecked. He's gonna have to probably leave the room here and res everyone. That's something that can happen.
Oof, yeah. That's why you buy Phoenix Downs, because this can happen very easily, especially at the start of jellies, when you're not able to pick up all the drops and get some extra healing in.
Yeah, you'll actually be, once you get going and you get to the highest chain level and start picking up drops, it'll become much more safer, because there's a good chance your characters will start getting shell and protect. You'll be getting a lot of heals and MP restoration from the drops, so it's much safer once you're able to get going.
Yeah, and because Zero was able to make it to the second chain level before, or in that first room, he's able to pick up the drops without much issue. Not picking up those drops doesn't really lose you too many items, since you're not high enough in the chain to really get multiple drops a lot. Plus, you're at a low chain level anyway, so the level liquids won't be very high. But every little bit can help, especially with how much these guys are trying to avoid picking up in order to move on as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Every extra round of these you have to do takes about an extra 2 minutes. Minute and a half to 2 minutes.
And it's worth mentioning that the jellies give you a lot of stuff that you need. You need a bunch of LP. You kill a lot of jellies, so you get quite a bit of LP. You want some more XP for more levels. Levels give you more hit points, more MP, and more damage, because your character's level is one of the factors in the damage formula. And also, all 4 drops that they have are useful. Their common drop is Water Magicite. It sells for money. Yellow liquids are the uncommon drop. It sells for a significant amount of money, 532 gil each. And then the rare and very rare drops are Teleport Stones and Float Motes. You need more Teleport Stones because you generally use your last one to get in here for the first jelly farm, and you have a few more teleports that you can have with you throughout the course of the run. And Float Motes are useful for a boss fight and a couple places where you can use them to avoid traps. So jellies give you pretty much everything that you need at this point in the run, which is really convenient. And I don't think we mentioned it earlier, but the reason we farmed Dustia the way we did when Vaughn was the only member of the party available is because the other characters, when they enter, their level is based on bonds. So it's the experience that you gain there is effectively multiplied. The second farm didn't count for Balthier and Fran because they're kind of in this in-between state of kind of being in your party but kind of not. And that's also good for a reason that will come up later and we'll explain when it becomes relevant, but that's a glitch that causes that.
Yeah, the main annoyance with these dinosaurs is that they can block that stairwell, as you saw on Zero's feed a bit ago. They can block either for seconds, and that can usually cause you to take a lot of extra damage that is not a good idea. Ooh. Taking a death on zeros. But a quick Phoenix down, brought it back up.
Yeah, the jellies are going all in right now. I gotta say, for both runners that are doing them right now.
Yep, Penilla died again on Roostas. It's like her third or fourth down there. Meanwhile, Hoishin's about getting ready to head down towards Jahara. His LP should be perfectly fine.
Fine.
Yeah, especially after killing that first demon wall, I imagine. It's probably even higher than you used to.
Yeah, I had some extra LPs. I could some extra license here, so I can the next job saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to save menus. Arusta just went ahead and licensed accessories. I think it's 8. And that gives access to the Golden Amulet. Golden Amulet doubles LP gained while it's equipped. So that's obviously really big because the LP gain throughout the course is limited because we're not going to be killing a whole ton of stuff. So the fact that you can double it and get all the licenses that you need is vital to the run.
Oh, I lost count. How many runs was that one, Roosta? Is that 5?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, I'm not completely familiar with the minimum amount of gil and kills they need in the current routing of the game, but
5-7's pretty standard. I might do an extra one just to be 100% safe, though. We'll see how this farm goes.
Yeah, he's okay on gil. He's you always want to do more jellies in the second round instead of the first if you can, because you'll have the golden amulets equipped on everyone. So more kills then gives you more LP overall than that same number of kills would in round 1.
Yep. And while we don't primarily do these for LP, it is definitely one of the biggest. It's definitely very needed LP.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the primary purposes of each farm, like how important each thing is comparatively, everything is very important that you get from each farm. But Dustia is mostly about experience. This one is mostly about gil, even though everything matters quite a bit.
Yeah, I try to keep these as efficient as possible. It's one of the reasons Begamnon farming isn't that efficient, because all you're doing it for is LP. Whereas Jellies is extremely efficient because LP, gil, and just items in general, as Alec was talking about earlier.
And it's also worth mentioning regarding Begamnon farming that you can farm with all 3 of Begamnon's lackeys alive, but it actually gets pretty dangerous because Rinok, one of them, likes to spam the move jump, and that can actually just wreck you. So it's safer to reduce the effectiveness of that grind by 1/3 if you're going to do it. So that's another strike against it.
I don't think anyone got anything interesting out of the hen chests, did they?
Not that I saw.
Or the Osmone chests, I guess, technically.
No.
Yeah, I just got Gil.
For me, neither of them spawned.
Time save.
Oh, by the way, I defend and I don't know how was the Dustia you.
What was that?
How was the Dustia guild for both of you? Because I defended.
Got like 20k.
Rooster
Wow.
got 25 and Zero got 21.5. Yeah, they both got really
I
good
got
gil.
20.5.
Damn.
20.5, I mean, yeah. Sorry, I shortened that. And inappropriate shortening of that.
So both of you get the Edit Traveler.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
I'm kind of scared at how kind the game has been so far. Like, the debt collector may come calling.
Yeah, outside of the 4 crystal for Zero.
And the Fideliant.
And the Fidelian.
And the bad fireman.
And the horrible Firemane I had.
And, yeah.
And having 4 books after 20 something.
You still ended up with more than
you can't
Rooster,
complain about
though.
that, yeah.
Complaining about that. 4 flame stabs.
Yeah. That final drop being like, here, have Traveler.
Yeah.
I insist. Take this 4,800 gil. And here, have a courtesy heal along with it.
I guess that final drop kind of made up for it, but still.
That's the game basically going, I'm sorry, Zero Senpai.
Rit Bosch.
Bosch leaves.
Nope, he isn't live. Ooh, Lars is dead too. You have tons of Phoenix Downs, right, Rista?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Yeah, it's not nearly as dangerous in round 2 because you've already got a bunch of gills, so you can afford to buy a bunch of healing items.
Oh, Rooster definitely has plenty of float modes at this point.
I think I might be running a little bit behind here because I just, yeah, okay, there's the float mode.
I think you only need like 1. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's Hashmal. That's the only one that's actually needed.
What do you mean? You don't need float mode for Hashmal.
Oh no, did you actually do it without float mode?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, my pal PB is without float mode on Hashmal.
Good times.
Yeah, Hashmal is a fight that is mostly earth element, so float makes you immune to most of its worst abilities, and you can win the fight without float, but it is not fun.
Pretty low jelly numbers for Zero through the first 2 rooms. Oof. They decided that Ash needed to die. Penelo had been dying too much.
Yeah, I see in chat. The reason that drops are not picked up necessarily right away is because of the chain level mechanic. You want to raise the chain level, and picking up drops de-increments or lowers the counter that is for the mechanic that determines when the chain level goes up. There's a random element to it, of course, but if you don't pick up drops and just kill the enemies, you'll get chain levels much faster. It's not about whether they drop the items, it's about whether you pick them up. And if there's a flashing number, then you can pick them up for free.
Not true.
Yeah,
flashing
proven apparently.
Flashing number, it makes it so that while the number is flashing, it acts like you haven't picked up any drops, whether they were before the flashing numbers or not. But if you don't get it during the flashing numbers, if you don't get the chain levels, then even those drops you picked up during the flashing numbers count. That it would be basically impossible to get chain levels because you would get all the drops you pick up would always count against it, and if you get say five drops at chain level 2, you would have no chance of ever getting chain level 3 unless you skip 15
15 enemies, yeah.
Drops in a row, so it's just that it's weird mechanic, and let's not go too much into that.
It's another very weird mechanic that we're not all completely 100% sure on.
Yeah, we can approximate the actual mechanics, but we don't actually know exactly how everything regarding chain level functions. Everyone's in Henny Mines.
Yay! Catching up. Close.
Basically at the same spot now. Just minor part of, I guess you have to kill Tiamat, but
minor part.
What if I just start jelly farm?
Just do double arrow plus decoy.
Nothing can go wrong.
Easy.
Can you buy decoy before Tiamat?
I don't think so, actually. You might be able to, but I can't remember.
Harvey tested it.
Okay.
Damn, Penelo's been dying a lot.
Yeah, for both of you.
For both of you, yeah. See, you gotta have the wizard armor on, otherwise it's just not enough defense.
Come on, Bosch.
Bosch just really wants to hit other people.
I feel like I'm good on money though. I just need the LP.
Caruso's going into his 7th round.
That's pretty standard.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess 12 is about normal, right?
Yeah, 5 and 7 is the norm.
Gotcha. And another death to Penelo. Sure we could count and it'd be over like 8 or 9 at this point, just from jellies.
Yeah. That just goes to show how quickly they can drop when all the jellies decide to gang up on one character. Splitting the characters up reduces the chance of that happening by a little bit, but it certainly doesn't eliminate it, as you can see. And actually, the Cactuar, we already despawned the Zodiac Spear by getting the Elixir in Ravenaster Palace. The Zodiac Spear takes too many LP, too much time and effort to get, so it's not worth it, especially because you deal so much more damage with the other strategies that we use than you would with the Zodiac Spear. So the Elixir, which actually has a use in the speed run, is much more valuable than the Zodiac Spear.
Yeah, if you want to see more usage of the Zodiac Spear, go look at Zero's record of Order of Ambrosia. We use the Zodiac Spear extensively.
Yeah, or my run next weekend.
Or the run next weekend. Perfect. Done.
Yeah, the Order of Ambrosia run actually gets 2 Zodiac Spears. It manipulates the one in Deep Henny Mines as well as getting the one in the Necro Hall of Dabudis.
Yeah, it looks like Hoishin's at Tiamat, about to start it. I believe he didn't get Traveler, so this is going to be the longer version. So now that everyone has all of their stuff they need, Rooster's going to move on to the next zone, which is the... Well, move through a few zones to get to first Mount Baramaseis, which is the next town, and then that'll lead to the Still Shrine of Miriam, where we're actually fairly leveled still at this point. Well, not really. You kind of equal out in levels at Tiamat.
I would say about maybe 3 or 4 levels ahead at most.
Yeah.
But basically, the Still Shrine is where runs go to die, is what we say, even though it's not really a difficult dungeon. It's just surprisingly easy to lose a bunch of time there.
It's hard to recover from if things go poorly, usually.
Yeah.
Tenelo perfectly gained a level from the last Jelly of that room, so I'm done.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, and Rooster used a float mode there because of some traps that are coming up. With float, you don't trigger traps.
So yeah, I believe that means Zero had an 11 rounder, so he caught up a couple minutes.
No, I had 12.
Oh, was? Oh, well, that's me paying attention, obviously. I was watching the intense Tiamat fight. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. So there's a couple traps at the start of the Feywood here that Roosta used. Roosta just used a float moat, which lets you float over the traps. Thank goodness.
Yeah, and there's another one in this next area, the Paramina Rift. And the float moat lasts long enough that you'll be able to float over that one as well. It's kind of in your way. You can skip all the traps, but you would want to take every character out of the party if you didn't have enough float modes here.
There goes Tiamat. Without Traveler. Really long fight.
Yep.
Yeah, you saw Hoishin try to use a Knot of Rust at the end there. That's because the damage from a Knot of Rust is not reduced by Tiamat's defense. It deals damage based on the character's current maximum health and a random factor.
Rip Penelo.
Here's two. Bruce has been running with that ever since Feywood.
My Penelo didn't make it to Feywood.
They'll be healing before they gets there, so deaths here aren't really need to be worried about, as long as they don't lose everybody.
Yeah, you have to hit. Well, you don't technically have to, but you really, really want to hit the teleport crystal here in Mount Baramase so that you can teleport back to it from the Still Shrine. Otherwise, you get to make the long run of shame, and that's not fun.
Yep.
Shoutouts to Solomon.
Oh, I've made that run of shame before myself. It's
So have I.
quite shameful, to be sure.
Surprisingly, I haven't.
You only forget. Well, that is a teleport crystal. Wow. So, is that like the only teleport crystal you haven't forgotten?
I don't think I've ever forgotten the teleport crystal in any percent.
Ah, okay. Just an OA thing.
Yeah.
Chest Zero's going for is a chance to drop another staff. We can use the Glacial Staff. Looks like just Gil for this one. But it's worth picking up. One thing
Everyone is blind. Whatever shall I do?
One thing I don't think we've mentioned yet is flee. We actually flee for a reason all the time. It isn't actually just to avoid being in combat. Well, it is to avoid being in combat, but the reason is actually when you don't have your weapon out, you run faster, as opposed to when you have your weapon out. So not only does unsheathing your weapon take some animation time where you're not really moving very fast, or at all, it also loses a bunch of time from just running slower.
Yeah, it's a little over 16% faster with your weapon sheathed because you're on at 5/6 the speed if you have your weapon drawn.
Yep. Unfortunately, you can't interact with anything while you're fleeing, so to interact with something, you have to take your weapon out, which, while you're taking your weapon out, you also can't interact with anything, and then interact with something, and then re-flee again if you're running far enough to where it matters.
Yeah, and it's about roughly a second and a half, I would say, to take out and sheathe your weapon each. So it's a few seconds each time you have to do it.
Yep.
That's nice skill.
86, yeah.
That was excellent first room of the Jellyfan.
Yeah, that was a
Normally
really good room.
50
Yeah,
on average, but I got 20.
Yeah, 20? Yeah. Usually that room gets anywhere from like 12 to 20.
Yeah.
Averaging around 15, 16, but yeah, getting 20 is...
I think
really
the
good.
lowest is 8.
I don't know if I've ever seen like below 10. Jeez.
I think I've seen 10 jellies, and that's the lowest, but
Yeah,
usually, it's right around 15 usually.
I know I've seen 10, maybe 9.
Yeah,
I
I think 9 is the
though.
lowest. And the highest is like
You guys seen a
they can
22.
split,
Oh yeah, then not counting
can
splits.
go higher.
Yeah, I've gotten like 22, but that's because of divides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the highest I've seen is like 24, but again, probably because divides. So I guess I have to say goodbye to my free high potion machine.
Yeah, that's both a good and a bad thing because Larsa loves to toss potions on people who are in Spellbreaker range, and Spellbreaker is something we're going to be using a lot because that critical HP double damage is huge.
Yeah, they're both synced at the moment because Roos has already done a menu and Zero hasn't. But still quite close.
A lot of these menus you can do at pretty much any point in a certain range. The one thing that does affect things a little bit is if you do the menu before or after certain equipment is purchased, that can affect things. So that's something you want to bear in mind. You also don't want to do that right after loading a zone, because the game is still loading the zone. It'll take longer to bring up the pause, bring up the menu.
Also, whether or not you have touched the save crystal.
Right.
Because we're equipping mage's hats that give you 10 extra MP, and if you equip them after touching the crystal, you won't get those 10 MP for Still Shrine, which is actually what I want. And
which is very important.
Because I mean, not getting is what I want, because that way I can take the girls out of the party. No. I can take the girls out of the party. Immediately after Mateus without turning their gambits off. And
oh, it's because they don't cast anything? Gotcha.
Yeah, because they are out of MP. So that saves a tiny bit of time.
It's definitely a good idea to have that little bit of extra MP for the Still Shrine, because the MP route, as it is right now, we used to use Traveler and Venuscar, but now we do, and we also used to use a different strat against Mateus. It kind of evens out, but it's pretty tight in terms of the MP usage in Still Shrine.
But as long as everything goes according to plan, or according to Keikaku, as it were, everything should be just fine. And like Zero said, he'll run out of mana right at the end of Mateus, so he can just take the party right out without having to mess with Gambits.
Yeah,
some time.
If I had the 10 extra MP, they would try to cast another fire, and then I wouldn't be able to take them out without turning their gambits off. And I want their gambits on because frick.
Yep. Let's get another quick Chocobo right here. This is the first time we really focus on using one quick raw spell. Usually, actually, we don't get Thundara on the route anymore, so it's pretty much always Blizzara used here to bring your casters down to critical XP or HP in one shot. A lot of this has been figured out through routing exactly what weapon and armor combinations will let you do this consistently in one attack, or in one spell. Because I'm not completely familiar with the current route, but in some routes you have to take your staff off to get the right amount, or take your helm off, especially in Still Shrine, because you don't have your endgame gear and it doesn't quite work out as well sometimes.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of equipment manipulation for the setups, the way Roosta, Hoishin, and Zero do it. You can use hybrid strats like I kind of like to, but and that does simplify things, but there are trade-offs. You need a little bit more gil to do things the way I like to. The way I like to also reduces the chance of a couple damage ranges, if not eliminating them, from screwing you over. So it's, again, like I was saying a while back, this run is to the point where every runner has their own way of approaching the different trade-offs for speed and luck that they require.
Oh, I didn't see you to get the Mega Elixir.
I got Mega Elixir, but I have good heals, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that chest,
Ruby hype.
in fact, I see him grabbing it right now. Yep, Mega Elixir. So that sells for 7,777 gil. He's setting up Traveler there for Bergen. And that just happens to be a nice place for the step count to sync up. There's another backup one later on. Those dragon type things, by the way, also have a move called Bile, which can inflict sap. It's really annoying if they do that, because that's constant MP drain and it doesn't, or HP drain, and it does not wear off.
It only wears off if the character dies, or if you heal it with a remedy.
Alright, I was talking about how I want them not to get the MP, but then I touched the Shake Crystal to save.
It's okay, you probably get MP from the trap anyway.
Well, they are not out.
Oh, that's right, they aren't out when you do the trap.
This is fair away.
This isn't OOA, haha. I've totally done a FF12 run that isn't OOA in a while. Cough.
Have you done one since ESA?
No. Yeah, it's been a while. So there's a bit more usage of... this is the first usage where we actually use Immobilize to both teleport people to and from a couple places. You notice in the second room with, the room with the second pedestal, we immobilized Fran and left her at the front so that when Bosch hit the pedestal, you can teleport back to Fran and run through without having to run all the way back through.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of immobilized tech in this dungeon just to save a little bit of time, save a little bit of healing as well.
Yep, and right here they're gonna hit the axe to hit the cutscene and then switch back to Fran. So this is the first, it's kind of a minor usage. We'll see, this will be used much more heavily later in the run. But the way unit spawning works in this game is, once again, due to the technical limitations of the PS2, units will not spawn if you are too far, or rather they will despawn if you get too far away from them. Mostly to save memory and such with the system. And if you get back in within a certain radius of around where a unit would spawn, they'll respawn. But if you're able to skip over that radius for some reason, in this case by switching party members, they will not respawn. So in this case, we're just using it to despawn, but later in the game we will use it to both despawn, and then also continue in the same place.
Yeah, if you think about it this way, there's a line on the ground. You cross that line, the mob spawns. You have a character immobilized way behind that line, so you spawn the mob, and then you switch to that character that's a far distance away, so the mob despawns, and then you immediately switch back to the character that crossed the line. But since they're already past it, the mob doesn't spawn again. And there are exceptions, like the horse enemies that teleport, whichever kind they are. It doesn't matter. None of them are despawned by this. In certain areas, perhaps because there are few enough enemies that the game can just handle it, the game won't despawn them. But it is still a very useful technique in quite a few places.
Interesting. All the enemies detargeted me, so I didn't have to take my battle stance while touching that thing.
That's pretty uncommon because usually at least the horse will get you.
Well, no, the horse doesn't have time to target you by the time you're there. But two of the blood gagas used what's the called? The blast wave, something like that. And once they were done with that, they just went back, and so they all targeted me.
Yep, that can happen.
That's something I've never seen before.
Haha.
That has never happened before.
I like to say that that's happened before, but I can't think of a time specifically.
I got a gain to.
Also, I was 1 LP away.
Nice.
1 LP short from being able to afford a Potion Lore 3 for Shrine.
Oof. Yeah, it's not a huge deal. It's Potion Lore 3 gives him 600 HP high potion instead of was it 480 I think without?
500.
Is it 500? Okay.
Yeah, it's 440, 500, and 600.
Ah, right. Okay.
Oh, jeez, I forgot my traveler number. It was 9 something.
Nah, I didn't see it either.
And I messed that up.
Okay, so there are a couple strats that we've used for the Venus Scar fight. This is the latest incarnation. You see Vaughn casting Blizzara on himself, and then the other casters doing 1 round of Fire Up upon doing 2 rounds of Blizzara. Those 2 Blizzaras from Vaughn are enough to make it so that the damage of the Fyros, the 2 Blizzaras and the 2 Fyras with the critted casters are enough to kill it. We initially used to use Vaughn casting Arrow with Cherry Staff, and at that point we had higher level and more damage from the other casters, and then we started using Traveler for a while on Venuscar, and now we use this one, and it's a little bit faster overall because you only have to do 1 Traveler setup, or there's 1 less Traveler to set up. Because you just set up for Bergen and you're good. And it also allows you to use a better Traveler setup for Bergen because the one that we would use when we were still using the Traveler on Venuscar often meant you had to burn some steps before Bergen. So that would cost time.
Yep.
Okay, apparently we're supposed to tell Zero that it was 964.
964?
But Roosta wants to tell you it was 420, so...
Okay.
It's definitely 420, yeah. Okay, looks like everything went fine for Zero as well on the Venuskar.
Yeah, Venuskar, there's a chance that you can combo Von, which is not good. That's the most dangerous thing, because there's also an ability that it has called Crown, and that would trigger after that, because you wouldn't quite get the kill. That triggers at an HP threshold, and it can cause confusion, it deals damage. If it does drop Von, it's not a fun fight, but you can still recover.
Yep. So we used to pick up Thundara for this fight, because Thundara does extra damage against Mateus, Thunder being good against Ice. And but instead it came up, I think it was actually Zero that realized that Mateus is actually weak to oil. So
Actually, I think it was Eminon.
Yeah, it was Eminon.
was that Eminon? Okay, well, I should give Eminon more credit.
Yeah, it was Eminon did it at first, then someone mentioned it to me, and I sort of did it in a run, like I just
to try
did
it
without practicing it either, ever. I just did it on active 2. Like...
Yep, so they figured out that it's weak to oil, so doing Fires instead of Thundaras is as much, if not more damage, despite it not being its weak point.
It does more because oil triples damage, and it's half, so basically tripling the half damage deals more damage. Yeah.
It's 1.5, but then you have the staves, so...
Exactly. With all that together, it deals more damage. And then it also just happens to work out that the damage thresholds still work out just fine using the oil strat. So that's nice.
Yep. And this lets us actually completely cut Thundara and 3,000 extra gil out of the route, so then we don't have to buy that anymore. And then, once again, very important that Roosta takes out the party directly after the fight, so they don't run out of Reflect or Decoy during the Bergen fight coming up. Or at least Reflect. Decoy isn't as important for that fight, but...
It's still nice to have.
It definitely helps.
Because Bosch is much more resilient to damage than either of the casters.
Yep. Okay, and we see Zero about to enter the fight.
There are actually a couple ways you can handle Mateus's positioning. Either you can run right up to it, or if you don't want to risk hitting one of the Azers accidentally, you can kind of hang back a little bit, lose a couple seconds, and it will be pretty much 100% that once Mateus comes to you, it'll be the closest.
Yep, another actual nice side effect of this is before what would happen is you could... if the Azers were closer to you, you could reflect to them instead of Mateus on accident, and the Azers actually have a damage reflect mod, so they would usually just kill one of the casters outright.
Yeah.
Now, if that happens, they're actually immune to fire, so they wouldn't take any damage, and thus not reflect any damage back.
But if you lose too much damage against Mateus, that's not good.
Well, that aside, but at least you have a better, easier chance of recovering from it.
Right. One other thing that they did is they put the Dawn Shard on Bosch. That was so that Mateus's spells and techniques and such that were targeting Bosch dealt less damage because it increases his magic resistance by 20, which is a big leads to a big reduction in damage. You can do it without the Dawn Shard, but it's a bit more dangerous. You have to throw more high potions, and there's a bit more effort involved.
Also, it makes the blizzards do almost no damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can only do that if you have the headband.
Yeah, the headband is a light armor helmet that you can put on Bosch, and it increases his HP by a little bit more and also gives him a little bit more damage resistance against the magic, so that's why that works. But now Rusta's teleporting back to Mount Baramises and going to go fight Bergen. Bergen is theoretically easy, but you can get trolled. The main reason is because Bergen has a chance to block magic, if that happens.
And also combo.
And also can combo,
Yeah.
yes.
And also can combo. I have more bad luck with him blocking magic, but comboing is also not good, obviously.
Yeah.
You're not bothering to re-crit the casters, so you don't get Spellbreaker damage, and you're relying on Traveler to make up for that. So if you don't get enough damage, one way or another, the judges that are at the other end of the arena will catch up, and they pretty much always use a technique called Water Spout, which deals physical water damage and takes up the entire effect queue. It is an 8 capacity move, which is really fun because it pretty much always drops the casters if they haven't dropped already. And
well, the problem is the guards can attack freely while another guard does Water Spout, and so you can't do anything besides take the damage.
Yeah, it makes things get real interesting real fast. The backup strat is generally to do a quickening with Fran. So Fran has saved a hilarious number of runs with quickenings, not just against Bergen, but a fair number of them against Bergen.
Including my run yesterday, which is now world record. I lost almost 2 minutes on this split.
Yay, another world record with a quickening chain.
We had a while where we didn't have one, but now, once again, we're kind of back where we started, because for the longest time, the world record kept getting lowered, but every single time it would have a quickening chain to save it against one boss or another.
Yeah, so running a few steps to make sure traveler number is set up again. Looks like basically no blocks, so that's nice. Successful traveler this time, and very, very easy textbook fight.
It's also worth mentioning that you can get a ruby ring steal here. It is the rare steal, but it does happen sometimes. And that sells for 8,500 gold. It actually used to be a part of the route, but isn't anymore. That was something we got from Emanon we used for a while, but it just takes so long to get the guild for ruby rings that it's not worth it.
So that was
Suppose we reach Arcades.
one extra round against average.
Arcadia's
But I
borders
got
will be well
quite
guarded
nice.
for fear of Rosarian invasion.
So,
We dare
some
not
extra
approach by
licenses.
And their navy will see that the coast is watched as well.
So
No,
964
we go
was
afoot.
it?
We'll cross into Arcadia in the Salika Wood.
Yeah, according to
We can
Fang.
reach the wood any number of ways, but the
I think she went
easiest
back
is
in
to
the
head
VOD,
north from
so-
Albana.
Yeah,
Well,
964.
that looks like about right because I'm 50 steps from that
Yeah,
number.
There's a hunter's
and you ran a
camp
few,
just
so,
beyond the
yeah.
Salika Wood.
It should be about
The
right.
camp sits within Arcadia's borders, so Imperial patrols there should be sparse.
Getting that far should be half the
I
fun.
did save in
Let's
case.
be sure we go prepared.
The nice thing about Traveler is if you miss it, you can actually look at the number and figure out how far you were off just from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still a bad feeling when you deal 2,700 some damage.
Or worse, 1. Or
0.
0.
0.
0.
0 damage.
Perfect. And look, yep, just like it's supposed to be for 0 as well, so. Now that they're done with Bergen, they'll be heading off to Feywood, I believe it's that time, right? Wait, no. Searching
Salikawood.
Salikawood, yep. I'm a section too early. So heading off to Salikawood and eventually to Arcades, where story stuff happens, mostly.
So I actually made a pretty huge mistake earlier, and nobody noticed it, and I recovered completely now, so...
Did you mislicense something?
Yeah, I mislicensed Vanilla on Leviathan.
Whoops.
I went down an extra time, got a Gambit on her that I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I was wondering when they were talking about you licensing Headsman in the middle of Jelly, so...
In the middle of Jelly.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering why you got Headsman so late. I'm like, I thought it was pretty easy to get Headsman before Jellies. I just figured you changed something in the route.
Yeah, so I did all of Jelly's one with no Headsman, and then got the Golden Amulet, and then Headsman after.
Yeah, because you never actually got Headsman, did you? Until after
Jelly's one, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it is possible to do Jellies without Headsman, but you do need to rely. Yeah, you do need to rely on some running around usually, and on the MP regen from drops.
Okay, this was pretty exciting walking.
Yep, there's a lot of running around. Yeah, you got wrecked by everything on that run. Jeez.
Wow. Yeah, I have to say though that the one good thing about this running section going through the Mosforan High Waste, the Salika Wood, and the Fawn Coast, the music, top notch.
I'm more of a fan of Fawn Coast personally.
Yeah, my favorite track is the Salika Wood. Fawn Coast is pretty much number 2 for me. It's Freddy's favorite. Mosforan High Waste is also a really good track.
Yeah, it is. Definitely the highlight of the music.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the rest of the game has bad music by any means, but like these tracks in particular stand out.
Have they released the Wood remastered yet?
I think so.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it
was
sounds
awesome.
really nice.
Mm-hmm. You go listen to that again. You know, I wonder where those bunnies actually jump out from. They kind of like appear out of the wood. Do they live under the wood?
Speed.
Speed. Speed doesn't live anywhere. Speed lives in the darkest reaches of the nether.
I still want. There's something that there's a rare game here that has trolled multiple Order of Ambrosia runs.
No, just me.
Called Speed. No, not just you.
Mostly me.
I've seen Zero get trolled by it too. And it spawns with a random chance when you kill bunnies in a certain zone. And yeah, it's one thing I want to do is because you can access this area right after beating Bossler. I want to do a speed run of this game. Just kill Speed as early as possible.
Kill Speed. I just want to make a Speed counter. How many times can I go kill Speed in an hour period? just for catharsis reasons. So there's a couple of things I'll be doing through here other than the mini game. Should be using Traveler here shortly. Or is that not a thing anymore?
He already used it.
Oh, that's right. There's the newer spot to set it up at.
That's a pretty precise setup. You don't really have much leeway in terms of how many steps you have after this. So I like to actually do it on the first enemy in the next zone. It gives you a little bit more leeway, but not much. And I've found that you can usually burn that amount of steps in the Mandy's fight pretty easily. But the general idea is that you want to avoid burning steps because it takes time. And
yep,
the Mandragoras, it's nice because Traveler one-shots them if it hits them. The issue is you gotta get it to hit them.
I'm gonna do it at the old spot because I'm gonna save before Mandy's and that takes some additional steps, so I don't want to risk that.
Yeah, not many additional steps, but because it's as tight as it is with the spot Rooster used, it's worth getting those few extra steps.
Yeah.
Or
Which old
maybe,
spot? The
it
old
depends.
spot or the old spot?
The Pumpkinhead
old
was never
spot.
I thought the same thing, but the Pumpkinhead was really far forward, so I just did it anyway.
Oh yeah, if the Pumpkinhead is forward, then I will probably use it in the new spot. That looks like I will use it here. Yep, I'm definitely using it here.
The real question is, are you gonna go for bone mail?
I am on the way back.
Excellent. So the little side quest here is the Moogle boss needs to get all of his Moogle buddies, or Moogle workers, I guess, rather, to help fix the gate so they can open it. So fixing it doesn't tend to take very long, apparently. Mostly just opening it. I think the boss is just lazy, honestly. It is a Moogle. They're all pretty lazy. Well, look at how far behind Mog is.
Yeah, and then his
dance game.
The other boss is just hopelessly lost wandering around right by King Bomb, so that can't help either.
Yeah, that doesn't help either.
One thing that's worth mentioning is that you can farm these pumpkin heads for a little bit of extra LP and experience if you need to. If you don't do the extra jellies that pretty much every runner got, even if they didn't do an extra round, then in order to get the casters to the level you want them to be, which is at least level 26, you might have to kill a few of them and get more experience that way.
Bone mail hype. A little bit extra money for 0. Actually, one of my record runs, the bone mail saved the run for me.
Yeah,
So,
I remember.
Pretty low chance.
649.
Yeah. It's
just
a
a
low
long
chance.
record for a while. Before
Yeah.
Roosta started running and destroying everything. Actually,
Pitted
that was
got it
pitted,
first.
actually. That's right, that was pitted.
Yeah, but I guess Final Fantasy V isn't the only place we'll see bone mail in this, really now.
Birds are jerks. It is true.
I like how in this setup, Ash will cast Cure on Penelo, and then in return, Penelo will cast Fire on Ash.
Seems fair. Seems like a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mean.
Calling herself best girl.
I mean, we all know Vaughn is actually best girl, right?
No, that's Larsa.
Yeah.
I appreciate that
But
you guys all
Larsa-
have opinions, but they're wrong.
And yes, we joke about Larsa being a girl all the time.
What? I don't know any Larsa. I only know Lamont. The best girl in
It's
FF12?
It's not Lamont, it's Lamont.
I'm Lamont. You're Lamont.
It's spelled like Ramon in Japanese.
Does Ramon end with a T?
Nope. It's R-A-M-O-N.
But there's a T in Lamont. It's very
Yeah,
weird.
in Japanese people can't spell.
It's Lamont. In
Okay,
English, it's
fine.
Lamont. Weird T is added.
Oh, the T's added for English version. Gotcha. Dang it, English versions having wrong names.
Yeah.
I think the JP version has the wrong name.
At least it's not as bad as Special Beam Cannon.
Right.
Special Beam Cannon!
Why did I even do that setup? Because
Yeah, I
I'm
was
gonna
wondering.
just
I was like,
well, anyway.
what are you doing? At least he didn't reflect, right?
Yeah. I was about to, and then I realized.
I just figured that was a new spot to do that.
I mean, it was, but It's just marathon, so I'll be saving.
Oh yeah.
087
0
87
7 8 7.
420.
So that's like the second digit of all of my party members' current HP values. That's how you'll remember it, Hoishin.
Just look at the stream, right?
Yeah.
So at the Fawn Coast camp, we buy some important spells and equipment, especially Mirror Mail.
By the way, don't forget Mirror Mail.
Don't forget Mirror Mail.
First one to forget Mirror Mail owes me something at Limit Break. Unless it's 0, then he owes me something next time I make it out that direction.
Yeah, and then there's the Bio, Dispel, and Death spells, all of which are needed for the run.
I can't.
Mirror Mail.
Fixed it.
It's an emote.
Oh. Stupid. Finger facey.
Baby.
You should get Frank with AC.
It better
One
actually
of
at
us.
least.
One of us. One of us.
What does it even look
Get-
like? Is it just like the armor symbol from FF12?
No,
It's
it's
a
the
reflect
reflection.
symbol.
Reflect icon.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I like my dark theme. Dark Twitch, best
Come on.
Twitch.
Freddo, get Freddo face Z.
I have Dark Twitch. I just not Finger facey.
For the face.
I use Fredda face. Exactly.
I think the last way used face cam, right? So
Yep.
we can use whatever face you are.
I think I made any good faces in that one though.
It always sucks when you forget to talk to this little kid and you get all the way to the door to Mandy's and don't have the soul word key.
It's very, very important to talk to this, and technically, it's not even. This isn't even technically a hunt. Like, it acts like it's a hunt, but it's not actually a hunt at all. You just need to get it to get the key, otherwise you can't get into the fight or to progress the story.
It's an unofficial hunt.
It's an unofficial hunt.
I mean, he wanted to make it be a hunt, but then it was so poorly drawn that
No one knew what it was.
thing, so they wouldn't accept it.
I don't know. That's really pretty accurately drawn. Fair.
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty much what they look like. That's what you want to do after meeting them, so...
So Mont Blanc just, told the kid, yeah, okay, it can be a hunt. Here, I'll give you that little hunt screen and everything. What was... Okay, just question marks. That'll do. There you go, kid. Go on your way. You have a reward for them, right? Yeah. Good. Okay, then it's a hunt. Okay.
Key.
I mean, there is a reward. You get 1,000 gil and 3 remedies or something if you go back to the gate afterwards.
Yeah, it's worth it in OOA, but that's it.
I've never done that in no way. I forgot that was even a thing.
Seek!
Seek!
Oh man.
Seek type. Better hop off and kill it.
Yeah. I'm running away now, guys.
Suddenly,
Only 25
So,
euros.
You didn't kill
Anyway.
Razorfin.
Roosta is...
Alright.
Shoot, is he already at the door? No, this is okay. Didn't see where he was at. Anyway, he is going to Mandy's, which is probably pretty infamously one of the most difficult fights in the game, even casually.
Especially casually.
Especially casually, because
Yeah.
these things run around random directions, cast a bunch of buffs, attack you randomly, inflict tons of status effects.
And they run away.
Just really, really
They
bad.
can-
They'll
they
run
can-
away from you.
They have a technique that raises their level, which makes them stronger, so on and so forth. There's a reason that in my splits I call them Troll Salad.
It's a solid name. I agree. In addition, so fortunately, the only fortunate thing is that you can one-shot these with Traveler. Thank goodness.
Yeah, if
Unfortunately,
you want to see what this fight used to be like, watch that Crystals for Life run on YouTube and watch the Mandy's fight there. That just kind of sums it up because, yeah. I'll just leave it at that.
Yep. So hopefully so fortunately they do all group up after their initial splitting up, so you have a chance of getting them all at the same time. That's gonna be a long fight for Roosta. So unfortunately, also that's why I target before the fight. So unfortunately, now Roosta's going to have to bring out the girls to cast Reflect Fire to finish these very slowly. This is at least a good start here, it looks like. I even got the free thing. So these will start targeting. Fortunately, none of them targeted the girls once they get close. It'll be a long process of trying to split them up as much as possible, and then bringing the girls in and out to cast spells against them.
And bringing them out each time is worth it because not only do the Mandy's just kind of target whoever they want unless they're close up, that's the only time they pay attention to decoy. They have AoE spells that they can use, and you don't want the girls to get hit by those.
Yeah, they have two instants. One is Scream, one is Pollen. Pollen mostly only does status effects, but Poison, Sap, Sleep, all of which make it either kill the girls or make it difficult to finish. And then Scream just does damage, and enough damage to kill them outright.
Yeah, Zero has a chance to
got
take
crowned.
Yeah, Zero, but he managed to finish the fight alright, and Zero has a chance to actually take the lead back here.
Yep. Looks like Reese is gonna have to revive the girls now. And Zero is starting to fight up on the top.
Yeah, keeping the battle speed on low and starting charging Traveler at the beginning of the fight is a trade-off that you can make. It's a bit riskier because you can have what happened to Roosta, but at the same time it also means that you're less likely to take damage in the next running section.
Yeah, Scream also has a chance to inflict silence, unfortunately, which is what happened here. Looks like a lot better fight for Zero. Got a fourth on them. The other one decided to just kind of run off in the middle of nowhere for whatever reason, but should be dispatching this last one shortly. And only a couple more to go for, or one more left for Roost as well, so they're pretty much neck and necking it. Yep. And suddenly we're back within 10-15 seconds of each other. That's just how quickly things can turn in FF12. Sochin Cave, especially this fight and the next fight coming up, it can really swing things in either direction. Ahriman is probably infamous for being one of the hardest speedrun fights in the run. For many reasons. One thing that they can do there, I don't know if it's actually possible in the current route. I'm gonna go with yes because it looks. I know he's gonna. Okay. One thing you can do here, at least in older routes, is pick up bio and save at this at the save crystal here. The save crystal is actually a crystal bug, but you can kill it and save to regen mana and stuff. But it looks like they're both going to opt not to do that and probably just burn some ethers to regain mana. Actually, Zero might be okay, MP wise. Roosta's probably going to have to get mana back somewhere.
Yeah,
probably
Roosta's really low on MP and also really low on reflect time, so he's definitely going to have to cast reflect again on the girls.
No, they died and re-reflected.
Yeah, they should be okay.
That's right.
They'll also both be recasting Traveler here in order to set it up for Sid, which will be the boss coming up about 20 minutes or so after Ahriman.
Yeah.
So Ahriman himself...
It's the last fight where Traveler is used as the main strat, as opposed to a backup in case he misses a damage range.
Yep. So Ahriman himself has a couple main mechanics. The first one is he's kind of a similar style of mob as Dustia and Firemane, where they can both kind of teleport around. So you can definitely lose some of your damage that way, which can be annoying. Usually if you keep Bosch at least close to him, it won't be a big issue. But the other main mechanic is that he at 50%, no, 60%? I forget the exact percentages. It might be 60, 40, and 20. He will teleport away.
It's 60, 40, and 20, yeah.
60, 40, 20, okay. And then he will teleport away, cast an ability called Divide, which is similar, the exact same as what we saw with Jellies.
Except it doesn't just give a new Armon, it makes an Armon clone, so that's fortunate.
Yeah, which is much weaker. And then teleport back to the party again and start attacking. So when this happens, you'll see a setup where they will recast Decoy on Bosch, cure him up a bit probably, and then bring the girls out, because the way aggro works in this game, you can use Decoy to ensure that it attacks the tank, but if the enemies are far enough away that they don't see anybody, they'll just target a random person and go and hit them anyway, regardless of Decoy. Yeah. So it's very important that you get the casters out right away before that happens.
Meanwhile, Hoishin just killed Mateus without putting the Dawn Shard on Bosch.
Nice. Well, save some time without having to move it back. Not that he needed the LP. Anyway, so this happens, like I said, 60, 40, 20, but each time he doubles the amount that he splits. So he'll split into 2 the first time, into 4 the second time, and into 8 the third time. The clones are fairly easily taken care of. Their HP is way lowered, but their damage is not. So they can still combo, attack, and do all sorts of various spells. The worst of which is he also has the ability called Phantasmal Gaze, which, if you'll remember from Jellies, can confuse in a cone.
Another fun thing about that is Ahriman actually has the ability Null Vitality, which means the stat that normally prevents such things from hitting counts as a 0 for the entire battle, and basically makes it guaranteed.
Yep, so it looks like he lived with a Doom on 0. This means around a little bit of a time limit for Bosch, which usually you can make it through the whole fight, even if you cast Doom at the beginning. So it should be okay, but if something goes wrong, then it could be an issue. You see Ahriman's casting Gaze on Zero's screen now. That's okay, because the girls aren't out. And they're both on the second phase right now. Oop, there's another Gaze.
Yeah, and he just removed,
that one could be bad.
He removed Bosch's weapon so that Bosch wouldn't kill Pinello if he targeted her.
Maybe that was the same Gaze, just still the thing. Or he killed the clone that was gazing. Either way, it ended up not being a big deal.
Yeah, he killed the clone. The clone was the one using Gaze.
Yep. We also pick up a couple extra chests in here. One with the elixir. One has a 50-50 for an elixir and a Gaia hat.
And he keeps stealing because each of the clones he can also steal from. So these Sky Jewels are a nice little infusion of extra deal.
Yep. So this is the 4. Gonna be sure to re-equip Mirror Mail. Very important because he has to take it off to recast Decoy. So many people have died in this fight forgetting to do that.
Yeah, you also have to remember to remove it to begin with, otherwise keep play will bounce. Oh, and the guy I had, all the Rooster can now use the best of strats.
Okay. So far, so good on both screens. So for this last split, since he takes so long to divide, we're going to bring out Vaughn, who's equipped with a Glacial Staff, which improves blizzard damage. And Vaughn with the Glacial Staff, and I believe a magic armor on, any magic armor on, can one-shot the clones. So you can use him while the Arimans are gathering to help kill a couple clones to make this last part a bit easier. Once that's done, you can bring Bosch back in. We'll wait for them to group up and try to watch for phantasmal gazes. And then, in addition, what they'll probably, I think what they both will be doing is trying to bring the girls back in right next to the real copy of Ahriman, which you can see with the real Ahriman has like kind of this weird sheen to him that you can see kind of Rooster looking at right now. It's kind of hard to tell in the heat of the moment, but it looks a bit more like not real than the fake Ahrimans, which is a weird way to explain it, but
there's kind of a distortion effect around.
Yeah,
that's what you want to look for. So the one that has that is the real armor.
So the reason they do this is for a couple reasons. One, it's a little bit faster than trying to cast direct magics on. Ooh, Rooster got really unlucky in that. Bosch got like double knocked away right when you went to do the thing, so Ahriman teleported.
The fortunate thing is that if Ahriman or one of its clones teleports away and the magic doesn't do any damage, it also doesn't consume any MP.
There we go. Okay, looks like they both got through it without too many issues. Good.
And Hoishin entering the Burden fight as well.
Zero going because Bosch was about to die to Doom, he had to switch to Balthier, who does not have a flow mode on. There's actually a lot of traps in that zone, but these Ready guys have run it enough that they pretty much know where the traps always are, especially Zero since he sees them a lot and go away. But he was safely able to navigate with Balthier only hitting one, which only caused sap, fortunately. Usually you could just pop float moat on Bosch like Rooster did and run straight up without much fear.
I have a big problem though.
Did you lose some LP somewhere?
Ahriman killed himself.
Did he? Ooh.
That's one of the more rare instances of a boss being able to kill themselves, but it's really unfortunate because Ahriman gives a big chunk of LP.
Well, I was going to talk about how troll the end of my Ahriman was, but I guess I can't complain.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did have a really trolly end.
Every time I stood by him, he teleported away.
Yeah.
It's 40 LP, right?
Oh my god, suicide?
Let me check.
For bio.
Yes, bio's 40.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I need 30, I need 30 more, so I need to kill 15 things.
How many rats are there in that room?
I'm not sure.
Not
Okay,
enough.
Blizzard strats.
There are like 8 of them.
So which is worse, a
Rats.
one-hit Mandy's or an Ahriman suicide?
Depends on how
you have terrible things that happen in this run.
Literally was to such impossible.
I think I'm gonna teleport to Hen.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Or kill the first wall.
He didn't hit the teleporter though.
Yeah, I would have to.
A little explanation. Long story short, my internet was gone for almost.
And it just died again.
My internet was gone.
And
Okay, I join and everybody is laughing. What happening?
Sorry.
It's just you, Harmony.
I love you.
You got moved here and then started your explanation, and then I think you got moved back out.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So Harvey made it.
Yeah. Long story short, I didn't have internet for over 10 hours.
Ooh, that's
Brief
unfortunate.
explanation what happened.
Anyway, well, welcome. You just missed a Sochin Cave being Sochin Cave. I don't know how much you caught of it, but Rooster got a one-hit Mandy's. And...
I catched like nothing because internet was back like 10 seconds ago.
Fair enough.
Like seriously, from 10 AM till now, no internet whatsoever.
Jeez. So yeah, Rooster went in like a couple minutes ahead of Zero, I think at that point, and then got a one-hit Mandy's. So, and then Zero, they both had a decent Ahriman. Rooster had a little bit of trolling at the end, but Zero just had Ahriman kill himself. So now he's worried about LP.
Ouch.
He's short, I think 30 LP he said for bio. So that's where we're at.
So
That's a shame too. Because my Ash has 44 LP right now. I could just give Zero some of mine.
Yeah.
Or Zero does like Hoishin strat and does bioless sit one, which is doable, but it's a bit hard.
Yeah. I feel like for the sake of the marathon, I'm not gonna do it.
Chad, please.
Few minutes doing jellies is probably better overall than dying a bunch of times to Sid 1.
So what did I miss overall?
Zero got a 4 crystal?
And a horrible Firemane.
And a horrible Firemane.
What? Ouch. Ouch.
And I had like 4 books after 25 or so jellies. Or Dustia.
Chat is going crazy, holy hell.
Chat's been going crazy all day. Don't
yeah, but...
I mean, I heart you, chat. Good job. Thanks for watching, guys. You're all awesome. So, we're on to another, I think the last minigame of the run, actually, technically. Unless you count, like, Pharaoh's third ascent or something. But... And second ascent. Anyway, So, Chops. Basically, this is a hoity-toity place, and you have to trade favors instead of just pay money to get anywhere. So, for doing that, you find someone that is in need of something, and then tell someone else of that need, and they help you. And basically, you get rewarded with a chop. You need 9 of them to get to where we need to go and continue the story. So this place has the potential of trolling, depending on where things are. Occasionally, the people you need to talk to get switched in places from where they're normally at. And occasionally they just path in weird places. But for the most part, it's relatively consistent. And yeah, it's fine. The other thing they do is they pick up a Roga in the magic shop. For some fights a bit later.
Couldn't have done an explanation of Chops any better, to be honest.
Cool.
One thing about Chops that really scares runners when they first start learning the game is that you are on a step count the whole time.
Yeah, it's a little stressful especially in any %.
Well, I'm not anymore.
True.
Oh, easy.
It's okay, you just use the bat. Using them all away. Strats.
Some people even set up Traveler on the first guard. They encounter in...
That's slow though. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
if you
there's a
mess
better
up.
way.
Or some people use it on.
Well, I still have a better place to set up Traveler than the first card.
Yep.
And I know this because that's how we do it in OOA.
Yep.
Just don't accidentally teleport not to the right place. Wait.
You still have plenty of teleport stones, right?
Yeah. Have like 10 or so.
718.
718.
I wrote it in chat.
Chops are extremely exciting, as you can tell.
It's a lot of text.
Yep, a lot of spamming through text. This is where they separate the text mashers from the not text mashers. I guess the only real interesting about this is the last chop is either one of two different pairs because they're basically all both spawn at the same spots, both beginning and end. So you either pair the guy with the girl or the girl with the guy. That's about as interesting as this gets.
There's one or two that can run pretty far. They're kind of.
Happy birthday, Solomon.
Is he actually here yet?
Happy birthday.
Yes, he is. Happy birthday,
this
Solomon.
Oh, he is here this time. Happy birthday, Solomon.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm leaving.
See how meme. See how meme FF12.
Chat is best.
So meme.
Chat is
Meme free. Meme free.
Just
beautiful.
Okay, so Zero is taking a bit of a detour here to try and get some of that LP back. So you're just going to do a safer version of Jellies.
Oh,
the
Jellies
armor you have at
3.
this point makes it you take basically no damage.
Jellies 3 hype.
I come back to all the birthday.
Thank you for that PM, Sirai. I just saw it now.
You're welcome.
Oh, did you get trolled, Roosta?
No.
It's okay, you get like a bajillion knockbacks.
It's not even close. I'm just fucking around.
Whoa, language.
Oh, sorry.
I might have to ban you, Roosta.
Rip Team Tonberry.
Rip Team Tonberry. Okay, so Roosta is making his way to...
It's okay, though. Seraph will run FF12 for Team Tonberry.
Yay!
Sorry, Seraph.
Hashtag sorry, sorry, there. I shouldn't even try.
Okay, so Zero's finishing this up real quick. Hopefully without Ash dying. It's mostly Pinelli that you need the LP on anyway, right?
6,000 with fire on jellies. I've never seen that before. In a run.
Okay, so Zero's should have enough LP now to make his way back out and be not too far behind Roosta, actually.
Yeah.
Getting into Sid's laboratory. I think Roosta's already done the menuing, so it'll be a bit further.
I was FF10 by the way. I completely missed everything.
Luke soft-locked.
No way.
Yeah.
Wasn't too bad though. Okay, so the laboratory isn't too hard of a zone. You don't have an actual minimap, but having run this game enough, you have the route easily memorized. It's kind of difficult casually. The biggest issues with this is there's a couple points where you have to go up an elevator, but enemies also can come out of that elevator. So sometimes they'll try to come out when you're trying to also go up the elevator, and until they come out of the elevator and it closes, you can't use it.
Yeah, we.
Meanwhile, you're getting hit by like 8 mobs at once.
We call it an elevator troll for a reason. It's about a 25-30% chance. We're not sure exactly.
I think it's more than that, to be honest.
50 or something, I feel like.
It's not 50, I'm sure. I don't get it nearly often enough for it to be 50. Maybe if you want, like about 50% for it to be one of the two, but certainly not for each one.
That's only the first one.
Yeah, I don't see double elevator trolls that often.
Double
I've literally never
elevator
seen one.
trolls?
Yeah.
I don't remember ever seeing an elevator troll on the second elevator.
Yes.
I've
Same.
gotten trolled on the second elevator before.
I've never seen that before.
You also say that you have gotten more than 55% on the Giza crystals.
I'm pretty sure I have.
You're pretty sure.
I've run this game a lot over the last 4 years, okay? I don't have that good of a memory.
And there's the elevator troll for Roosta, so you get to see why this can be so bad. You can see them just going ham on Bosch before he got out of there. That actually could have been worse. They could easily drop 1 or even 2 of your party members. They can use water spouts, which will stop you from using healing items or spells. And they can also spam tri-attack, which I only saw 1 there, which is fortunate.
I don't think there's 3. I don't think those guys can use water.
I think they can only use tri-attack and
Yeah.
as the bad attacks.
Yeah, there are different kinds of enemies in
Mostly.
this area. Some of them can use water spout.
Yeah.
Can they? Yeah. Okay.
I think Roos is coming right up
Yeah,
the
One's
place
in the
where-
corridor. Roosta's running up right now,
Yep.
or at least that we're seeing
Yeah.
run up right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly it's a lot of lunges and tri-attacks and regular attacks. They do run through this with on slowest battle speed though, so it's just the instant attacks that usually are the issue.
Yeah, I think it's the Imperial Hoplites that can use water spout, but I'd have to check. Or maybe it's just judges, but there are judges in these groups as well.
I think
Yeah.
it's the swordsman that can use it. And you actually see more hoplites than swordsmen while running through. Maybe not. I don't know.
I can't remember what's in the Bergen fight.
In Bergen fight, there are all judges. But in here, I'm pretty
Oh, okay.
sure swordsmen can use it. Like, especially the ones that are along the long path or the long corridor.
Yeah.
That I'm coming
Yeah.
up soon.
Yeah, these elevators are not being kind so far.
We'll have to see what Hoishin gets.
That was a relatively tame elevator troll though. Wow, that knockback.
Yeah, it was. Also, the other annoying. Oh, that's very unfortunate from Roosta. That's very, very bad from Roosta now. Okay, he's good. So the other annoying thing is they can knock you, or you can block attacks, which you'd think would be good, except for you can't actually hit the button while the attack's happening. So that's kind of what happened there, and then he tried to hit up to go to the next elevator, and I guess the menu lab made it so he missed the elevator, the timing on it by just a tad, so he accidentally backed out of it instead of finishing. Fortunately, Vaughn was there to save the day, because Vaughn is the hero of this story.
Hashtag painted on a... So, Sit 1 is upcoming. We won't
I just checked my Chocobo number, because I don't know what it was. I think it was either 293 or 393.
I don't remember. Someone had a running count before Mandy's.
Because if it's 293, I have to...
Oh, jeez. Now Zero is running through on no hit points.
Boys.
19. All perfect.
I'm seeing 293 in chat.
Sorry.
And before that, high potion was unnecessary.
I'm sure you'll get hit at least once. Also, you're crazy. Besides the point.
Has anyone in chat tell what my Chocobo number is? I'm just gonna go with 393 and hope for the best.
Oh, Zero. I'm clenching so hard for you right now. Anyway, so they both successfully made it through without getting too trolled. And they're both be entering Sid fairly close to the same time again, so RNG equals out. Again. So Sid is a very actually scripted fight. It's not really that dangerous at all as long as you do it correctly.
And
you can get minorly trolled at the beginning from that, but so basically this has like two different phases. The first phase, there's a bunch of rooks flying, and once you kill one of them, it goes into a cutscene and heals the rest of them back up. So the start of this fight, we're going to be trying to line them up so that the first rook dies in the first round of spells, which looks like was successful for Roosta. So small cutscene happens, and then Traveler is to help finish off the rest of these rooks. They will die in 2 bios and a Traveler, so he'll cast a manual bio with Ash and Pinello, and Traveler with Bosch after healing him up real quick. And
they actually have less than 9,900 HP, but because they have a passive damage resist effect, you need to do more than just Traveler.
Oh,
I didn't even see what happened.
The Traveler was
number.
off. Also, what can be really bad for Sid 1 fights is Sid 1 and also Sid 2 can crit you. I think it's like a 20% chance. I am not sure. But if he crits you, he does like, what, 800 damage?
What was the damage roll?
I don't remember. But it's something insane. Something very dangerous. Can very easily kill Bosch.
No, I mean, what was the damage number on Traveler?
Oh, it was like 93 on Sid.
Never mind. Were you overstepped, Roosta?
Understepped.
That's what I thought too.
How about going for the Nefusuke pendant?
Isn't Netsuke?
I cannot spell the name.
Itsuke.
Oh, it was 253.
Yeah, Netsuke pendant. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like everything went fine on Zero's side, so he is now... All the rooks are dead. He's going to dispel to try to get rid of the shell on Sid, and then do a few rounds of buy to hopefully finish. Before he uses... So Sid will walk to the front of the room before using ability called something tokamak. Forget the actual letter number. Is it S27? Okay. S27 tokamak. Trying to kill him before that happens, which looks like he barely got it off in time there. Like I said, fairly scripted, so he knows that it's going to cast right about then. And meanwhile, Hoishin is in the Mandy's fight, so let's see how this one goes for him.
Nice.
Hoishin in the Mandy's fight too. So we got action all around here.
Let's hope for a 5-hit.
I see he's targeting the back one though, yeah. But it looks like he'll get multiple because they grouped up nicely for him. So he got 4 hits.
4? Yep. And the 1 week to fire is left, so...
Yeah, he could actually, in theory, direct cast if he wanted to. But there's no reason not to reflect in this case.
Those Rams, though. Had it out for Bosch. Okay, so really solid Mandy fight for Hoishin. And Roosta is going back into...
Sid 1.
Sid 1 now. Hopefully we got the right number.
And it looks like he was hitting different rooks there, so Sid's pretty much guaranteed to have shell now.
Yep, he already has it.
Yep, there's a strategy for that, but
yeah, it looks like that one.
It's essentially the same as getting damage rolled.
Yeah, Zero had shell as well. He just dispelled after the rooks went down.
Also, Sid is backing up way more than on Zero.
Oof. 1 high potion, perfect. That's all you need.
That chest Zero just picked up always has 5040 gil.
Yep, it's a very useful chest for this. Okay, looks like Roosta got the number that time.
He got him.
Yeah, just a matter of finishing him off, and we're good. One interesting thing about the Sid fight actually is he always targets closest, so you don't technically need decoy. Well, unless you have a decoy up, he always targets the closest character. Decoy makes it a bit safer in case you get knocked back, but you can do this whole fight without decoy. The main reason decoy is actually cast is because you want to be casting something with the other caster while you're damaging down, so the boss doesn't get hit by anything. So, and decoy is really the only useful thing you could be casting at that point.
And the rooks are, if the rooks don't follow that rule, so rooks can target the girls if they ever get a chance.
Yeah.
Usually they're too busy buffing Sid, but
occasionally, yeah, that's also true. in case the first round or the first part there gets really trolly. It can happen. Yeah, it was a good fight for Roosta though, so he's moving on as well.
And Zero's making his way to Feywood.
And meanwhile, we have Hoishin coming up in the Armin fight, so that'll be a good thing to pay attention to as well. In addition to the Rafflesia fight, which is coming up for Zero shortly. Rafflesia fight is not terribly difficult because you pretty much just have to wait until it uses its first move, and then you can bring the girls out and they will destroy it. It's weak to wind magic, so Cherry Staves and Aeroga will deal max damage. And two
quite max,
rounds
that's
of
close.
yeah, well, 2 rounds of Reflects will finish it consistently.
But Rafflesia is one of these fights. It's an easy fight, but if you mess up one little tiny thing, it's almost impossible to get back.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has a effect that drains mana or MP. So if you incidentally delay, for example, by throwing a potion, the girls can run out of mana to cast the second Eroga before you have a chance.
Yeah, it's an easy fight, but a brutal punishment if you miss it.
One way they get around it in the current route is they don't even worry about getting the second quickening on anyone until after the fight. So the mana will be draining at less of a rate overall.
But replenishing at the same numbers, so the mana replenishment from the War Mage augment and the damage dealt is proportionally larger and means you effectively get drained slower.
And Hoishin is going into the Armin fight.
Let's wish him good luck for one of the trolliest bosses.
Yeah, so far we've managed to avoid any bad gazes.
And that's a textbook Rafflesia fight there. If Bosch gets hit with Nectar Volley, which he has a 30% chance to block thanks to the sword he's wielding, he basically always gets afflicted with sap because of the chance of it and the fact that Rafflesia has the null vitality property as well. So it's pretty much a guaranteed remedy burn if you do get hit.
Whoops, Pinello took a death on Hoishins, unfortunately.
So Zero is now prepping going through the rest of Feywood, and for that he has to use 2 immobilized characters to immobilize, despawn some enemies. I don't remember if that is used before, or if this is the first time you actually see this in a run. I forgot.
A little bit in the Still Shrine, but not much.
Oh yeah, right.
Another way to effectively heal Bosch with the sap is to just let him die and revive him.
These Mirror Knights are actually quite nice to run by because always the first move is Reflect.
In this section, you just have to follow the path that shows a verdant forest of an illusory one when you stand in the center there. It's random which path it takes, but there are only a certain number of possible paths the game can choose from. You also have another chance of seeing a second RPG Dino here in a little bit. And that one, the Gyrovaganus, if it follows you, can be a real troll.
He can be really scary.
There's a pretty epic highlight of Pitted nearly losing a run to it.
Like Pitted even blocked Giravegan's attack, and if that attack if he wouldn't have, Bosch would have died, and so he would have game overed.
Yeah, he had it down to an 8% block chance from one of the casters actually, because staffs have an 8% block chance, and he got that, and that saved the run.
So also on the way to through Thaywood to Giravegan, I don't know if any of the runners is getting that, but there's a chest or multiple chests, and in one of these chests there's Ensanguine Shield, and Ensanguine Shield has 90 evasion and almost 100%. Well, not 100%. It can almost block every attack, every physical attack, blockable attack. And there's also Deathbringer, which could give you a lot of gil in if you sell it. And there's at the very same spot also an X potion. Looks like Zero didn't got it.
I was looking for the chest, but I didn't see it, so I'm assuming it didn't, or none of the chests spawned. But there, it's weird. There's like 3 chests on top of each other. Or 3 possible chests that can be on top of each other, so...
It's the same with Excalibur in Grey Crystal.
And with the chest for the Zodiac escutcheon in Barheim Passage.
Oh, yeah, right.
We have Hoishin, who's getting back on track against Armin after getting trolled really hard.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he has some ethers left for Ash.
Oh yeah, he has 4.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
He has plenty of ethers, fortunately.
It's gonna be slew.
And Roostalol just finished Rafflesia as well, making his way through Feywood as well.
Mirror mail.
And Zero is coming up on Daedalus. At this point, we really should explain why we kept certain characters at low level. There's a glitch in this version of the game. It's fixed in IZJS and in Greatest Hits European PAL. But if you have a less than 0% chance for a status magic to hit, it will always hit. The only thing that can prevent it is Shell, which turns it into a coin flip, basically, 50-50 shot. So here, Fran is low enough level that her chance of hitting Confuse on Daedalus is less than 0. So you just keep casting on it. Daedalus will whack himself and remove Confuse, and you cast it again, and he doesn't even get to do anything in this fight. Using Bio because it's a non-elemental spell, and Daedalus, its weakness is Holy, which is not a damage type that we have access to. And even if we did, then, well, Holy takes up the entire effect capacity and the underflow wouldn't work.
And it's single target, so you can't reflect it.
Yeah, well, you can reflect it, but you can't AoE reflect it. You wouldn't get that effect.
And that's Daedalus.
Daedalus can kill himself, but if you enter the fight with the cherry staves equipped and then switch to the there's a Giraveganus on Roosta's screen, so he's letting it aggro him, which is a little bit risky. But if you switch to the glacial staves after that, then you'll pretty much always manipulate the damage numbers to put it in range where it won't kill itself, but you will finish it.
Also, a reason why we keep Balthier low is because of a boss later on, which is called Fenrir, we do exactly the same on him, but instead of confuse, we just use sleep on him. We underflow sleep, so we get 100% sleep to hits.
And
Also-
Balthier has to be below level 13. 12 is the highest level he can be. Yeah, Hoishin finishing off
Yep.
Araman.
Very,
finally.
very good recovery, Hoishin. Good job.
Yeah, that's a bad fight, but not through any fault of the runners whatsoever. It's just that some
Decided
bosses in this
to
game
target
control.
early, basically. Definitely, just sometimes that happens.
Firemane is just the trolliest boss in the game.
Yep. So that's an example of how badly Firemane can go.
And
But-
in this section, there's a lot of immobilized despawning of enemies just because they have a lot of nasty things they can do to you. Not just damage, but also status effects and such. So it's worth despawning them.
Yep.
There's also the reason they can launch and ram, and those are both instant moves. And if they instant you, you're basically dead.
And apparently that Darkra was instant as well. I don't think I've ever seen Darkra there before.
Do one of the golems do Darkra?
It's unusual
Apparently.
that they'll be able to get the spell off, but it does happen every now and then.
And I've just never seen Darkra, and apparently it was an instant, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, didn't he charge like a different spell
Yeah.
beforehand, and then
He
Just
charged a different spell, and then when I got out of range, he switched to Fran. Like, he switched targets to Fran and used Darkra, and sniped her from very far behind.
that was insane. Learning about new things every day.
Yeah. There's our second. That's never
That's
happened
never
before.
happened before, yeah. Textbook Daedalus fight from Brewsta. That's the very, very consistent fight. Most fights from now to the end are pretty consistent.
Is anyone doing
Most.
Tyrant on active completely?
Tyrant. I don't know.
I've done it on active, but I'm not going to do it in a run.
It's way too scary. If he launches you once, the chances are way too high he can kill you. Just one launch is enough.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice in a lot of the later fights is that in order for the strategies we use to work properly, the timing is really tight. So playing on active is not only dangerous because of that, but also because you need to react to what's going on, and doing that 100% in real time is difficult, if not impossible, depending on what the game throws at you.
I don't know why I'm saving, but I just feel like doing it.
Saving is never bad in a marathon.
Yeah.
No one got the, or rather, Zero and Rusa both didn't get the anti so far, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, normally it wouldn't matter if the Diacon Entite, the Holy Entite that can spawn in this section of Giruvegan is there, because it's default not active, but because they use the strategy of Cure Immobilization instead of using the spell Immobilize, then that Entite could be aggroed if they if it's right there when they use the Cure Immobilization.
So the upcoming boss for Zero is Tyrant. Tyrant, it's more or less the exact same thing with Daedalus, but instead of Bio we use Blizzara, since Blizzara does double damage on him. And for some reason, techniques just don't work. And he's a pretty scary boss because he can attack really hard and really quickly. And he's one of the scariest bosses in the game.
Yeah, the timing for that is really tight, and he almost gets an attack off between confuses, and you need the 2 swiftnesses I got in the last menu to be able to cast confuses fast enough without doing ATB resets.
Not even saving for Tyrant.
You don't have to save for Tyrant. There are ways to recover.
Yeah.
It's not fun, though.
It's not fun, but you can recover.
Agreed with Freda.
Yeah, another thing, like Tyrant is why we have the Glacial Staves, the primary reason. Skate for a Living, who was we hoped was going to be with us on commentary today, but had to work. Looked into skipping either Blizzara or Glacial Staves, and it would add a significant amount of time to the run and require 2 ethers to use bio. So it's not only is it slower, but the Glacial Staves give you 1 more magic power than the Flame Staves, which is really nice for a couple damage rolls, like the Rook damage roll in Sid 1.
Since Tyrant is able to do, like you see on the zero screen, he's trying to launch Bosch or any one of the allies at all. He tries to get them as far away from Tyrant as possible.
A little bit of an issue with mana there at the end. Mana's pretty tight for Bosch, so if you don't constantly run around to regain mana, you can be close to running out at the end, like what happened there.
Oh, Ash died.
So I lost a little bit of LP on Ash. I don't think that's a critical issue at this point.
Shouldn't be.
No, Ash already has most of what she really needs, fortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just some channeling and some magic lures she misses. But for the moment, that's not the main thing.
So now we have to... Not much of a maze, but kind of a maze that is Great Crystal. Trying to get to the bottom in order to meet with the, I guess, the quote-unquote gods of Ivalice. Vanna, I guess they're not really technically gods, but they like to think so.
Yeah, the Akuria, which are these...
Akuria,
yeah, these immortal beings with a lot of power, and they've been kind of controlling the lesser races. And there you see how annoying these Osis can be. They have some really nasty attacks, Hellblaster, and other attacks that can be very, very devastating if they decide to use a lot of them.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. That was sketchy.
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Great Crystal is such a RNG port. Sometimes it's nice to you and lets you through without a lot of deaths or any deaths at all, and sometimes it's just
Yeah, Hellblaster's an interesting ability since it can either miss, it can only do damage, it could only do status effects, or it could do both. Yeah, usually pretty much anything but miss is bad. On the plus side, you don't... Gee, who do you have? Don't you have a Penelo for... or not Penelo. I forget. Do you guys use Vaughn again for Shem now? Or are you still using Bosch?
Use Bosch.
Okay. I feel like that got changed at one point, but...
One has too little HP.
Yeah.
Even with Bosch, if Shem gets like 2 crits, like 2 high damage roll crits, Bosch could die.
Yep.
Job's done.
Hey.
Yay.
Nice.
I'll try to narrate on Roosters as mine updates. It's also being pretty laggy on my side.
Yeah.
Well.
Not only on yours.
He has started Tyrant, I can report that.
I'm getting a nice slideshow of the Tyrant fight right now.
Yeah. So it is definitely happening. Looks like it's fine. Yeah. Looks like it's going about as planned. Meanwhile, getting trapped. Oh no, it's... How good you rest everybody at least. Zero is getting trolled more and more by Oses. I should be able to outrun that Findaga. And that was, fortunately, the last set of Oses they had to deal with, so we should be good. Looks like Roosto's finished with Tyrant just fine.
Leading Fran hype. Now Zero isn't safe. Now he can set up for Shemazai. And Hoishin is making his way to Draclor.
Forgot the mash.
I hate when I do that there.
JP inputs.
I've done that way too many times. I'll be like, oh yeah, I have to mash something to actually continue.
But if you mash too fast, you go to the other or normal place.
Okay, Rusa is working his way down Great Crystal. Trust me, it's happening.
I don't see any evidence of this, but okay, I trust your word.
He just hit the first gate stone. So he's a few zones in. I didn't see if either of them got the Black Mask or even went for it.
So Shemazai is...
I didn't get it.
Shemazai is not that hard to explain. What you do is you go in first off with Bosch alone. You use Immobilize on Shemazai, and as soon as you cast Immobilize, you get the girls out. Start your Gambit so they cast Bio, and can get an extra Bio off of your Reflect. And after that, you run towards the back, or rather the entrance you walked into the fight, de-equip Mirror Mail, and wait after a couple, and cast Decoy with Ash on Bosch after a couple of casts of Bio.
Yeah, it's fortunate that Shemazai seems to have perfect awareness of the battlefield here. So even with the casters standing between it and Bosch, it can tell that Bosch is there and has decoy and will try to target him. So you just immobilize it and stand out of its reach and you're good. That said, you do need swiftnesses on the girls or else they just won't have enough DPS. You would have to be ATB resetting more or less constantly, and that's slow. Also, he uses queues up a smelling salts there at the end, so that if Shemazai is able to get to Bosch and would be in range to cast Shock, that gives a little extra time for the last bios to hit before Shock happens because of the A2BQ.
Looks like Arista's home free.
And that's Shemazai.
So you'll be getting to Shemazai pretty soon. Hoishin got a bit of a elevator troll on that first elevator there, but he's making his way through the laboratory at the moment.
Now we just hope to buy enough Phoenix Stones and type X potions.
He bought a lot of Phoenix Stones last trip. He probably mostly has enough already.
Yeah, I did get the bone mail, I guess, so that's some money.
Oh, you
yeah,
got bone mail
as well. Yeah, he got
other
the
than
bone
that, other than that, I didn't get any good chests like ball elixirs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you got plenty of mana at least.
elixirs are good. They can be used as X potions, and
you can
they
skip
are
channeling.
Especially useful because I know I won't be able to afford channeling because Fran was dead for Tyrant, and Ahriman killed himself, so
Oh,
that's a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
she's gonna
LP she
be.
lost.
She's definitely gonna need all those elixirs.
Well, I just need 4, but
Hopefully, you have enough for death still.
yeah, that's one thing I'm worried about. But I should be it.
It should be. Yeah, it's just pretty big window there.
worst case
120
scenario
LP or something.
Worst case scenario, you can buy it after Panda.
Yeah, like I will know
Yeah.
after Panda, and then I can kill some chimeras.
How's Rooster's stream?
It's been back for me.
Yeah,
Looks like it's back on
it's
stream
gone
again as well.
smoothly. It's going really nice.
Yep, it's about halfway done with Shem.
Yep, got the decoy, so looks like pretty good pace here with the bios as well. So now Zero is going to go get Redis and advance the plot. Also buy Firaga and a bunch of X potions. X potions heal significantly more than high potions, and that's needed. Then Firaga is going to be the main damage dealing spell from here on out, with a few fights that use either wind magic or bio.
The only other fight which still uses bio is Fenrir. And the only 2 other fights which use Aroga is Shmal and Panda. Everything else should be Firaga.
Yeah, Panda is short for Pandemonium, for those of you who don't know.
I don't know, a ton of X potions, but definitely enough to get through.
Yeah, pretty much a safe minimum would be like 11 or 12. You can get away with 7 or 8, but that's a bit more risky.
It is pretty
Using
risky.
a lot of cures at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, my practice save file used to have 7 X potions. That was fun.
Yes, 15 would. 15 should be good if nothing goes wrong.
Yeah. And I have a couple of extra elixirs as well, so
Yep.
won't be able to skip the final shop, but could be worse.
That's also a thing you could do. Skipping the final shop if you have enough money. It saves like 30-ish seconds. I'm not
more like
sure.
20. 15,
Yeah, the
20
Hoishin got
seconds.
through that first rook with no issues.
Oh, he leads with Ash. I've never seen that before.
Leech with Dash where?
In is it one fight?
Oh yeah.
Bosch is furthest away. Farthest
yeah,
away.
Hoishin does that.
Never seen that before. Quite interesting.
Leech with the
It's
leading
like,
girl.
No shell and says it is gonna have to cast a spell, so this should be pretty much a given fight here. Gonna do one quick ATB reset to make sure.
Also,
And
that
let's sit
ATV
one down.
reset is set up for the next crit tangles before
Yep.
plays up. So
Yeah.
Yep, that is the ideal setup point for. So that way he doesn't have to change any weapons. He can just go straight into damage. Damaging.
GG is one down on Hoishin's side. So next boss for Zero coming up is Hydro.
Tyrant is a fun boss fight because you get to run in circles.
I love Hydro.
He's not fun if he opens with Curse.
Well, if
True.
if he's
but that
opening
doesn't
with
have-
curse, why are you entering with multiple people?
No, curse is when you enter without mirror mail on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Immobilize guys when you enter with multiple people.
The AI in this game is just mind-blowing.
Probably the most interesting thing about this fight in Order of Ambrosia is that you use a very similar strat in that you just have them chase you around the map, the platform the entire time, but with attack strats instead of with reflecting magic. Whereas most other fights, you just attack and straight up just kill things because you're so much stronger.
Yeah, in Order of Ambrosia, the weapon setup there is a Zodiac Spear, a Defender, and a Holy Lance. And the Holy Lance deals lower damage base than the Defender, but is useful for a couple areas that are filled with undead that you go to. It's worth getting for that. But then, not only does it deal lower damage, Hydra resists the elements, so you have to so you want to run around with that character because they're not doing much damage anyway.
So Bruce has potential to skip the final shop. He got 32 X potions, which is a lot of X potions.
Quite a bit of money.
That is a lot of X potions.
Completely forgot. Is Hydra actually undead?
Yes. So he actually starts at targeting crit players, crit characters first, if you have them. Glowing decoy, so it's dangerous. Same as Ariman.
Yeah.
So what you just saw on Zero's stream happening is like the trolliest thing for every casual runner who has no idea what's of that crystal, because a crystal is guarded by like 7 traps behind each other.
Yeah.
That one.
Those traps.
It's
like
fun.
if you.
That's
if
why
you
I
have
have
a
a
Libra
self
up, it's where
Libra.
you look at.
Yeah, that's why I have a self Libra Gambit. I remember the first time I played this game, my first thought was going with the D&D trope. Well, that's a dead paladin.
Yep, so reflect oil to make sure it lands, because it does have a chance of not landing from a direct cast.
Yeah, oil is AoE, so if you reflect it off yourself, it'll have multiple 90+% chances of hitting, and you're pretty much set. He's trying to...
Fireball.
Yeah.
Got a little bit too close and got hit to try to get some more reflects on, but he should be dead this round, so no problem. He just kites him around the girls, so or the rest of the party, so that he doesn't attack, ideally. That was pretty much how Hydra's supposed to look like. So the next thing in Pharos, yeah, Pharos is basically a tower of pseudo minigames.
Yeah, gimmicky puzzle type things, basically. In this one, you have to collect these black orbs. So this first enemy that he kills in each area always drops one of the orbs. And then you grab one, you put it in a pedestal, repeat 2 more times, and then you can access the next boss, Pandemonium. And that's pretty much it. You just want to keep Redis from being an idiot and targeting something you don't want him to target, hence the strategic fleeing there. And 2 direct Freiragas will kill the enemies that you typically kill here.
It's a damage round.
Yeah. Sometimes you need an extra attack from Redos on the Chimeras to kill.
And Hoishin going into the Rafflesia fight. Looks like it's going to be a pretty textbook fight here. Rafflesia's opening with an attack, so no drama there, and he's got the Erogas going off.
And Rus is making his way to Hydro. And he forgot about the traps as well.
You probably hit him on purpose, knowing he used to.
Probably, honestly.
Setting up and then running into the traps.
Yeah, I had like Redas or Penelo hit them. I didn't hit them on purpose. I don't know about Roost though.
Black Ops are pretty weird in this game.
Bruce is going into Hydra now. Oops, started with Bio, which is a little bit trolly. He needs to make sure he stays close enough to Hydra so he doesn't target someone else. Oil up, tighten around, no problem.
Yeah, like you said earlier, oil triples damage from fire spells. So a Hydra actually resists fire, but because of oil and flame staves, Firaga deals significantly more damage than Bio, especially because Bio is just not as strong of a spell to begin with.
This game is more or less abusing all the multi-damage things together, and that will do a lot of damage in the end.
Oh my.
So next up on 0 is already Panda. So Panda is almost like Tyrant. We use also Confuse on him. But this time we also have Redas on Panda. And Redas could attack Panda if we wouldn't immobilize him. And if we attack someone with Confuse, he would go out of Confuse. Which is not something we want.
The other complicated things to this fight are that Panda has a 50-50 shot of starting with Shell, which is not good because it means you have a 50-50 shot of having to dispel it. So you pretty much just assume you're just going to have to dispel. And it also triggers at 50 HP an ability called Perfect Defense. In this case here, he's... Bosch dropped. That is not good, but he looks like he hasn't triggered a perfect defense threshold yet, at least. So he can recover. But perfect defense means 2 minutes of not being able to damage the boss at all. So you really want to avoid that, if at all possible. So now he's going to he brings Von out, and now
recovery.
Aerogus from both casters should be able to finish it off. Or at least, rather, get it below the threshold needed for perfect defense to go away. Oh.
Oh no.
Didn't get it
Oh
in time.
no.
I go away and Panda starts going terribly.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was trying to get a little more damage to ensure that he would get past the threshold on the round that ended up being immune, but he dealt a little bit too much, so perfect defense triggered.
Oh god.
And you can still win this fight by kiting the boss around, but...
Redas got
you're
this.
pretty much... Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, he's getting a lot of blocks here, that's fortunate. But you're pretty much guaranteed to have to use a bunch of potions and or Phoenix Downs.
Oh, there he goes. Now he's done. I don't think you can block Power Spin, unfortunately.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you can block Power Spin.
Fortunately, Power Spin has a long range, so
Yeah.
kiting isn't working it didn't work very well there.
Don't forget he takes less damage after this phase.
Zero doesn't even want to look. Can't see it. If I don't see him, he can't hit me.
He's like a bug bladder beast of Trawl.
That is some really good kiting there. Gotta admit, like really good Panda kiting. This kiting though.
Yep. He just finally got hit once. Yep, there's the second one. Oh, that Power Spin. Ooh, block it right now. I guess he can't block it.
And another Power Spin, of course.
Should be getting fairly close. Oh, there it goes, as I say it. So now the tricky part of making sure...
Yeah, you just have to wait a moment after that to make sure Panda targets Bosch with its next attack. And then you can finish it off with spells.
Could slow be an issue.
Yes it was, actually.
Roosta actually has a chance to take the lead back, so we could have another lead change, assuming... Yeah, it looks like his fight is going smoothly.
Yep. And Roos is back in the lead again. FF12, folks. It taketh and it
FF12
giveth
shits on
away.
everyone, and nobody was surprised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roosta, I might have to ban you. Don't make
Sorry,
me ban you in the middle of your run.
Panda, please.
So we did mention the importance of being able to recover from anything.
Yep. This is why.
Yeah. Final Fantasy XII is a game where either you bash your head against a wall trying to have everything go your way, or you learn how to recover and actually finish some of your runs.
Yes.
Okay, made it past there. Ugh. Nice recovery, Zero.
Alright,
Well done.
Nice.
You're what?
I got fun time loss coming. Tyrant killed himself, so I can't afford channeling.
So Roosta's gonna have to run around in circles a little bit, unless he wants to give him an extra ether.
You to get extra elixirs,
I have a backup with the girl. No, I used them on because of my trolling mandies. I had 3 and I used 2.
Okay, yeah.
It's gonna be an exciting brain band.
Do you still only have 3 elixirs too?
Yeah, I sold my mega elixir.
Oof.
Yeah, it looks like Hoishin got the Diacon in tight.
Yeah, I did too. Sorry, my internet was cutting out earlier, so I couldn't talk.
Yeah, yeah.
We
This
noticed.
This is going to be one head-on-head run for Zero and Roosta.
Yep. And that was exactly how it started, so... Like I said, FF12 giveth and FF12 taketh away.
I think that's also
okay.
how 15 will finish, with a head-on-head.
I think even with that Ariman fight, Hoishin's still catching them both, so... Maybe. Actually, we'll see. We'll know more later.
Recovering from pen is not easy. So
No.
Zero pulling something like that is really, really good.
So we should probably talk about brain pans now and what's actually going on here.
Basically,
in this section, you saw that he killed those first couple enemies with the green flames above their heads and green sections, kind of ghostly, of a bridge appeared, and then he walked on them and they became solid after the bridge was full of that green stuff. That's how this section works. You kill brain pans, bridge sections appear, and you want to avoid killing the ones with red flames that you'll see later, called Dadars. And the way we kill these is we cast Death on Bosch, and there are 2 reasons we do this. One is because they sometimes have the reflect status themselves, and reflected spells cannot be reflected again. So it goes through. The second reason is it gives you a little bit more time to have the ATB charge before you activate them and give them a chance. It gives them less chance to do attacks and various other trolly things that they can do. The reason that death is always hitting is, again, in underflow, like you saw with Confuse against Tyrant, Pandemonium, and Daedalus, and with Immobilize against Shamhazai. The hit chance for death is low enough that Fran can do this until the mid to high 20s, actually. So she's going to gain quite a few levels here. But also keeping the girls out for at least part of it so that they get a little bit of experience from this, which also gives them a little bit more damage in the last bit of the run.
Also, the difference between a Japanese version and the normal North American version here is that if Fran casts in the normal version and it doesn't hit a brain pan, the MP won't decrease. But in the Japanese version, however, if she casts Death on Bosch and it doesn't hit a brain pan, it still counts as it would have hit, and the MP will decrease.
Yeah, most of the version differences that are mechanical, that aren't in terms of like cutscenes and localization type stuff, which does also affect timing. But other mechanical stuff does tend to favor the Japanese version. For instance, there's one of the boss fights coming up, Hashmal, has an AI loop that you can abuse in the Japanese version, but not in the North American or PAL versions.
There's also Penelo out for 2 reasons actually. First of all, to level her up, and second, to despawn some chimeras on the way, which are in the way.
Hoishin's starting the Tyrant fight. Starting off with Fireball is fine because it means he won't combo, won't have a chance to lunge Bosch to death. You just want to make sure that Bosch doesn't get hit again, which is something that can happen. Yeah, I see some discussion about how difficult this game is to speedrun, and we all have our stories about that.
Yeah.
But one thing I will mention is that we've had probably a good dozen people who are like, oh, I'm going to learn to speedrun Final Fantasy 12. And they learn like half the game, and they're like, oh, nope, I'm out. I'm not learning this game anymore. I'm going to learn like Final Fantasy 10 or 9 or whatever.
Yeah.
And it keeps happening. And then not too long ago, we had Puri do a run. He completed one, and he's like, okay, this is it. I'm done. I've completed a run. That's all I'm doing. That's enough for me.
Completed my goal.
Yeah, these kinds of things keep happening. It's like...
Yep.
So we have
quite
this,
a few.
We have this dedicated core of people who are crazy enough to run the game over and over again, and then everyone else is just like, I don't even know. No, I'm not doing this.
Maybe not. This is yeah, and it's simultaneously gotten both less and more brutal over the years. It's more brutal because it's definitely a lot harder to record now. Since yeah, Roosta and Zero have been killing it, along with Hoishin and Pitted for that matter.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that Puri is not one to shy away from difficult games or runs.
Yeah.
Icy Chess is already ran, but it has a pretty boring category, any percent that is. We just call it a meme because we call the item that we use in that run meme bow.
Yeah, the sighting grate is an item that we're pretty sure was intended to be removed from the game because of how ridiculous it is to get. The fact that there's no real sprite for it, or no real model for it, rather, this being a 3D game. But it has ridiculous properties, and you get one or two of those, and the run just becomes, okay, I'm gonna fight this boss now. Put it on double speed, and watch the boss's health drain, and there isn't too much more to it than that.
Seitengrad is way too broken. Since you're able to break the damage limit in ICHS as well. It has 224 attack. It is invincible. Has double range of every other range attack weapon. I think it has like 75% chance to crit. It even has a chance to block attacks, which no other bow can do as far as I know. It's just way too broken. But the way we get it is also way too mind-blowing.
Yeah, the chest manipulation for the Seitengrad is a thing.
I mean, who would come up with the idea listening to your PS2 and figuring out, oh, now the Seitengrad chest spawned, and oh, now it did not spawn.
Yeah, you use the sounds made by your PlayStation 2's disk drive to determine whether or not the chest is spawned, and then you use a character's, an NPC's animation to determine the frame you need to pick up the chest to get the item. It's nuts.
It's insane. I think that part is actually the most interesting for the viewer, but anything else, I think, is just boring. Or well, how we would put it, a meme. Since yeah, amiibo. I really hope to remove Meembo in Zodiac Age.
That one's for the fans.
Nice.
The jumping. Too strong.
I know this strat. Oh man.
Yeah. Wait, yeah.
It's doable,
times.
but
Good times.
it can be dangerous as hell.
The sink.
I have no
though,
ether, so.
Am I right?
What? The brain pad! It's running!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds like Tarvin's a bit behind.
Hoishin, do you remember?
Oh my god, I did.
That's the fucking best thing.
Normally, the only way to get brain pans to move is to get them to lunge.
Usually. Apparently that works as well, though.
Yeah.
Roosta is not using death because he's way too short on MP on front, and he doesn't have enough elixirs / ethers to get MP back.
Yeah, he was short on both MP and channeling, or both.
Oh damn! It's
MP
still a race.
recovery.
Zooming up a lot of time here.
Yeah, he's like 5-10 seconds ahead of you. I don't know exactly where the stream delay difference is.
Zier's actually ahead by a hallway.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's ahead by one brain pan.
But you're gonna have to get a little bit more. Oh no, never mind. He's ahead by 2 hallways. Sorry.
I see 1. So I don't know. We have different amounts of stream delay on our feeds, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly.
Yeah.
So who is doing the risky slit strat and who is doing the safe one?
I'm doing the risky one.
Oh.
Always trust slit.
Never trust slit. So that's a meme. Mostly because for the longest time both Skate and I have run this game a lot, and there's this the boss coming up is called Slit. He's or Slight, I guess, depending on how you want to say it. He's a flying fish. Probably the easiest way to describe it. Very weak to Firaga, but he's also a very blind fish.
Like
usually, he'll just kind of unless you like run up and aggro him, he'll just kind of run around the zone and never get close enough to hit you. But it's hard to rely on that because sometimes he'll just decide to hit you. And yeah, on a similar vein, it used to be people be like, "Oh, you don't need bubble for this fight." Back when we used bubble, or protect or anything, or decoy. Like he'll attack Bosch. He will attack Bosch if he sees him first, which almost always will. So you don't need decoy. And in addition, but going in without protect or anything is very dangerous because he can also, if he does hit you, he can combo and pretty much just one attack kill Bosch.
Yeah, it's worth always trying to keep Bosch as the closest one to Slit until he targets Bosch.
Okay, I shouldn't have first Slit.
No.
Yeah.
By the way, never trust Slit.
Wait. The same thing
I'm
happened.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if it happens to Roosta too.
Yeah, it did.
It happened in his world record.
Not quite, no.
Happened in my PB, yeah.
Wow. But anyway, Slit is otherwise a really easy boss because it's weak to fire, and well, that's what you do here.
How do you feel about killing Team Choco, Harvey?
It's not my fault. It's Slit's fault.
It is your fault.
Everyone,
it's your fault.
Mirror mail.
Mirror mail.
Mirror mail.
Hey, Zero, you owe me a drink. Oh, man. Oh, God. Not like this.
Perfect fight.
Perfect fight.
Perfect fight. All
Perfect
caps and
fight.
faces.
Perfect fate, calculated everything. Oh man.
Gotta admit, the lead changes are at least making this entertaining.
FF12 is being FF12. I'm loving it.
Zero was ahead for 10 seconds.
Fans.
A minute.
But then Slit was like, nah.
Never trust Slit. Never.
Yeah.
Never do it.
I think we should just not worry about it. So next
second ascent. This one you can hit one of 4 pedestals to remove parts of your functionality. Somewhat similar, I guess, to Final Fantasy VIII's Final Dungeon, but not quite as brutal. You can either
unless you get
hit
lost.
Unless you're back, yeah, that's fair. Unless there's this one which removes the mini map, but the regular map works still, I think, which is weird. Or does it remove all the map? I forget now.
Regular map works.
Yeah, so regular map still works. You can use one of them removes items, one of them removes magic, and one of them removes attack.
Attack?
The other 3.
Yeah.
Or maybe
attack
it's
command.
Oh.
It is attack? Okay.
I once thought it was techniques, but then looks like it's only a tyrant thing then.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember if it's technique or attack, but I think it's attack.
I'm pretty sure it's attack.
We use... It just happens to be the mini-map one is the closest one to where we're at, and quickest one to get through. So we always just do the map one. What's another one of the things that's really hard for new runners of this game, because memorizing this place can be a pain. And even if you've run it for a while, it can be a pain. Cough, skate, cough.
And for Solomon, I've even got lost here when I hadn't played it in a while, and was going a slower way for a while, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that is a faster way." When I was like, "Dude, you're going the long way," and then someone pointed it out to me.
There's a long way. Oh hey,
or
Hoishin,
if
got the
you're
black mask.
Or if you're Freda, you take a long time here because you take a bathroom break in your PB.
What?
Oh yeah, of course. Why not?
What? What? You actually did that?
Yeah, what about a bathroom break for a while?
That is amazing.
Best record run.
Yeah, it was world record at the time.
At the time.
Also, Harvey, don't blink, but look at Bosch's HP.
Can we remove that one?
It's yeah, we really need to remove the one.
We're already at Fenrir.
Yes, let's remove 1000 from Rooster's max HP.
Hey, whoa.
Yes.
Good luck with Sid 2, man. You got it. I believe you.
Fine.
It's okay, as long as he doesn't clear.
Okay, so the next fight coming up is Fenrir.
And this is the whole reason that we do
Balthier.
8 Dustia.
Yeah, it's the reason
If
why
one was
we
boss,
are
we do
as low level. It's true, we probably would do more. This is the fight Balthier needs to be below 13 for, so he can underflow Fenrir and put him to sleep. It's the entire reason Balthier is ever in the party after the first hour of this game.
Oh, and Traveler and Tiamat.
Yeah, okay, fair. I'll give you Traveler on Tiamat.
And being an immobilized guy, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
He had to be in for at least one important role because he's the leading man.
He is the leading man for this fight. So for this, you need to kite Fenrir away at the very start of the fight so that he doesn't cast his starting ability called Whale. If you are... Fortunately, the ability Sleep has a slightly longer range than Whale, so to fill up the ability queue with Bio, and Sleep before he gets Whale off, you just need to immediately kite him. And then once he's asleep, you just need to not forget to recast it a couple times. Also, cast Traveler here because it's a strat, I think, in frickin'
yeah, we cast Traveler.
Bahamut?
We cast Traveler here for first of all extra damage, and I once did it just to see how much damage it does on Gambit 2, and was able to skip a damage roll and saved some time just using Traveler on Gambit 2. So that is actually a strat now.
Good times. Is it used on the first phase?
It comes down to how well, for me it comes down if I have a reflector mode or not. If I have a reflector mode, I use it on first phase. If I don't, I use it on second. On the second phase
is actually a damage roll now?
Yes, it is.
Yep, both of them.
Unless Traveler.
Lord right hype. This hero getting the freaking. Isn't that like the? Is it the uncommon?
I think that's the common.
Oh, is it just the common now? I guess I don't ever steal from Fenrir.
I only once saw Beast Steak.
So you guys are saving for
right.
Sid too, right?
So Fenrir steals
I'm
common,
saving for
uncommon,
Hatchmouth.
rare are Beastlord
Fair
Hide,
enough.
Beastlord Horn, Behemoth Steak.
Okay.
I've only once got the Steak before.
I got it my first time ever.
Hoishin making his way up to Hydro.
Yep. So now everyone will be in Ferris shortly here.
Let's hope Undine Entei didn't spawn for Rooster.
Yeah, so I'm saving for Hashmal.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that's why you
Because it's
killed
faster
Ash.
than the too. Yeah, I reflected with muscle memory, and I was like, wait a second.
What's your crit down stretch for critting down Redas after Hashmo?
Just crit down
Rooster
the girls
doesn't
by the
crit down.
crystal. Crit down the girls by the crystal, and Red will be low.
Oh.
And you can do what you normally do.
I suppose. Yeah, that will work out. Hashmal will be slightly riskier, but whatever.
Just what we need, a slightly riskier Hashmal.
Yeah, but that's why I say it's feasible because of the save, but it's also because of the save.
Yeah. So this last
Ascent
is, yeah, that's the one.
1 HP
is pretty straightforward. That 1 HP roll is pretty straightforward because it's just a maze of hitting the right pedestal, and once again we know the right pedestals to hit. So the only annoying thing about it is the bombs can definitely wreck Bosch pretty fast. Were either you able to afford plus 500 HP?
I have it.
No, reached it.
Rip Harvey's favorite HP though.
Oh, they both were okay.
They're exactly on the both teleport.
Zero was 1 HP away from a great number. 2222. In case you guys weren't aware, HP numbers are variable when you're leveling up. It can be, I forget the exact ranges. I think it depends on level anyways, but you can get a random amount of HP and MP each time you level up, so it won't be the same every time you run. It's usually not enough to actually make a difference, but sometimes it can.
Mostly it's that every now and then one of the girls will have either a high or low amount of HP and it'll mess with your crit downs. That's the most common time, most common way it's going to be an issue for you.
Some Japanese runners do this third ascent without protect. They are ridiculous.
Not me.
Yeah, not you. You're an honorary American.
Yeah, because then they're doing like 800 per hit almost, and 3 of those will kill you. And as you can see, they can do more than 3 pretty fast.
That was almost
that was like 5.
Yeah, they also have a really high chance of knockback, as you can see, with these lunges. So
it's the wrong person's here.
It's actually a pretty dangerous area.
Also, before the fight with Hashmal starts, you will see both Zero and Rooster running into a trap, which 100% petrifies you. The reason we walk into that trap is because of Petrify itself. Petrify reduces damage. I know that sounds weird, but when you see that little counter, which has the 10 counting down till 0, and as soon as it hits 0, you go to stone. The deeper your counter is, the less damage you get. Meaning, if your counter is on 9, you only get 90% damage instead of 100. You get 10% less damage than normal.
Yeah, the other effects it has are it slows you down slightly. Oh, tower appeared. Shoutouts to the monster that drops Grand Helm. Yeah.
Yes, Grand Helm.
And
also doesn't like to spawn when you want him to spawn.
I know. and that doesn't really matter because other than this protect cast, all Bosch does is use items in this fight. And it reduces the amount of physical damage you do, but that doesn't matter because Bosch isn't doing physical damage. So
that's 3 times in a row I get the tower.
In a row.
0.1%.
One must be nice.
No, it's bad in 8%. It's not nice.
I think you have flame staves on Zero, by the way.
No, I think I.
No,
just
he almost optimized it to flame staves, but he didn't.
Oh, you didn't actually optimize, gotcha. I agree with Eddie. If you haven't played FF12, but it was Zodiac Age.
Fun fact about Zodiac Age, a couple of things will not be possible. Effect capacity won't be a thing in Zodiac Age anymore.
Extensively. Fairly extensively.
Oh. Triple Arda cast it for 4 party members.
Triple Scathe.
Triple Scathe.
Yep. Triple Holy.
Triple Holy. So it looks like, after the first couple hits, Bosch gets his Petrify removed via the Gold Needle. Just to make sure he doesn't get put to stone, which could really mess things up.
That 8-hit combo for Redis on Zero's run.
Yeah,
that guarantees
not even close. Not even close. So they both got Quake Jillus. So it's still really close. Quake Jillus adds extra 10-15 seconds.
Redis with the 8 hits.
Yeah, combo length is actually determined in part by the character's HP. So they'll do more hits at low HP. Another thing Redis has is the Augment Adrenaline, which is basically like the physical Spellbreaker, doubles damage. And Berserk also increases damage, so that's going to actually be used as an intentional strat, not just as a way to potentially skip a few second cutscene of a move that isn't going to affect you anyway, like Quakeja. Because one of the phases in the next boss block actually is immune to magic.
Okay, we're now, or rather, Roosta and Zero are both on the way to the most hated boss besides Ahriman in FF12.
Yeah, Sid 2 is another boss that is very difficult for new players to learn.
It's also one of the more challenging fights in casual play.
Yeah.
Unless you're over-leveled and or over-equipped.
Before actually Sid 2 happens, we first have to talk. We first have to fight against Gebranth, who is, spoiler alert, twin brother of Bosch. And he will be gone in no time, because we have Redis and Crit in Berserk, so he will do a lot more damage for second phase, and first phase of Gebranth 1. We will just reflect Faragas to kill him off by almost an instant.
A little bit of a slow setup.
Yeah, you're both still at a little bit of a slow route set to do some licenses. So they're both going in. The first phase is actually just Gebranth. He goes down pretty quickly the first. You can get some Firagas. He can troll a little bit because he has a fairly low chance to block. And there is a small chance to damage roll.
Yeah. They're also, like you saw, that he got Protect off. That's A2B RNG. When that happens, you just want to run the character that he targets away a little bit so he doesn't hit them. And then the second phase, you actually bring out Redis to do the damage because he's immune to magical damage during this part.
King, your name must forever stay.
Do not think killing the Kingslayer will win you back your honor. When you abandon home and
Okay, the second half, he, like I said, immune to magic, so we let Redis do everything.
However, it's worth mentioning that we want his Berserk to run out as short after this as is reasonably possible, basically, because we do not want him to be Berserked and at low HP during the Famfrit phase of the Sid 2 portion. And because the damage threshold manipulation against Famfrit is actually pretty precise. First, this section is going to show you a little bit about one of the things that you can do. You can have these pillars block you from Sid's attacks. So he's going to have Bosch be targeted after doing the Dispel. He's going to run behind the pillar, and that will protect him from Sid's attacks. Oil means that you will definitely deal enough damage, otherwise Sid could use Gatling gun here and make things very not fun for you. Looks like Redis is a little slow for 0, but he got the job done in the end.
Yep, no combos, unfortunately.
Yeah, now during this part, you can either cast Oil or not cast it. It's your choice. Oil makes the fight safer. You definitely want to Dispel Famfrit because it has Shell. And you need to have Redis near you and not dealing too much damage to Famfrit. So right here, you're going to see 2 9,999s, and then he's going to ATB reset to cancel that. That is to make sure that the damage threshold is properly met to trigger Greater Barrier, Briny Cannonade, Firaja, the special moves that Famfrit will do when you want them to happen. The Viking coat that we got way back is for Briny Cannonade, so Bosch will survive it. You can survive it without, but it's really luck-based because it's based on when Sid attacks and when you're able to heal. But that was pretty much a textbook Famfrit section from Roosta there.
Fortunately, Zero's not having as good of a time.
Yeah, and Roosta got the Cyclotron skip, and that's just an AI manipulation. Sid is like, okay, I'm going to use a special move. Lon's like, alright, I'm targeted with this. KOs himself, and suddenly there's no target, so it just skips it. And now, during this last bit, Sid gets damage returned. So any damage dealt to Sid will be returned to the characters that dealt it. So they're going to heal up with X potions, recast the buffs. Redis is probably going to die here in a second. Gotta hit Oil on Sid. All of this has to happen. And now you get to see one of the cooler bits of tech in this run, pillar kiting. Just kiting Sid around the pillars so that he doesn't attack Bosch. And if all goes well, that's the fight.
Yep. That was a very textbook fight from Roosta. Good job.
Yeah.
That's why C2 is one of the hardest bosses. There's so much stuff you gotta memorize and not forget.
Yeah, that fight is not necessarily the worst fight in the game, but it's probably the hardest to learn and learn how to recover from when things go wrong. Just because of how complicated all the stuff you're doing is and all the things that you need to do in a certain way to get it to work right.
So, only thing left for Roosta now is Bahamut, which consists of 4 bosses, which would be Gabranth 2, Wayne Novus, and the Undying.
The thing about Sid 2 is you're constantly worried about ATB clogging.
Yep. Okay.
You always want to do Fire as next potion. You can only do 2 at once, and 1 if anything else is happening.
Yep. And Zero is recovered. It looks like he should be back on track for the rest of Sid 2 at this point.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Is Roosta able to skip Bahamut shop?
I could, but I'm not going to be safe. I'm going to do it fast. Alright, Harvey, time this, because you said 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, it's definitely worth mentioning that this game is not done. The boss block of the Bahamut is not the trolliest in the game, but when it trolls hard, and the recoveries are not fast, generally speaking. Famfrit down for 0. That section went fine. And I see
he's hurting on X potions though.
Yeah, and he's not, and he's also not.
He has
doing
elixirs though, so.
Oh, okay. I guess he is doing the cyclotron skip. I wasn't sure if he was going to do it or not.
Yep, looks like successfully done.
If Sid targets Bosch, you have to wait for a bit.
I just hope no one gets pierced in this fight, in this run.
I hope I do.
So we can compensate for...
We gotta get back.
Something has to go wrong still.
If someone doesn't know what pierced means, Undying has a set of magic called Piercing Firaga, and what the name already tells you, it pierces. It pierces actually through reflect, so it ignores reflect and can kill all the girls. It also can attack Bosch. It doesn't necessarily kill Bosch, but it can kill Bosch as well. And to be fair, I myself still don't know if it's RNG or not. I don't know if you know it.
Okay, so Zero made it through, and Rooster, I believe, is on the cutscene on the way to the Bahamut.
Yeah, I'm in the minute-long cutscene before Bahamut.
That minute-long black screen.
The minute-long black screen loading.
Yeah, there are 3 cutscenes here, and all of them take a really long time to load.
I thought it was 4.
Black screen.
Yeah.
Black screen simulator.
Black screen simulator. It's okay, we get a nice skyline in Zero stream. Make up for it.
And Hoishin's doing Brain Pan, so that's actually something interesting.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard anyone call Brain Pans interesting.
Yeah, nice recovery, Zero.
Yeah, definitely nice recovery, Zero.
The worst phase to recover against is Famfrit, definitely, but that's not to say that recovering against other phases is easy.
Yep. Yeah, he had a double recover too because he had to recast Decoy on Vaughn.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't able to get the switch out in time, unfortunately. It's okay, guys. No pressure. This is definitely not world record pace.
World record happened 12 minutes ago.
I think they can't even stop me now.
If I think what's your PB?
Oh, what's
Party? 6:11:03.
Okay, no, cannot beat that.
Hoishin might be able to.
It's okay, guys. You're gonna beat my PB still.
Never know. You could die 4 times in a row.
Probably.
Actually,
Fred,
it only needed to
only
die
twice.
If it's, yeah, only like twice. If it's like, especially if it's against the Undying and not early on.
But to be fair, Freda, go ahead.
34, 634, I think still. Something like that.
No, you have a sub 630, I thought.
Oh no, I tried to get a sub 630 before Roosta destroyed me.
Yeah.
No, it was 633. 2. It was 631, was it?
630 something.
I'm taking over now.
I honestly don't remember.
Right. Yeah, basically, the boss block on the Bahamut is another 2-phase battle with Gabranth, and then 3 phases of Vayne. There's Vayne, Vayne Novus, and the Undying. Yeah.
631.30, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the first bit, like damage rolls, and if you let him cast Renew on himself, he will fully heal and make your life really painful for a bit. But it's still winnable. You can see Roosta using Traveler in case he does not get the damage range here. And it looks like he didn't, so Traveler finishes it off. And at this phase, he's going to reflect Gabranth, so the renew reflects onto Bosch.
No, I'm gonna reflect Ash, whose reflects off of Ash, so that we can reflect.
Reflectception.
While you reflect?
Yep, reflect, reflects, reflect. That actually makes it a little bit more reliable, amusingly enough.
You actually save explosion that way. No innocence, nice.
Yep, that's how it's supposed to go. Now he runs over, hits the lift, and then you have like 14, 15 seconds or so to wait on the lift, so he's gonna do a little bit of buffing.
So next up is the first phase, or the first boss of Wayne, and he's pretty simple. You just kite him around the girls and use Feraga. You want to kill Larsa though, who is also happened to fight on your side during that battle.
You want to at least damage him, because if you damage him, he won't throw a potion on the girls, he'll throw it on himself, and then you can finish him off later. But you do not want him healing the girls, because you want them to stay in critical HP for the double damage from Spellbreaker. So, yeah, we burn our ally. It's fine.
It's only Larsa.
Harvey.
He recovers.
Harvey, are you sure that Larsa is on our side in that fight?
No,
given the strategies we use. Okay,
By the
looks
way, 13 runners.
Yeah, we're about 10 minutes out, assuming bad things doesn't happen. So, the 13 runners are ready. Oh, they're in here already. Okay, cool. They are ready to go.
Oh, and he got pummeled, that's not good. So if he gets pummeled early, means he most likely has to re-decoy.
Hopefully my reflex lasts from Undying. This could be fun.
Reflect. So you don't get spellbound at all anymore, right?
Oh, we have spellbound. It's just, we have the one reflect.
Okay.
We just don't care about ruby rings anymore.
That's right, because
Ruby rings were a red herring. They were not actually a time save.
I mean, it's
they worked
17
for a long time.
We did use them for a long time, they just didn't save time.
Getting 17k just for ruby ring, I don't think that's a time save.
Oof, another pummel. That's gonna be rough.
I'm gonna play
Wait.
safe.
Looks like, yeah, looks like you're gonna play it safe and just re-decoy. Or reflect, rather. Re-decoying here is a safe, is not necessarily a safer strat, but what I think it's a strat that most everyone's been using lately, because the alternative is re-decoying at the start of the next phase, which is much more dangerous. This vein is tame. You can just kind of kite him around.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
I don't know. I still re-decoy.
I did not. What happened?
I hit 9910 with Traveler.
What?
Oh, nice.
Plan. All that extra running around and Sid.
Yeah. And
the scream lagged for me when Traveler hit. Bad.
at 4,000 exactly damage roll.
And so right now, yeah, 4,000 exactly, indeed.
Yep.
So you skip Force of Will by doing a specific number of reflects. Right after Mock Wave, the girls don't have each other within their range of their AoEs, which is actually good because it just gives you a nice ready-made manipulation of Vayne's HP. Vayne Novus, there are all these Sephiras, those little swords that are running around. And those can be annoying and dangerous, especially if Vayne decides to start comboing while they hit you. So it's important that you have Reflect up if you can. I mean, Protect up on Bosch if you can. And you're going to cast Oil on Novus and Firaga him, and then he's going to go into a set of moves leading up to Skip, or leading up to a special move. So
this will be fun.
Yeah, during Azure Fortis, you want to... Oh boy, yeah, I see Von. That Bosch got comboed to death.
These blocks though at the beginning.
This is recoverable because of where he's at.
Yeah, fortunately it is, but it's going to be tight. In order to get... it is, but he's probably not going to be able to do the skip.
Oh. Please no magic barrier.
Or I mean, not the fast skip. He'll have to do the 90% slower skip, I would think.
Well, it depends on if the Sephiroth decide to attack him or not, or the girls or not.
Yeah.
Looks like they untargeted, so he might be okay.
Right, if they had attacked before Novus went into Azure Vortis, that would have been bad news.
Yeah, he picked up Decoy on Penelo because I believe Mana's a bit tight on Ashe at this point. Or because she was using a Phoenix down. I don't know. I'm going to assume MP.
Again, no order. For good and all, I shall bring you futile attempts at rebellion.
I forgot that Optimize put the...
Whoops.
Well, this is gonna be fun.
Oh boy.
90% chance of inviolable will to hit Vaughn at this point. So there's a 10% chance of unhappy times.
Even more unhappy. We're already in unhappy times.
True.
90% time of very unhappy times. Or 10% chance of very unhappy times. Okay, he's dead. You have to wait, or not, I guess wait most of the time until...
You don't have to wait necessarily all the time until the little dialogue box pops up prompting you to change your party, but you do have to wait most of that time in order for the skip to happen. What the skip is for is avoiding a magic barrier. Rather.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So what happened there? Decoy usually is 100% under Spellbreaker, but because Penelo died while the animation was still happening before the actual Decoy landed, Spellbreaker gets taken off because you're not technically at low life, you're at no life. So it has the chance to miss again, which is what happened. Fortunately, it looks like Ashe landed it, and this should be okay at this point. And now Bosch has died on Zero's side, so...
Also in the Nova side.
Jesus.
But he hasn't triggered the next phase. He hasn't triggered the next phase.
I think he is going to, though. Yeah, he was in the middle of it.
Okay, yeah. If he had ATB reset it, he might have had a chance of not getting to the next phase.
Okay, so penalty. Okay, so Zero has to do basically the same thing.
Only in marathon runs. Only in marathon runs.
This just goes to show, like, this is actually a really excellent example of how trolly this final boss block can be and how bad it can be to recover in it.
And how bad RNG can screw you over. Because these combos and attacks were... You can't just do anything about that.
Zero with the strats. Zero with the freaking treaty blade on Balthier, so he blocked the Sephiroth hit. Oh, that was clutch. That was... I know that doesn't seem amazing but that was amazing.
Yeah, that's a 30% chance for those of you who don't know to block with the treaty blade.
Ugh.
It's just way too nice.
So now he's probably going to lose the girls in the process of redecoying Bosch, but it looks like Roosta has recovered.
Oh my god, that fight.
Hey.
This is why you punish him.
So Roosta is now on the final boss. Ooh.
Undying hype.
Oh,
Yeah.
Zero might.
So Undying might be really bad, but hopefully he isn't. So what Undying can do, he can shoot you, he can Divine Sword you, and Divine Sword is an instant attack. He also can make a flare and a couple of FV attacks, plus piercing magic.
And it's worth mentioning that the AoE attacks this boss has, particularly the piercing spells which go through Reflect, have a really, really big radius. So right there you saw that the decoy ran out, so he targeted Pinello, and that's something that he's going to have to recover from. But now that he's got decoy back on Bosch, it's most likely going to be okay. Hoishin is actually having some trouble against Fenrir. Looks like, did Redis knock him out of sleep? Is that what happened?
Shoot, I didn't see. I think he might have just thought he might have just come out of sleep naturally because he thought it was had long enough. Judging by his HP, that's my guess.
I didn't see as well. Also, Zero's having trouble with Vayne Novus.
I was watching Zero's Vayne Novus.
Yeah, so much going on, it's hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah!
But it looks like Roosta has a handle on the Undying now.
I would probably res. Oh jeez, that's not good. I would probably res Balthier and try to.
Yeah, this is actually. Hoishin is going through what I went through in my run for NASA last year, so. Like, I had to recover against Fenrir as well. That was interesting because I hadn't saved in a while.
Anyway, so lots of bosses are going definitely amazingly well for every runner right now.
Okay, so Roosta got Mega Flared. He's on the, I should say, like, second part of Undying, where he has to get as much damage in as possible, below 40%. So he is Undying. He won't get his magic barrier off after Ascension, or rather that he changes his barrier from immune to magic to not immune anymore to magic.
Quickening chain. Quickening chain.
With who?
Summoning Belias. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So the idea with
hold on, Lude, get ready.
The idea with skipping Magic Barrier is basically that you skip the HP threshold and go right to the next one, so it gets cancelled out.
Get ready, Lude, get ready. Stay on target. Go.
Stay on target. GG. Good job, Roosta.
GG.
Nice recovery.
I don't know if it was a good job. It was a job.
It was a job.
I don't even.
Sub 6. No, not quite sub 6.
It was sub 620.
It was barely sub 620.
I'm just gonna stay quiet during this because there's a lot going on 12 still.
So Undying is happening. You can skip a thing. I don't know how much you guys I was paying attention to.
Yeah, Hoishin only has one Phoenix down left, so that's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And he's using it.
Also, Zero being
You'd have to
Undying.
try a quickening chain with Pinello and Fran at this point, I think. That would be his only option.
Yeah, that's.
Also, Zero being on
None of them have
Undying.
mana though. Ooh. Does he have any ether? Oh no. No mana, no ethers.
Oof.
Ooh.
Not like this.
Oh, good.
Whoever is on Team Choco, get ready to go. I'll be done in a few
This
seconds.
guy doesn't even know his own teammate. It's Albrecht.
Whoever's on Team Choco, I guess.
Oh no.
Go.
GG, Zero.
GG, Zero.
No,
job, Zero.
Hoishin. Hoishin.
No!
Not
no,
like this.
He got comboed.
The combo.
Come on.
Where did I say?